Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this. On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
It's the biggest home and away game at the Gabba each season, and it's a fixture which heralds Easter weekend footy is upon us. And regardless of form, it's always a big game. But when you've got the Lions and Pies on a winning streaks the way they are, well, it's an even more salivating opener to Thursday night footy on ABC Sport here to begin round 6. Welcome to the Gabba. Quentin Hull is my name. If you're ears are on the radio and eyes are on the road, drive safely at the start of this long weekend. We know that we've got lots of people tuning in as they try and safely get to their destinations for a couple of days R&R. And make sure you're with us across the weekend with the footy, because there's heaps to get through all the way through to the MCG on Monday when Geelong play Hawthorn. But tonight, it's the Lions 5-0. The Pies 4-1, two teams who have played some exceptional contests of recent times. The 2023 Grand Final will be regarded as one of the best of recent times, and even late last year when Brisbane was 3 goals up at the MCG, yet Collingwood found a way to beat them. That seems to be, though, the story of these two teams. You just don't discount them, do you? The Lions on this amazing run of comeback victories, yet Collingwood, of course, have been so proficient in that regard under Craig McRae. What a glorious night it is. Michael Price is going to call the action with me. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are your experts tonight. Former number 1 draft pick, All-Australian and Melbourne club champion. And Jamie, a veteran of 3 AFLW clubs, an AFLW original who's currently the coach of the AFL Queensland women's team. And Zane Bojack down on the boundary among what is expected to be a sold-out throng here. Michael, it has become the start of Easter for us, and what a joy it is that we get to come to the football, and what a joy it is when you get two teams that are in red-hot form, the relevance for the competition, the relevance for the two teams. You don't have to sell this, do you? How are you?
No, Q, I'm excited. Simple as that. This is... Well, it's like the grand final coming back to Brisbane like in the COVID years, to be honest with you. When the Pies roll into town, especially in this kind of form, only one loss between these two sides. The last time they played, the Pies nicked basically a 1-point margin at the death. Anything can happen tonight, and I am salivating at the prospect.
And even before the bounce, things are happening. Craig McRae has pulled a Swiftie at selection. Lockie Sullivan was named, but he has been withdrawn. And Mason Cox is a late into the playing squad for Collingwood. So Ed Allen is going to be the sub. At selection, it was basically De Goey in, Membry rested. But you can now add Cox in, another tall in, and Lockie Sullivan has been, well, in inverted commas rested, but in all intents and purposes dropped from the game tonight in a late tactical switch from Craig McRae. Brisbane has brought in two fresh talents. James Tunstall, we've seen a little bit of him. It'll be his 10th game, the boy out of Bustleton in Western Australia. But Sam Marshall, another of the academy recruits who basically started on the Sunshine Coast, went to Melbourne Grammar and played for the Sandy Dragons to finish his footballing schooling, so to speak. He'll make his debut tonight. Bruce Reville's out with a hamstring injury, and Will McLaughlin has been dropped. Jeff White, Jamie Stanton, happy Easter to you. Welcome to Holy Thursday football. Whitey?
Happy Easter, yes. Great to be here. I love this. This is a wonderful fixture. I love this game. I remember last year, both sides weren't going that flash, and it was still a good game. But tonight's even more, it's extra incentive here. They're both playing great football, so I'm looking forward to this contest.
Stando, always good to have you in the box with us. What about that late pull from Craig McRae? Let's pull out the small and bring in the tall.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us. Happy Easter. Yeah, you love it, right? Craig McRae, he's an old Brisbane Lions player, and he loves just pulling one on, fast and sharp one on the Lions to start with. But, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how the taller player comes in. But, really, it's just a swap for Membry and Cox, really, in the grand scheme of things. So they're not really changing anything in terms of the way they want to play, other than Membry slightly more agile at ground level, but Cox can take it in the air.
I wonder with the, not like for like, but Mason Cox and Darcy last week, the stretch, the height, maybe... we've had a lot of rain here, obviously, over the last couple of months. So dry conditions, maybe that was probably in the back of his mind with the Cox inclusion. So maybe just to, you can swing him through the ruck. Darcy's certainly going to be outnumbered with Big Oscar with the height. So, good balance.
Jamie, you're in the early stages of your coaching career. Would you put Billy Frampton to Harris Andrews again?
That's a really good question, Q. So they've done Frampton previously. Hoskin Elliott's played there on him as well, and Whitey's now brought up potentially Cox as an option as well. It might be by committee a little bit in terms of Hoskin Elliott's been a little bit out of form in and out of the team. Frampton hasn't been playing forward, so they might be trying to do a bit of a rotation. But I would probably go Hoskin Elliott just because he's got a little bit more ability to hurt Harris on the ground level, is a little bit smarter than Frampton. And, Collingwood got the chocolates on grand final day, but I don't think Frampton was the reason why that happened. But, everyone might agree or disagree with me in the car.
And they're not a bombing side, Collingwood. They like to lower their eyes. They like to spread. They've got Elliott down there. They've got, a great mix of small forwards. So they spread really well, but they lower their eyes, so they don't bomb it. So Hoskin Elliott could be, but certainly I reckon they're going to use Big Cox down there on a number of occasions.
We'll go through the rest of the team news that is in as well throughout the rest of the weekend. Headlined by Noah Bolter playing for Richmond at the weekend, even though his trial is due to wrap up next week. But Noah Bolter isn't in for the Tigers. But before the team news, let's get down to the boundary and welcome the fifth member of our commentaries team. Zane Bojak's got the pleasure of being among the fans tonight, and he's got our first guest. Zano, welcome to you.
Thank you, Quentin. Absolutely beautiful conditions down here for Easter Thursday footy. Doesn't get much better than Collingwood versus Brisbane ahead of Good Friday, and of course the Pies, they've got a 3-0 streak going at the moment against Brisbane. I'm sure the man I'm about to speak to you next is hoping that that's going to continue. Hayden Skipworth, the assistant coach of the Collingwood Magpies, is with me. Hayden, what about their win against the Swannies? And you guys have been here in Queensland ahead of tonight, getting yourself used to these conditions.
Yeah, it was a great win to take you back to the Swans game. They obviously come off a really good win against North, and we knew we had to be at our best to get the win, and we played somewhere near that, which was nice. And then we rather than going back to Melbourne on the short turnaround, we flew straight up here and tried to acclimatise. But as it turns out, we probably would have been better off staying in Melbourne.
Well, tell us about being able to bring in Jordan De Goey and being able to rest him memory. That's pretty handy from a Pies point of view.
It certainly is. We found last year we sort of, just through injuries and stuff, we had to keep rolling guys out there. We've got a healthier list and squad at the moment. We know that's not going to be the case all year. So while we've got the chance to get some rest and take the edge off some guys, we're going to take those opportunities.
Why have you been so successful against Brisbane? I mean, it goes back to that 2023 grand final, and then last year you beat them both times as well.
Yeah, I think they're the form team of the comp over the last probably 3 or 4 years. So our guys tend to get themselves up for the obviously the big games, and playing Brisbane is a big game. And they've been down to the wire, a lot of them. So it could have gone either way.
They've been slow starters, though. Is that something you can capitalise on?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we get off to a good start, and we know their second halves are super strong. So, yeah, it'd be nice to come into half-time with a lead, but we're worried that they're a great team and they do finish games well.
Got a couple of milestones tonight. Darcy Cameron plays his 100th for the Pies and 200 AFL games for one of my favourites in Jamie Elliott. What are you expecting from the man they call Billy?
Well, hopefully he takes a few hangers and kicks a match winner. That's what he's known for. We're trying our best to get the win for him. He's been such a great player, and he's had such a horrendous run with injury over his career. And to get to 200 games, I bet you throughout his career he probably didn't think this would happen. So hopefully he can make it a special night. And Darcy Cameron, so hopefully he gets a few sons down the track, and we can have some father sons. But he's been a great pickup since coming across from Sydney, and he's clearly one of our best players.
Yeah, a lot of talk about Nick Dacos and the fact that Sydney tried to tag him, didn't work. A lot of talk that maybe Dunkley might do the same for the Lions. What do you do to counteract that if they do put someone on him?
Yeah, we've got lots of things we can do. We drop him a half-back or wing or half forward. So he's one of those players. He's very similar to Andrew McLeod. He can sort of impact across the three lines. So we're very fortunate. If he doesn't work through the mids, we can move him and we move him where the game normally needs him as well. So, yeah, historically, Dunkley's probably gone to DeGoey. So be interesting to see which way they go, whether they go to Geordie or to Nick.
Just finally, you've got another big match in Anzac Day coming up very shortly, but what is it? Why do the Pies fire up in these big games?
Don't know. I think we've got to experience this, and I think the big crowd and that gets them going and gets their juices going. So we're very fortunate. We've got 100,000 members, which we're very thankful for, and we've got a big Pies army that follow us around everywhere. And next week will be massive. So hopefully we can get the job done and go in with a 4-1 record.
Well, there'll be 35,000 here tonight, and a lot of them will be wearing black and white still up here in Queensland. Hayden Skipworth, thanks for talking to ABC Sport, and best of luck tonight for the Pies.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, good work down there, Zane Bojack with Hayden Skipworth, the senior assistant to Craig McRae at the Collingwood Football Club, as both teams are warming up in glorious Thursday night conditions. You can get in touch, by the way, throughout the evening. The way to do so is on the SMS 0437 774 774 is that number. 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. As soon as Jeff White walked into the box tonight, he says, "You're going to get the text going tonight?" Because he was listening and was going to text me at Norwood last weekend.
Yes, it was a great call, by the way, last week.
Some game, by the way. Are they renaming it Hipwood Oval after the second half? Heard a few jokes around the place after Eric's 5-goal surge. We've got a couple of minutes to chat through things before other parts of our audience join us. So, Jeff, Jamie, how do you address a premiership team that hasn't lost a game yet goes missing in games?
It's an interesting question, and I did some reviewing of this. I think it was yesterday or the day before, but it's almost like they get in at half time and go, right, this is what we're doing wrong, this is what they're doing right, this is how we correct it. And then all of a sudden, when you look at the heat map of last week, Western Bulldogs just owned the corridor, and it felt like Brisbane were forced to go wide and a lot of their players on the half-back line. It was the total opposite in the second half, obviously, for score opportunities. But what they tend to do, Brisbane, in this situation, when they get on the half-back line, directed by Zorko, is they hit those targets in the corridor, and they take risks, and they clog up. So all of a sudden, then Western Bulldogs try and smother the corridor, then they go wide and they play them fast. So, it's almost like a mindset, Jamie, where they go, right, this is what we're half-time, and it's really good analysis. You don't want that to happen in the third or fourth quarter, but if they do that tonight against Collingwood, it's a great outfit. This is why I think it's going to be a great matchup, because both sides play similar in they're never out of the game.
I think it actually shows the coachability of the group that Fags has, and whether that's him as a coach or his coaching group that he has, and the standards that he's been able to get this group into, that they're actually adaptable and can make different decisions on the run, which is really hard to do. So it's well known and well documented that Brisbane didn't have the preseason they wanted based on how many injuries came out of last year, how many people had to be in for surgeries, etc. So they came across really late. So you expect in the season, especially early on, that they're going to fluctuate in terms of their form, especially in and out of games. But what the difference is, and what I guess we're sort of, Whitey's talking about the ins and outs just then, but holistically I'm talking about now is the mindset of the players that Brisbane have at the moment. That shows a group and a coaching group that's at the top of its game in able to deliver a message, understand and recognise it's not working, make smart and adaptable changes within game and, at breaks, whether that be quarter time, half time, etc., and actually apply the changes. That's the difference between a premiership team and a team that's learning and developing and getting close to a premiership.
I know it's modern day footy and sort of ranting and raving is not really a thing, particularly for Chris Fagan, but the experience of being right on top of the benches calling at Norwood, it felt like you were nice and close, like country footy feel. And even in that first half, you just don't see any panic from the Lions. They are a very trusting group, I think, of each other. So that's one part of it. on the text. G'day to Nikki, who's driving on the Hume. Who do I tip tonight? I really need a couple of wins to improve in the footy tipping comp. Oh, Nikki, stick around. I don't know when we'll get the tips and what time you have to get your tips in, but no doubt Jeff White and Jamie Stanton will give you some good oil in just a moment. Thursday night footy, you're hearing it on the national broadcaster, ABC Sport.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He curls it through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket, whacks it for six, scores level, running past, throws it on the left, could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down, we're not done yet, what a finish!
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Holy Thursday heralds the biggest home and away game at the Gabba each season. Once again, it's the black and white stripes in town to take on the rampant reigning premier, Brisbane versus Collingwood. What a way to start round 6. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, coming to you from pristine conditions at the Gabba in Brisbane. Quentin Hull is my name for those of you just joining us. What a way to start the weekend of footy. 5-0 the Lions, Magpies 4-1. That first round blip against Greater Western Sydney seems a long time away for the Magpies, who continued their roll on with an impressive victory over the Swans on the Friday night of Gather Round. While for Brisbane, yet again found themselves in a hole. It was a pretty deep one at Norwood, but then Norwood Oval became Hipwood Oval. From 39 points down, Eric Hipwood kicks 5 goals and the Lions win by 21 points to come into this fixture with a perfect 5-0 record. The Pies, though, have won the last 3 times, and that 3-game winning run started with the memorable 2023 grand final, where Collingwood was headed late, only for the heroics of the long-range goals from Jordan De Goey and Steele Sidebottom, seeing the Pies pick up the flag on that memorable Saturday. They also won both games that these two teams played last year And interestingly, there's a bit of late selection news as well from the Collingwood camp. Mason Cox is going to be playing tonight. He hasn't played since the round 2 game against the Western Bulldogs. So he's had a couple of weeks out of the team. Lockie Sullivan has been dropped to make way for the late in. So Sullivan was named to play. He is now out. Cox is in, joining the return of Jordan De Goey to Craig McRae's team. Tim Membry has been rested for Collingwood, and as was the case in last week's Friday night game against the Swans, Ed Allen is once again the sub for Collingwood. While for Brisbane, 2 changes to the team that won at Norwood. James Tunstall comes in, the youngster from Busselton in Western Australia, just his 10th league game, and Sam Marshall on debut. Sydney went for him at 25 in the draft, but Brisbane was able to outmatch that bid and pick up the Sunshine Coast produced and Sandringham Dragons, a teammate of the Ashcrofts, a guy that produced through the academy but had a couple of years in Melbourne to finish his footy education before finding his way onto Brisbane's list. So Sam Marshall is going to be the sub tonight on debut. No Bruce Reville out with a hamstring injury, and Will McLaughlin, who was the sub last week, he has been dropped. Could not want for a better night for football, and your messages very welcome. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. In just a moment, we'll take you inside the Lions camp. I had a bit of a chat with defender Jack Payne just before he went down to the rooms to get strapped and get ready to go. But again, to reintroduce our broadcast team, Michael Price to call the action with me. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton are your experts, and Zane Bojack is our man on the boundary. And Pricey, as I welcome you once again, the 2 supporter groups are out there. Banners are about to go up. There's almost a subdued respect between the 2 supporter groups here because they've so often walked to big venues for big games, particularly this one at this time of year. But it's become, I think, a competition-wide must-watch, particularly when they're in such good form.
It's become a modern rivalry, hasn't it? Thanks, Q. This is an exciting occasion, especially for this town to have the Pies come in. Their throng of supporters, they're loud, they're proud, and they bring an atmosphere. And Team Ashcroft versus Team Dacos, a pair of brothers on each side. There's so many different stories and narratives throughout this game, Q. I'm sure we'll cover the most of them, but I'm just excited to be here, to be honest.
And on my way to Jeff and Jamie, just the news of the teams for tomorrow night's games, or tomorrow afternoon and evening's games. So it's the Good Friday appeal game at Docklands between North Melbourne and Carlton. Big in for North Melbourne with George Wardlaw returning to the team. Riley Hardiman's been dropped, so just the one change for Alistair Clarkson's North Melbourne. And for the Blues, Sam Docherty's been left out, interestingly, the former skipper. And as expected, Brodie Camp and Harry Mackay not there after being injured/concussed, respectively, in the win over the Eagles. So Blake Acres, Elijah Hollands comes into the team for the Blues, as well as Lewis Young. So 3 changes for the Blues. Acres, Elijah Hollands and Young in. Docherty, Kemp and Mackay out. While for North, George Wardlaw is in for Riley Hardiman. And then in the evening East Coast time, over late afternoon in the West Coast taking on Essendon, and as has been spoken about during the day, indeed Oscar Allen is not being selected by Andrew McQualter and his match committee. The co-captain managed. He's played a lot of game time and has been not 100% fit. So interesting that Oscar Allen in round 6 is managed. Bailey Williams also out of the team. Clay Hall and Sandy Brock dropped as well. So in come Elijah Hewitt, Matt Flynn, Jeremy McGovern and Tim Kelly is back into the team after serving a week of penance in the Waffle. Peter Wright's going to play his first game of the season for the Bombers. Big 2-metre Peter is in with Nick Bryan out for Essendon. So they're the changes for tomorrow's games. And across the weekend, the other headline is the fact that Noah Bolter is going to play for Richmond a couple of days before he is sentenced on the alleged assault charges stemming from over the summer. So there's plenty around the place, but before we hear from Jack Payne, Stando and Whitey. A few more thoughts on this contest. I'll start with you, Jamie. The art of match day coaching these days, can you explain it? Because there's still, to me, as an observer, there seems to me to be something magical about what Craig McRae can do on match day. And I don't think a lot of coaches around the place these days have that same type of reputation. Fly's got the little sparkle about pulling a move during a game.
Yes, he definitely does. To be really honest with you, coaching is 90% during the week, 10% on game day. And of that 10%, 1% is probably you, and 9% is all the assistants giving you ideas and suggestions and you then making that decisive decision. What Fly has, and it's no secret at all, he has a fantastic relationship with all the players, and game day is significantly emotional because as players, and Whitey can attest to this, and anyone that's played any sport in any competition is, we heighten. We're in fight or flight mode consistently, and you ideally want all your players to be fighting, but sometimes some of them are flighting and they're totally nowhere to be seen. E.g., Hipwood last week, halftime comes out, then he's fighting again. So Fly has this fantastic understanding of the human being's emotions and what string to pull and when, and that is generally based around his 90%, which is during the week, that he understands that on the weekend, or Thursday night as we're at, which string to pull and how that will affect which player and what that does. So the 9% of the footy stuff, he makes a decisive decision, but most of that comes from his assistants. The 1%, the magic that Fly has, is all around his ability to have really good relationships, understand his players, and pull the right string at the right time. And not all coaches have that, because not all coaches are relationship coaches. Some of them are really analytical and enjoy analysing the game, and they rely on the emotions from their assistants. Some of them are like Fly and are more relationship-based and rely on their assistants to give the analyst. I'm not saying Fly's not a fantastic analyst, but what I'm saying is his sparkle is in the relationships. Other coaches have their sparkle in game plans, etc., in other ways and other shapes.
And part of the reason I asked that, Whitey, when you get a team like, or a matchup like we've got tonight, these two squads know each other pretty well. And I just wonder whether or not that's still a part of modern footy, that the tweak on game day, we don't speak about it as much. Everyone speaks about our system.
Yeah.
But
well,
pulling a rein. I mean, if you're the jockey that goes inside or outside, it can be the difference between winning and losing.
100%. And Zane spoke to the assistant coach of Collingwood, Skipworth, just before. One of the things they spoke about this week, we haven't had enough time to do any training, really. So this is where the theory comes into play. When you've got short turnarounds, it might even be a walkthrough, but it's the ability, like Jamie was saying, during training, it's that ability to plant the seed of the players of these circumstances that might happen during the game. And you've got to actually rehearse that, whether it's on the whiteboard, whether it's walking out in the footy field, whatever it is. It's the ability to get them, because on game day, coaches need to actually make some moves, but then the players need to know their roles. So it needs to work in sync that way. But they need to understand what their role is. You know, if you're going to put, Pendlebury's going to go in the middle, but then he's going to go in the half-back flank. Okay, what's my role? Of course, he knows that, but you need to go through those circumstances. Okay, who's the most dangerous player? One of the things I saw last week, where Brisbane started to get on top, they started to play in front of Logan Morris. Now, what's Logan Morris? He's really good in the air. He can jump. You don't play him forward. You play behind him. You push him towards the boundary line. So those are the things you've got to understand and know who your opponent is to actually nullify him.
Yeah, interesting thoughts, Whitey. On the text 0437 774 774. Mary from South Hobart's talking about the weather in Tassie this week. Collingwood should have come down here to acclimatise. Good on you, Mary. David from Kansas sent a photo. Now, I know that's not great for radio unless I describe it for you. So he is a keen lawn bowler.
Got 34 on it. That's good.
And he's got a new set of lawn bowls, where the bias is in the middle. Basically, you know what I'm talking about here. He's got a magpie emblem in his bowls, and down the bottom they read Premiers 2023.
That's awesome.
So, David from Cairns, thank you. To Jack and Jesse, they're travelling from Murrayville to Swan Hill their Tiger supporters going for the Lions on home turf. Looking forward to the coverage tonight. Thank you. Yes, a lot of listeners tonight, no doubt, on the way to their Easter holidays. So take care on the roads, and you've got the footy with you here, be it on the old-fashioned radio or the ABC Listen app. It's the best way to keep in touch with the footy across this Easter weekend. Before the two teams get into action, Jack Payne continues to be a name which is being discussed in circles around the AFL as one of the growing defenders in the game. 74 games under his belt now, Jack Payne, and I was able to catch up with him a little bit earlier on before he went down and suited up. Let's take you into his prep for tonight's game.
Yeah, we certainly have been lucky enough to play in some big games over the years. Although this week's come really quick, given the short turnaround. We haven't done too much on the track this week. It's been more about recovery and preparation. But we're very much looking forward to tonight. It's going to be a good battle. We're getting word out of the coach that he's talked to you about. Okay, you're winning, but I'm not all that keen on the way you're going about it. So, what's this week's focus been on? Those areas that you need to try and improve to ensure you don't go too far behind in games? Yeah, obviously the start's been really pleasing. 5-0 is a great result, and I think as a club it's been the best start to the year we've ever had, so that's really pleasing. But as you touched on before, our starts in each game haven't been too flash, so tonight we're looking to rectify that and come out really positive and put together a four-quarter performance. What does it look like though on the footy field? What have you identified that has been missing? Yeah, I feel like teams are sort of coming after us now. So they're sort of coming bull at a gate from the get-go, and we quite haven't matched them in that regard. So we're looking to do that tonight and jump out of the blocks against Collingwood and give it our all. You've had a few great matchups with the Pies. When the back six get together and try and work out how to negate Collingwood's forwards, there never seems to be a straight line. They're a pretty dynamic forward line. So what have you worked on in the lead into this assignment? Yeah, they are. They're obviously a really classy outfit. They've got so many avenues to goals, as you touched on before. So, as I said, we really haven't done too much work on the training track this week. It's been more about recovery and preparation and looking at tapes from their previous 5 games of the year. We're looking at another good task tonight. They obviously got a dynamic forward-line duo. So, it's going to be a great battle for all the defenders tonight. Jack Payne's with you. Now, Jack, what if Billy Frampton goes forward again? The famous role that he played in the grand final where he negated Harris Andrews. So have you had a chat to Harris about that? You weren't there, of course, on that particular day, but how do the big men try and work their way through those types of problems? Yeah, I don't think too much changes really. If we were to face that situation tonight, then nothing really changes from our point of view. We just look to get each individual role done. Obviously you got McStay and Myercheck up there who they're some really good key forwards in the competition. So, Harris and I got another big battle tonight and we're very much looking forward to it. Shoulder to shoulder with Dan, if that happens. What'll that be like? Yeah, I reckon I've played on him once or twice since he's been down to Collingwood. So, we haven't had too much to say out on the field till after the game. But, obviously he's a class player and, he's had a good start to the year as well. So, very much looking forward to the matchup. You're a man from Noosa, which we know. Sunshine Coast boy through Melbourne, of course, but back up to these parts. Samuel Marshall, he is born and bred of southeast Queensland footy. Gets his chance tonight. What are we in for? Yeah, very excited for Sammy. He's coming from day one and just looked at home. So, as he touched on before, another Brisbane Lions Academy product. And over the years, we've been really lucky enough to evolve a lot of players from the academy into the AFL program. So, Sammy's an awesome player. He's a great young kid and can't wait to see him get to work tonight. How's your body feeling after the start of the season? I mean, the Premiers always get the shortest lead in, and then you had the inconsistency around when you actually started. Extra game with the postponement of the Geelong game and so forth. So, how are you feeling? Yeah, no, body's been really good. For me, over the years, I've sort of been a bit unlucky with injuries. Missed the 23 grand final, which is disappointing with an ankle injury. So, for me, I'm hoping to have an injury-free season and really set myself for the year ahead. So, we're 5 rounds in. We're pretty early, but the body's feeling good at the moment. What is it about Collingwood when it gets tight? I mean, you've had the lead in 2 out of the last 3 where they've got you. So I'm just wondering, I mean, in the back group,
what you see or what you can do, we can hardly question your guys' ability to win tight games. But the Pies are one that get you more often than not.
Yeah, they have, and we've sort of spoken about that during the week. We had a really good record over them for a number of years, and then I think in the last 3 or 4 battles they've had the wood over us. So obviously we want to change that tonight, and as I touched on before, like, we really want to have a good four-quarter performance. So
tactics or above the shoulders type of stuff? Is it in your head, or is it something that you need to do with the magnets and the way that you play your footy?
No, it's probably more above the head. Like, it's probably more a mental game than anything nowadays. So the pleasing thing is, with each win we've sort of had this year, we've sort of come from behind, which is really pleasing. So we know if Collingwood are going to be ahead at any stage tonight, we're not going to panic, and we know it's a long game, and we're able to come back and hopefully get that win. And what's the standard Jack Payne schedule before a night game? Are you one of those guys that is happy for the night games, or you hate waiting during the day? No, I like night games personally. It's a pretty slow build-up for me. So I like to go grab a coffee and go for a walk in the morning, and then it's pretty much just chill around home. And
Arvo snooze at all?
Yeah, Arvo snooze, yep. Yeah, good. Yeah, so no, very relaxed, and can't wait to get out there tonight. Thanks for your time, Jack. Big game tonight. All the best. Thank you very much. And really appreciate the players giving us a moment or two as they've arrived at the ground and getting ready. Of course, that was only about 45 minutes or so ago. Jack Payne chatting with me as he's about to run out onto the ground with the rest of his Brisbane Lions teammates. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. If you are late to the broadcast, Mason Cox is in. The switch has been pulled by Craig McRae. Lockie Sullivan out of the team. Ed Allen is the sub for Collingwood, and Sam Marshall, the young man from the Sunshine Coast that I was speaking there with the man from Noosa, Jack Payne. Sam Marshall is the sub in his debut tonight. James Tunstall also coming into the team with Bruce Revell out with a hamstring injury, and Will McLaughlin omitted. Quentin Harlan, Michael Price to call the action. Zane Bojack keeping his eye on the benches from the boundary line. Jeff White, the former All-Australian Melbourne Club champion, number 1 draft pick, alongside AFLW original and Queensland coach Jamie Stanton to break this down for you. The form lines could hardly be better. The scene is a gorgeous night for footy. Where are I starting to first, Jeff?
It's set up for a great night of footy. No dew. It's going to be perfect. It's absolute perfect conditions. It's going to be hot early, and I think it's going to go down to the side who owns the corridor, spreads the ball, quick movement, especially off the half-back line. Both clubs like to play in that style of manner. Lower the eyes, really slingshot off the half-back line. So, yeah, a lot of clubs talk about, forward half, forward pressure. It's going to be on. And these sides, I remember go back last year where those sides, I don't think Brisbane had probably only won one game or hadn't won a game at all, and Collingwood came up and beat them. And Collingwood travelled really, really well. So really looking forward to this contest. And there's matchups galore. So it's going to be a really ripping game.
Collingwood travel well, Whitey, because they never travel. The crowd's still Collingwood supporters. It's ridiculous. You hear them when they run out, and it's bloody Collingwood chants everywhere. Brisbane nearly get booed here when they play the Pies. It's crazy. I'm actually really excited to see the old boys and the Back to the Future stuff in terms of Pendlebury and Sidebottom. Like, Sidebottom's career was done 12 months ago. Everyone was saying he's got to retire, he's got to be done, but he's been part of the reason why they've been so successful. They've been able to rely on the guys that have been there and done that forever, and it'll be really interesting because they're now playing a team that's as experienced as them, but are younger, as people would say. They are stronger, fitter, faster due to their age profile in Brisbane. So it'll be really interesting to see that the Brisbane team, can they stop the wily old veterans and put them into the nursing home.
And what I was really impressed with Collingwood last week is not only you got your Dacos going through, Pendlebury, Lipinski, you've got Sidebottom play. Ned Long played awesome last week. He's body work, and I wouldn't be surprised. Big body, really owned his position in the centre at the stoppages last week. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to Lachie Neale, sort of like for like, body size in a way. And his positioning as a blocker last week was outstanding. Ability to get after the ball, but also to create space.
Yeah, Long certainly is the one new factor that we're starting to see. The Hawthorn discarders now willing to start to come into his own in this Collingwood team. on the SMS 0437 774 774. G'day to Jack from Wangaratta who texts, I'm listening to the ABC while camping on the banks of the Ovens River. I'm looking forward to a great weekend of ABC football on the radio. Yep.
I love that.
It's a part of Easter week.
You've got a smile on Whitey's face now.
Yeah.
I love the text messages. They're great.
Marcus at Karoi texts, tonight's two teams love to come from behind. Should make for an interesting first half of footy. He didn't actually... he used a different word. But, yes, it is going to be an interesting first half in that regard, Marcus. Very clever text. Down to Zano on the boundary just before we get to the opening bounce. Looking around... still a few seats about the place, Zane, but they're trying to cram in Vulture and Stanley Streets to get in for the opening bounce here.
22 degrees, absolutely superb, and the Magpie Army that has turned up here in numbers, Q, they are loving this weather, that is for sure. Will they be loving the game after the match is over? That's the big question. You mentioned Dad's Army, you've got Myercheck, you've got Cox, you've got Sidebottom, Pendles, he's almost 40. How can they compete against the Brisbane Lions, a side that's 5-0? No due, as Jeff White said. This is going to be a cracker. The build-up is immense. Can't wait. This is going to be an awesome match tonight.
Whitey, when you think of Jamie Elliott, what first comes to mind?
Oh, hang central. I love a hang tonight.
Anzac Day hang outside of that?
Yeah, I think I remember commentating with you a couple of years ago, and he went for one, and you had to put your hand on my shoulder just to stop commentating. I get excited. He's a wonderful player. You go back to the Anzac Day hanger last year over Mackay. He's just a wonderful athlete. And the great thing about Elliott, and congratulations to him and his family for 200 games tonight, but also just the adversity to go through, the back injuries and the adversity he's gone through. But he's great in the air, but on the ground he is super quick. He's great with his hands. He's good below his knees, and he's a match winner. And we've seen that so many times. So, that's love the hang from Elliott.
What about Jamie Elliott for you, Jamie Stanton?
Oh, he's what you aspire to be as a small forward, and now that's what I play. But I agree with Whitey. The resilience piece of the back injury is a really interesting one because it's not an injury that you see really in the AFL a lot. It's not an ACL and Achilles, those constant buzz injuries. So to come back from it, and something that we've all had back injuries as human beings, and we understand how debilitating they can be in normal day life, but the way he plays the game, his back would get an absolute pounding every time he falls off one of those hangs that Whitey was just talking about. So, look, good on him. He's, as Whitey said, he's an absolute match winner. But I also love his ability to bring and usher in this younger group of forward line and the way they played to get to their premiership. I think Jamie Elliott was a massive part of that leadership and development and sacrificing his role on game day to pass the torch on to Bobby Hill and allow that to flourish in their premiership year, as well as something that we probably don't talk about with Jamie that much.
Yeah, and I think in that successful premiership in 2023, there was a lot of times where he was leading up to the ball, and it was Bobby Hill that was leading into his space that he was creating. So, very, what a teammate for the Collingwood Football Club, and what a player he's been.
And you've been around a while when you've got the stat of debuting at Football Park. It's been a while since they've played out at Westlake. So round 9, 2012 against Adelaide was his first game, and that was out at Footy Park. And you think it was early in his career. So 2016 was the year that he missed with his back, and then got back and played some footy in 2017, and then didn't play 2018 with an ankle injury. And you could see how good he was. Beautiful set shot, great athlete, great mark. And you think, well, how can he come back just as good if these injuries keep plaguing him? And here he is, all the way now in 2025, and a 200 gamer and a premiership player, and still such a valuable part of this team.
And an extension of that is tip the hat to the medical staff at Collingwood as well.
So the Pies are in there, dare I say it, traditional white with the black stripes, although more often than not they play in the black with the white stripes these days. But this is the old home strip, which is now their away strip, the white with the black stripes, Michael.
Speaking of home strip, did you see the banner, the Collingwood banner? We are the Pies of Brisbane Town, the opening line of the Brisbane song. Cheeky, I love it. What a brilliant piece of work from the cheer squad.
Jeff, what was it like when you played your first game of footy? What's going through Sam Marshall's mind at the moment?
Yeah.
Another academy product.
Oh, another academy product, and outstanding with the Allies last year. I got to see him first-hand play, but congratulations to Sam and his family as well. But, yeah, be very, very nervous. And I think, I'm not a big fan of the sub. I don't want to be controversial in saying that, but I'm not him starting as a sub, but then Levi started as a sub. But I think in that sense, it gives him an opportunity to sort of soak it in a little bit. He's not starting on the field. He's not starting the bench. So he gets his opportunity to get his mind into the game, what the tactics, maybe who he might line up against and the positioning sort of stuff. So in a way, it might be able to calm him a little bit.
I've got Nikki's text from earlier on. She wanted a tip so she could get her footy tips.
Oh, yeah.
She's only got about 2 minutes before the round starts.
Yep.
So whether she's submitted or not, we'd better get your tips.
I'm going to go the Pies. I saw both, but just the way they played last week. But, yeah, I'm going to go the Pies tonight. Close one.
Jamie?
Yeah, the Pies played fantastic footy last week, but I'm actually going the Lions. I think on their home deck, they've lost the last 3 against the Pies. I think there's a bit of a score to settle, and they'll be keen to do it.
They go 50-50.
There you go,
Not
Nikki.
helpful, Nikki, sorry.
That helps you out.
Well, you guys haven't tipped yet.
Well, we're the who and the what. You're the how and the why.
Yeah, but you call a lot of games too.
Go on, Q.
Well...
And you watched them live last week too.
The scary thing, I will say this. Brisbane is in third gear and 5-0.
Yeah.
You reckon a Thursday night game against Collingwood isn't the perfect opportunity to actually start to get things right?
Yeah.
And I say that, get things right 5-0.
And get that right from the outset, not at half time.
I look at it in a long-term sort of scope. I think there's probably more upside in the Lions than there is in Collingwood.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Is that a fair enough way to look at it?
Yeah.
Might be proven wrong.
Nah, your who and your what, as you called yourself, is 100%, I think, correct, unlike what Whitey said before. But it's also hard to beat a team that's playing at their best, and that's what Collingwood's doing at the moment.
Yep.
But I do agree with you, Q. Brisbane are going to win.
I just think with the conditions, perfect conditions, the way Collingwood moved the ball last week, particularly backward of centre, was awesome. So if they could have that connection again tonight, it's really hard for Brisbane Lions to zone off when it's going so quick.
So if you are just tuning in, Mason Cox is playing. He was listed as an emergency, but he's into the playing team with Lockie Sullivan out. Ed Allen is the sub for Collingwood. No changes for Brisbane. Sam Marshall, the debutant from Kawana Park on the Sunshine Coast. If you're listening to us up there, got tourists all around the place for the Easter weekend. Well done to Sam Marshall, who of course finished his footy education down at school at Melbourne Grammar and at Sandringham Dragons. But another academy product. He will play in number 20. Handy number 20 for the Brisbane Lions, Simon Black.
He presented the jumper to him too.
Yep, he's the sub tonight. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Easter weekend gets underway in front of a packed house in glorious conditions at the Gabba with Michael Price.
Umpire Du Bois has held the ball aloft in the middle of the Gabba. Jamie Elliott won the toss in his 200th game. McInerney versus Cameron. Cameron gets it down. Zach Bailey for Brisbane. Can't quite pick it up. Enter Lockneil. Gives it to Zorko. Standing start. Kicks it to centre half forward. Fisted forward. Josh Dacos gathers. Looping handball, puts his teammate under pressure. Now it's Josh Dacos tracking the ball towards the boundary line. Taps it in front of Steele side bottom. He kicks it long down the line. Looking for McStay, the former Lion, spoiled by Harris Andrews. Confronted when he picked the ball up by Dunkley. And Harris Andrews joins in, locks the ball in between wing and half forward, with the Pies going towards the school end, the left, as we're looking at it.
So Darcy Moore's on Logan Morris of the early matchups as McInerney tangles with Cameron. Ball tapped over the boundary line. Dunkley tries to keep it in but can't. So another throw in.
And I noticed that Darcy Cameron, as soon as it centre bounce, he went straight back. So he's going to play behind the ball.
And Cox is playing forward with Jack Payne on him. Ball tossed into the air. Cameron at front of McInerney. McInerney got the fist. Long tries to pick up. His hand pass turned over. Stolen by Will Ashcroft. Hand pass stolen by Josh Dacos of the Pies. Hands it to Crisp on the wing. Has a moment to assess. Kicks Collingwood into attack and McStay takes the mark. 2-on-2 contest. McStay best place and hands in front of his eyes takes a clean clunk, 45 out, tough angle to the right.
I already love their delivery of the Pies. It's the second time he's led up to the ball, and it hasn't been a looping in the air. It's been really sharp and direct in front of Harris Andrews.
Daniel McStay knows these climbs better than most. Left foot kick. That is a pure strike for the Pies first. Oh. Brilliant opening for the ex-Lion here for the Black and Whites on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood won straight. Brisbane yet to score through 2 minutes.
Carrying on from what Whitey said then around the Collingwood's delivery inside 50, Mason Cox was fantastic. His body work on Payne, who wanted to come in as the third man, he actually held and wrestled him really well and positioned him right pretty much under the contest so that McStay could come and flush across the front with that lowered kick that Whitey was talking about, which allowed McStay to do what he's really good at, lead up and keep Harris out of it.
So Dan McStay, who much maligned for his goal kicking here at the Gabba over his Lions career, did not spend any time over the ball and then smashed it through. Beautiful kick to start proceedings.
Flight path was dart-like.
Absolutely. One straight to the Pies, back into the middle. McInerney versus Cameron. Cameron gets it forward for the Pies. Free kick on play. He's won a free kick, the big Collingwood ruckman. He goes back. Just looking to direct a bit of traffic, then he peels off to the right. Kicks it to the right forward pocket once again. Mason Cox is the target. There's been a hold. They were worried about the height of the big man. They were holding him. Mason Cox gets the free kick. 35 metres out, slight angle to the right.
This is what this is definitely a ploy. They had trouble last week, Brisbane, with Darcy. So I'm not saying like for like here. Obviously know where Cox is in his career, but just that height. I mean, 6'10". It's hard to get over.
Jack Payne had a big fistful of jumper. Mason Cox to the hoots of the Gabba crowd. He pokes at that one and pushes it wide. One behind. 1-1-7 to the Pies. The Lions yet to score. 3.5 minutes gone to the first term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Oh, they've done it many times before, but Harris Andrews working on Dan McStay. And McStay says, how about 1-0, Harris? Already got the first goal, and those two have been body checking each other like you wouldn't believe.
Wilmot runs to the pocket, chips to Rayner, marks at half back, kicks back inside 50, a little dangerous. But Zorko marks despite Cox's late arriving pressure. Zorko chips back to Wilmot. Brisbane with the ball at left half back. Wilmot plays on. Later pressure from McCreary. Got dumped after the kick. Is it worthy of a free kick? No, play on. Howe flies the pack on the wing, couldn't mark, but Collingwood at the Rove. Hands through Cameron to side bottom. Then Nick Dacos to Long. Now Josh Dacos in the middle. Driving ball to full forward. McStay flies, got a hand, couldn't mark. Ball on the deck. Andrews roves for Brisbane. Hand passes to Leicester. Rush clearing kicks fortuitously. Marked by McCluggage at half back.
Quick handball to Will Ashcroft, then to Cam Rayner. Back to McCluggage in stellar form. He puts it to half forward. The kick not that great. Darcy Cameron picks it up for the Pies. Handball off to Howe. That's a beautiful pass to the centre, to the wing of the commentary side. Finds Hill. He chips it forward. Lipinski gathers about 20 metres forward of that position for Bobby Hill. Just forward to centre wing, Vulture Street side. He directs traffic, then goes back into the corridor. That's another low kick, a spearing kick towards Cox. It was spoiled, ends up with Answorth, and he chips it forward to find Eric Hipwood at right half back. He's getting a lot of applause, Big Eric.
Kicks around the wing. And Dunkley had run on and takes the mark in front of the broadcast position. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Perfect conditions to start round 6 as Dunkley's kick too wide towards half forward, out of bounds on the full.
So really good defence here from Collingwood. They're clogging up the corridor. Half forwards to Goey and that are coming up. So that's forcing Collingwood to go down. Brisbane to go down the line.
Josh Dacos takes the free kick forward of left half back. Runs in field, kicks Collingwood towards the half-forward flank. McInerney punches the pack, got it away from Cameron. Roved by Hipwood of Brisbane. Hand pass to the wing from McCluggage. Very short pass, not 15. Rayner gathers it and runs around Josh Dacos. Kicks deep for Cameron. Great spoil. Moore punches it out. Little Charlie got climbed over the top of by Big Darcy to knuckle it over the boundary line for a throw-in the right forward pocket for the Lions. Collingwood 1-1. Brisbane yet to score. 6 minutes play.
He's back to all Australian form, isn't he? Darcy Moore at the moment.
Poor entry by Brisbane, though. He's got running on inside 50, Will Ashcroft with no one to be seen, and goes the long one.
Throw in, right forward pocket. McInerney in front position. It skims his knuckles, goes over the back of the pack, picked up by Crisp. Tackled as he lets go the ball. Charlie Cameron dancing through traffic. He's tackled holding the ball. Good defence from the Pies. Now Howe wants to play on quickly, gives it off to Perryman, confronted by Berry. Puts a lot of pressure on the kick, and that causes Wilmot to come in and mark it at left half forward for the Lions. He's a bit confused as to where to go. Handballs backwards to Zorko. Zorko hits the corridor, retreats a little to about centre wing on the outer side and finds Harris Andrews, who's gesturing to slow it down. Now he's going to go long into the left forward pocket. Rayner flies in the front position, couldn't quite take it. There's a free kick, a whistle on play. It's going to go to Brisbane. Didn't see what that one was for. Obviously a hold in the pack. And Rayner was dealt with. He was at the front. He will take the kick, and he's about 40 metres out, and it's a very tight angle to the left. This is in his wheelhouse. Can't see much on the replay there.
Might have been before he went to jump. Looked like it pulled his jumper a little bit, but besides that, looked like a pretty even contest.
So Cam Rayner, probably lucky to get that one, will release this from around about 45. As I say, a tight angle to the left. It's not a bad looking drop punt, but it is wide. It is one behind. The first score for the Lions, 1-1-7. Plays one behind, 6 points the margin, 8 gone first term. Pies bring it back in quickly, Jamie Stanton.
But that's exactly what Cam Rayner has to do. He's actually playing directly on Josh Dacos, and Josh Dacos wants to play offensively, and Cam Rayner has to take advantage of it when it goes inside forward 50.
Well, Maynard was the exit kick, but turned it over on the wing, and on the slingshot, Bailey intercepted, gave to McCluggage, and he hits Cal Archie. Archie taking the mark in the right back pocket, just as it looked like Collingwood was out on an elementary play from the kick-in, but Maynard's turnover on the wing, and now Callum Archie, who has become such a valuable cog in this team for Brisbane. 35 out, hard in the right forward pocket, beautiful right foot drop punt, but just near side. Well struck, good line, but slightly near side for a point. Collingwood 1-1, Brisbane 2 behinds. 8.5 played, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Once again, the Pies bring it back in quickly. Perriman receives. The former Giant, he's holding things up as the Lions get set up in the corridor. So he comes out to left half back, finds Maynard. He's got plenty of room. He's got Lipinski leading on the wing. That's a lovely weighted kick. Finds Lipinski. Even though Zach Bailey arrived late, he's just forward to centre wing, Vulture Street side. Aggressive kick back towards the corridor, finds Nick Dacos. He's going to give it back to Lipinski, who's run forward to left half forward. It's a good use of the ball. There's a nice lead. Honoured Myercheck. Hit on the chest by Lipinski. He's still at left half forward, 55 from goal. He's gesturing that he's going to go long. Once again, he peels off into the right and pops it to the goal square. Looking for the big men and flying there. Intercept, Harris Andrews, strong defensive mark.
Here go Brisbane on the quick release. Kicks it Day, marks it half back, hands to Neil, hands it to Morris on half back, then hands through Levi Ashcroft, hands it to Neil, and that has to hold up. They look backwards now. Collingwood getting back in number as Ashcroft checks backwards, and Leicester takes the grab. So Brisbane were hoping to ping down the outer wing, but now back on half back. 1-2 with Ashcroft and Leicester by hand. Gives to Dunkley. Dunkley to Bailey under pressure. Crisp with the tackle, no prior. No. High contact. Free kick. And the free kick goes to Tunstall of Brisbane, who got taken high. Kicks to half forward. Neil takes the mark. Line 70 from goal. Neil with a right foot driving kick to full forward. Off the hands, back of the pack. Darcy Cameron there for the Pies. Ham passes to Myercheck all the way back at fullback. Ham passes it over the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in, with Brisbane next to the point post. Pies lead it early by 5 points.
They're clogging up the back line there by getting Darcy Cameron to stay kick behind the ball. So Oscar McInerney's playing on him and playing him as a forward at the moment.
Throw in, forward pocket. Cameron got it down to Maynard for the Pies. Handball to Crisp. Well done. Gives it back to Perryman. Off a standing start. He lobs it just short of centre wing. Off hands, long, tackled off the ball. Gathered there by Lee. It was Jasper Fletcher, in fact, got his handball away. It was intercepted by Nick Dacos. Indiscriminate handball. Cut off there by Zorko for Brisbane. Wheels onto his right. Kicks it long, but Darcy Cameron filled the hole. He'll take the mark. The big Pies ruckman drops back and takes a defensive mark at full back.
Short pass to Nick Dacos. And the red boots. Nikos to Dacos. Josh, the next man in the line. Brotherly love on this Thursday night. Josh Dacos to the middle for Pendlebury. So chip mark. And Pendlebury just defensive side of the bullseye. Chips to half-forward. Gathered on the half volley by De Goey. Kick around the body. Intercepted by Tunstall of Brisbane on D50. Kicks to the middle of the ground. Zorko marks. He started well, the Zork. Plays on. Quick little pass to Will Ashcroft. Hands it back to Tunstall. Kicks it wide. Neil marks just forward of the wing.
So Lachie Neale just holds things up in front of the Brisbane Lions bench. Zorko's asking for it in the middle. Instead, he peels off a short pass to find Jasper Fletcher. Once again in good form. That's a bit of a floating sack, but it worked. It hit the big man, Oscar McInerney.
And that's exactly what I was saying. So when Darcy goes behind and he's closer to goal than what Oscar is, he's got to be dangerous. He's got to come to the ball. He's got to play like a forward. So then it sucks Darcy to actually then play one-on-one. So it's a great kick to the favoured side there and well managed there by Oscar McInerney to have a shot on goal.
The Lions ruckman is 25 out. Just a slight angle to the left. You don't want to say this when they're lining up, but he's usually a good kick for goal. Comes in and makes no mistake. The Lions get there first and hit the lead. 1-2-8 to the Pies, 1-1-7. 13 minutes gone of the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I don't really want to talk ruck stuff with a fantastic ruckman in the room, but it's actually quite opposite ruckman playing tonight. Cameron sits behind the ball 24/7 and actually helps the Collingwood structured defence, where McInerney does actually like to go forward and get involved offensively. So it's quite interesting to see if Oscar can take more advantage of that as we continue to play out the rest of this game.
And sometimes you've got to use him as well. If Darcy is going to go back, so 30, 40 metres and have that kick and a half behind the play, you actually can use Oscar through the corridor. You use him as a chip and run. They're very skilled side, the Brisbane Lions. So that's an opportunity to use him. So then it draws Darcy out of that clog in the hole inside forward 50.
Bit of Ruck 101 from Jeff White with Jamie Stanton. Your experts on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and already the locals are trying to just remind all the black and white in the house that this, in fact, is their backyard. Centre bounce, roved by Dacos Josh. Hand pass 1-2. In fact, it was Nick through Pendlebury back to Nick Dacos. Runs to half forward. Kicks to McStay. Two grubber. Mark Payne in the pack, 30 out.
I'll say it now, Q. Collingwood's a lot cleaner below their knees at the moment. And it's always a really big indicator of how the side is going to perform for the rest of the night. And what a kick from Nick Dacos on the favoured side. Outstanding. So hard to defend.
McStay had 3 in that pack to beat.
Yeah, but you've also got to put it in position so he can, fly for it.
Already got one, Dan McStay. 30 in front. Another beautiful kick. Something's changed since he went to Collingwood. He comes to this ground, doesn't look like missing with a set shot. 2 straight. For Dan McStay, Collingwood 2-1-13, back to the lead. Brisbane 1-2-8, 15 minutes played.
Well, part of the reason why teams are so successful in going inside 50 and is the kick inside 50 directly. What most teams are trying to do now is actually kick directly across the body. So if you use the centre square as your reference point and the goal square as the reference point directly down the middle, they try and kick to the opposite corner that they're travelling from. So Dacos was coming out the boundary side where the benches are here at the Lions, and they kicked directly across towards the point post, but the corner at the top of the square of the goal square, which actually allows Harris and puts Harris in a really poor defensive positioning and allows the forward to leave that as a whole space and actually lead into, which is really great forward craft.
So what are we, 15 minutes into the first term? Dacos brothers have got 14 disposals between them. Josh with 8 and Nick with 6.
What a touch.
And once again, Pendlebury explodes from the pack, but his kick a little astray on the left foot and was cut off there by Wilmot for Brisbane. He's got his back to his own goal 45 metres away. He wants to go laterally to the right and finds Harris Andrews. Once again, the Pies have set up beautifully as Andrews has to once again go laterally to the left and find Answorth. Answorth now, he chips it further, still inside defensive 50, but It's with Jack Payne at left half back. Just looking for an option. He kicks it long down the line. Looking for Logan Morris. Spoiled by Darcy Moore for the Pies over the boundary line. In front of Lockneil, we're going to throw in between wing and right half forward for Collingwood on the Stanley Street side of the ground.
Just really suffocating them at the moment, aren't they? Collingwood are able to just pin them on the one side, not allow them to switch or even get the short 45.
It's a wild boundary throw in, went about 5 metres away from the ruckman. They play on. Cox got there, kicks it off the ground. McCreary picks up for Collingwood. Hands it to Nick Dacos, hands it on to Crisp. Hands it around the wing to Pendlebury, about 70 out, gets on his left boot. A high entry to the pocket from Pendles. McStay again, first hand, couldn't mark. Rode by Myercheck, lightning from hands to boot. And the snap from the pocket is true. And a third goal for Collingwood. Brody Myercheck with an excellent finish. And the Magpies lead by 11 points. Collingwood 3-1-19. Brisbane 1-2-8. 17.5 first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And sorry, Jamie, but it's 6-1 in the clearances already in favour of Collingwood. Below your knees, great clearance there on the stop. The band just throwing on the wing then.
And I was going to comment on how the Collingwood Talls are actually placing Harris and Jack Payne very separate. They're playing them very much separate, but directly in line with each other. So they're literally like a straight line. So they actually can't come off and help and support each other. So McStay flies on Payne and Myercheck's sucked Harris underneath, so it becomes a front of the ball spot where you don't want Harris to be.
They're looking good, the Pies. The banner said the Pies of Brisbane Town. They're acting like it at the moment. Day versus Cox in the ruck. Cox gets it down. Towed forward there by Nick Dacos. Grabbed by Tunstall for the Lions. He evades one tackle, gets pinged in the second, holding the ball. Once again, that's a feature that's been added to Nick Dacos' game. 9 tackles last week, and he was awarded with a good one there. He kicks it to right forward pocket. Didn't quite make it there. Good defensive mark. Putting himself in the hole, Jared Berry. Courageous effort. Takes the grab.
Pies by 11 early on. Perfect conditions to open round 6. Holy Thursday here, heralding the start of the Easter weekend of footy. Berry's kicked to left half back, marked by Dunkley, who's now called to play on. Kicks the ball down the outer wing. Cox flies the pack for Collingwood. Slaps it away. Volleyball around before it's picked up by Bailey of Brisbane on the wing. Rush kick to half forward. Charlie Cameron marks it. 55 out. Quick kick to full forward. Beautifully weighted. Over the head of Frampton. Into the chest of Hipwood. Takes the grab. 20 out directly in front.
What a great kick. And the ability to just swing around on his right foot and get it in there quick, because they had no chance to zone off. Great kick. Great movement from Hipwood too. Created 2-3 leads and then double back on the fat side.
Eric Hipwood. Unbelievable second half last week against the Bulldogs with the 5 goals, having had only the 1 touch to half time. This is just what key forwards want first up. 30 out directly in front as a sighter. How's Hipwood's left boot? It's a good one. It's a second goal for Brisbane. 5 points to lead to the Magpies. Collingwood 3-1-19. Brisbane 2-2-14. 20 minutes played first term. And Eric Hipwood now has 11 goals for the season.
And I know we carry on about this kick inside 50 a lot of the time, but the way that the players deliberately kick the ball to what we would say as AFL people, the fat side, which is the open side or the opposite side of the field to anyone listening to us, it doesn't allow the defender any time, body contact, space to get involved, because defenders like to sit up in front or just on the shoulder of the skinny side, because that's where they have full control, because normally forwards want to lead up at the kicker. Players that have the ability to kick to the fat side or the open side, as more people would call it, is how you get these particularly special inside 50 kicks that we talk a lot about.
Collingwood, the clearances 8-1 at the moment, back into the middle, tapped down by Cameron. It was intercepted there by McLuggage, who's immediately wrapped up by Pendlebury, holding the ball. With no prior opportunity, but the legend gives the handball back to the run of Nick Dacos, on fire early. He delivers it into the forward pocket, looking there for Will Hoskin-Elliott. It was well spoiled at ground level. The tackle, and boy, there's a little bit of stink between Harris Andrews and his former teammate
They've got to tidy up the centre bounce. Brisbane, they're getting slaughtered out of there.
He was actually wrestling with Brodie Myercheck there.
5 centre bounce clearances to Collingwood, 1 to Brisbane, Jeff. Just the stat to back that up. Boundary throw in with Collingwood in attack. Tunstall roves, ineffective handball, still in the chop. Perryman tries to bash through, lost it. Brisbane's ball, or just as they were breaking free, Perryman is pinged for holding the ball, so Jared Berry will get the free kick for the Lions. Just forward of full back. 5 points the lead to Collingwood. Berry indecisive. Does a 360 on himself before kicking it to a 2-on-2 on the wing. Darcy Cameron meets it and marked it for Collingwood. So the Pies on halfway, set up once more. Cameron kicks wide, too wide for Lipinski, who was running forward in space at left half forward. Bounces in front of him and out of play. Boundary throw in. Left half forward for Collingwood, right half back for Brisbane. And the Magpies 3-1-19, the Lions 2-2-14. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
So it's been thrown in at left half forward. Umpire struggles to get some distance on that one. Looping enough. McInerney beautifully tapped down to Neal. His handball intercepted by Pendlebury. Puts it inside 50. Intercepted there by Wilmot for the Brisbane Lions. He wants to play on quickly. It's an aggressive kick to find Levi Ashcroft just outside the arc. He's urged to play on. As he stepped off that mark, he goes further left. And he finds Tunstall, the inclusion tonight for the Brisbane Lions, along with young Sam Marshall, who is the sub. He goes long down the line to left half forward. Big pack. It was a big fly. Logan Morris did it beautifully with a second grab. He plays on. Oh, he puts the pressure on Zorko. The Zork lets go from 50. It's a low worm burner. And Darcy Cameron, the big ruckman, gets back on the line. Did well to fist it through for one behind. 19 plays 15. It is a 4-point margin in favour of the Pies.
They're late to the call. Mason Cox playing with Lockie Sullivan removed from the team. That was the late switch. Ed Allen, the sub for the Magpies. Sam Marshall for Brisbane. Maynard runs beyond the goalmouth. Long inbound to the wing. Andrews at the front of the pack. Almost marked. Long spoils, but roved by Tunstall of Brisbane. Kick to Will Ashcroft, who roves at half forward. 60 out. Hand pass to Morris. Morris's kick marked by Archie. 40 from goal. Slight angle to the left.
Geez, both sides are kicking awesome inside forward 50. Just lowering their eyes and if they take a chance and they are under pressure to bomb it, they're hitting to the fat side and they're summing up the situation extremely quick. But Logan Morris, just he looked inside, lowered his eyes, bang. Great kick.
Callum Archie assessing his set shot, which would return Brisbane to the lead. An entertaining first quarter. Nice kick, just the near side though. A behind. Yeah, it shaved the post near side. Collingwood by 3 points, 3-1-19 to 2-4-16, 24.5.
Second behind to Cal Archie as the Pies go straight down the corridor. Beautiful kick. Quaynor got his fist to it, promoted it beyond the centre circles, then followed the ball up. Enter Noah Answorth for the Lions, who did beautifully, gathered and then put it out to centre wing. Charlie Cameron got it, then burnt off his opponent, kicks it inside 50, and it's a fly over the top. It was Frampton who fisted it over the boundary line.
Sorry.
And it's going all the way back to a free kick on the arc at right half back. Lipinski, who chips it forward to find Josh Dacos.
That point kicking set play was unreal from Collingwood.
And Josh Dacos is getting a 50-metre penalty. Zach Bailey with a 38th parallel infringement into the no-go zone.
How good are the players though? They know when they've gone over the mark. They point it out really well.
So Josh Dacos now is 51 metres out. He has a long right foot shot at goal, which salutes another for the Pies in the first term. A fourth first quarter goal for Collingwood. And the first of the night for Josh Dacos. In fact, his first of the season. Magpies 4-1-25, Lions 2-4-16.
That's the ability to stay in the moment there. The Fakes wouldn't be happy with that. The Brisbane Lions player was still arguing with the umpire on the mark, and then Josh Dacos just played on. He was so good awareness from Josh Dacos, but not staying present from the Brisbane Lions player. He's not going to change his decision, so you don't need to stand there. And he actually turned his back to the play, and that allowed Josh Dacos to go through his 50 and kick a goal. So great finish.
A fair start for him, 9 disposals now with a goal. For Josh Dacos, his brother Nick's got 10.
Team Dacos 19, Team Ashcroft. Well, they got for the first term
4 and 3, 7.
7
between them. Back into the middle. That's an awkward bounce. It's still called play on. Cameron got it down. Lockie Neal intercepted for Brisbane. The handball off to McCluggage. You put Berry under pressure. They're putting pressure on the Pies. Now DeGoey gets it from centre half forward. Good smothering effort there from Lockie Neal. It bounces back into the hands of Long. They fire a handball off Nick Dacos. It's just put in the path of Hill. His handball to Elliott. The 200th game, he curls it around, one behind. Almost a beautiful bit of theatre there for Jamie Elliott. 26, 25. It is 26 that plays 16. The scoreboard's extremely slow. 10 points the margin in favour of Collingwood.
I think the footy's quite quick, Michael, perhaps as well. Fletcher receives in the left back pocket. Long kick towards the wing. It hit Frampton's head, which was an effective enough way to get the ball away from Sam Day, who was the target, and it bounces out of play.
Collingwood would be happy with their half forwards, creating contest not only in the stoppages but also coming up and clogging the corridor. So DeGoey, Bobby Hill, Elliott, creating a lot of havoc for Brisbane at the moment.
Voice of Jeff White, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Boundary throw in, true outer wing. McCluggage roves for Brisbane. Hand passes to Bailey, kicks to Day, who takes the mark. 60 out left, half forward. Taking a moment to assess this forward entry, Sam Day. Chips it to the pocket, beautifully past Hipwood's chest. It's right on the boundary, but Hipwood did not have to break stride, clutching that chest mark. 35 out, left forward pocket.
I love the leading patterns there of all the Brisbane Lions forwards. They really ripped hard back towards the goal square and then came back up at the kicker. So as a defender, you don't know whether they're getting the ball out the back or if they're going to come back up at the kicker and they've got which side you got to defend. Do you defend the front side or do you defend the back side? All because of the way of the intensity the leading has happened.
Jamie Stanton with you on ABC Sport. Eric Hipwood hard on the boundary. 45 out. Left foot, drop punt goes across the face. And out of play, off hands. No, out of bounds on the full's the call from the boundary up. And free kick will be taken by Frampton for Collingwood in the left back pocket.
So Billy Frampton. Sam Day's a long way back on the mark, so he saunters forward. Now, there's been a whistle on play immediately. It's been a hold. They're worried about the height of Mason Cox.
They are worried. It's twice now he's got 2 free kicks, but simply just standing down the line.
At left half back, he's got a runner. Maynard gives him the handball. Spearing pass finds side bottom. Fumbled, uncharacteristic for Steele side bottom. Slaps it back into the corridor, picked up by Perryman. Tackled by Lockneil, let loose the ball. Crowd wanted ball. Nothing doing, says the umpire. Side bottom. Handball to Maynard. Knocked off it by Cameron. Gathered by Quaynor for the Pies. Handball Josh Dacos. A looping kick inside 50. Myercheck the target. Spoiled nicely. Good effort there. Coming from Noah Answorth over the boundary line. Gabba crowd hoots the umpiring fraternity. We'll get a throw in 45 metres out left forward pocket.
But this is the one night of the year where you don't know whether it's the Collingwood mob hooting or the Brisbane mob hooting. They do make themselves known here. It's the closest to the 50-50 crowd that we get here all season, with the Pies fans turning up in number. Boundary throw in. Dunkley roves to clear immediate danger for Brisbane. Kick to the flank. Well gathered by Rayner. Tapped it to himself. Got a kick around the body just as the quarter-time siren sounds, which ensures that Steele Sidebottom and Cam Rayner and Brayden Maynard and Jared Berry can come in and just say, what did you think of that half hour of footy? Just a little bit of a hold at arm's length from that group before it's quickly broken up, and they'll go to the huddles for the quarter-time addresses. Collingwood leads by 10 points at quarter-time. The Magpies 4 goals to 26 to Brisbane's 2 goals for 16. Daniel McStay has 2 goals for Collingwood. The others to Brody Myercheck and to Josh Dacos, while Brisbane's 2 both singles, Oscar McInerney and Eric Hipwood. Collingwood 4-2-26. Brisbane 2-4-16. Holy Thursday from the Gabba. It's always a part of this round of football. Hope you're enjoying Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix on the ABC Listen app.
Can you believe it? A new game high.
Wherever you are and whatever you're doing.
He drives it home.
AFL and NRL.
Bing, bing, bing.
Live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Crisp on the wing. Has a moment to assess. Kicks Collingwood into attack and McStay takes the mark. 2-on-2 contest. McStay, best place. Takes a clean clunk, 45 out, tough angle to the right. Daniel McStay knows these climbs better than most. Left foot kick. That is a pure strike for the Pies first.
So Lachie Neale just holds things up in front of the Brisbane Lions bench. Peels off a short pass to find Jasper Fletcher. Once again in good form. That's a bit of a floating sack, but it worked. It hit the big man, Oscar McInerney. The Lions ruckman is 25 out. Just a slight angle to the left. Comes in and makes no mistake. The Lions get there first and hit the lead.
Through Pendlebury, back to Nick Dacos. Runs to half forward. Kicks to McStay. 2 for Abba. Mark Payne in the pack, 30 out. Already got one, Dan McStay. 30 in front. Another beautiful kick. Hands it around the wing to Pendlebury. About 70 out. Gets on his left boot. A high entry to the pocket from Pendles. McStay again, first hand, couldn't mark. Rode by Myercheck. Lightning from hands to boot. And the snap from the pocket is true. And a third goal for Collingwood. 30 out directly in front as a sighter. How's Hipwood's left boot? It's a good one. It's a second goal for Brisbane. So Josh Dacos now is 51 metres out. He has a long right foot shot at goal, which salutes another for the Pies in the first term.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Entertaining first quarter of football. Collingwood leads it by quarter time on Thursday night footy. You're hearing it through ABC Sport. Love to hear from you, by the way, on the text message 0437 774 774. G'day to Marcus in balmy South Melbourne. He texts, am I right in thinking the standard of field kicking in this match is of a standard above most other teams? Cracking first quarter. Good question, Marcus. Let's throw it to our experts, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White.
Yes, certainly is, to answer your question. Just precision. I love the way they've been able to just... so Collingwood, for instance, when they're backward of centre, ability to use Lipinski on the wing. So they're separating, creating a lot of space. And then the ability to go through the middle. Dacos, both Josh and Nick. And then just lower their eyes. And where they're kicking it to inside forward 50 for both sides, in my opinion, when the kicker is not kicking it on the head of the forward, they're kicking into the space where they believe is where so they're almost basically putting where the forward should go. And that's really smart play on how they're doing it. For mine, though, with Brisbane, they've got the 2 set shots have been in the V, but a lot of the other set shots have been near the boundary line. So they might have to tidy that up a little bit. But one of the big areas that they need to clean up, they're 11-4 in clearances in favour of Collingwood. So Brisbane's really got to tidy that up and get their hands on the ball and try and negate. Just so much movement going on with it, especially in the centre bounce. They've just got to try and stop it.
I think part of the reason why, Whitey, they're having their majority of their marks inside 50 outside of what we would traditionally call the V in front of goal is because of the way Collingwood's defending. They're actually putting a lot of their numbers into the corridor and pushing Brisbane to play the slow mark game down the wing. Now, Brisbane are, as the texter just said, a very good kicking team, so they can take those options along the wing, but it's not their A game. It's not really what they want to do, and that's how teams are trying to play Brisbane at the moment. We always talk about Zorko coming through the corridor, especially at the Gabba with the shorter field, or it feels shorter at least. So with Collingwood clogging the corridor, it only allows the hit-up leads into the pockets because of where the ball's actually coming from, skinny on the wing. So when they've been able to get it into the V is when they've been able to have their fast play, and they can utilise that open side.
And Darcy Cameron, even though Darcy Cameron's playing behind the ball, and Oscar McInerney's on him, when the Brisbane player looks, he sees one-on-one. So it forces him to actually kick laterally. So even though, Darcy Cameron had 6 possessions in that first quarter, I know Oscar kicked a goal, but he's just clogging up that inside corridor, inside the V, inside forward 50. So it's actually forcing those kickers to kick laterally.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton with the analysis of Collingwood's 10-point quarter-time lead. Dacos incorporated 21. Give it 11 to Nick and 10 to Josh. They lead the way for the Magpies. Pendlebury with 7. That's first quarter disposals. Brisbane's best, Lachie Neale with 8 in the first term. James Tunstall on return to the team, 7 first quarter possessions. And Zorko, Wilmot and McCluggage with 6. In the sibling bingo, by the way, Ashcroft's 7 trailed Dacos's 21. Will's got 4 of them. Levi's got 3. Levi 4. Will's got 3. So, and the clearances, as Jeff was talking about, 11-4 in favour of Collingwood in that first quarter. And from the centre bounce, 6-1 for the Magpies from the bullseye. They lead the inside 50s as well, the Pies, 15-10, and they lead the game by 10 points as we start this second quarter with Michael Price.
As the umpire bangs it down the middle of the Gabba, Darcy Cameron versus McInerney. McInerney got it down, but Pendlebury stole it and immediately gave it off to that man, Nick Dacos. Can they control him? Doesn't look like it. The left foot is a superb kick.
And there's another...
That is sublime, Whitey.
Another centre bounce clearance. Oscar McInerney's got to change his angle. He's going to start jumping into Darcy Cameron. Darcy Cameron's coming across the line, checking his run early, and then it's allowing the Collingwood players, especially from the sweeper position, just to come behind.
The mark was taken by Jamie Elliott on the lead, and it hit him lace out. He's on the boundary, though. He'll have to release this one from around 45 metres. This is not exactly out of his wheelhouse. The beautiful right foot drop punt sails towards goal, but just fades to the left. One behind, 27 plays 16, an 11-point lead. Just about a minute gone of this second term.
Zorko entrusted with the kick in. And taking a while to work out what he's going to do. Saunters out of the goal mouth. That's a long kick to a one-on-one Andrews v. Lipinski. Good point. Yeah, saw that Andrews had his man there. But, well, Andrews takes the mark. And, well, before the ball arrived, Bobby Hill gave away a free kick. So, Sam Day's going to get the free kick at left half back. Day with his right boot. Kicks the lines to half forward. Big pack. No mark on the deck. Lipinski first to meet it for Collingwood. Ham passes to Long. Ham pass fumbled by Pendlebury. Has time to pick it up though. Hands infield to Josh Dacos. Ham passes to Howe. Howe's kick is marked by Elliott just forward of the bullseye. Hands it off to Long, who'd run on to centre half forward. Kick off the instep. He was looking to flare it out wide to Crisp. Didn't hit it all that well. Crisp now under pressure. Tackled by Tunstall. Gave away a handball, turned over. Picked up by Fletcher of Brisbane. Oh, hands it to Tunstall out the back to Dunkley. Under pressure. Hands it off to Payne. Payne's tackled by McCreary. Just got his hand pass clear to Levi Ashcroft. Hands it back to Dunkley, who got decked after he kicked it. And that's the way the umpires saw it. Free kick down the field, taken by Zorko, forward of right half back.
He goes straight into the corridor. It's another aggressive kick to find Sam Day, just to the left of the centre circles. He flares it further left, forward to centre wing. Noah Answorth into the left forward pocket. Beautifully weighted kick into the path of Charlie Cameron. He takes it 25 metres out, but he's right on the boundary. He's facing inboard.
That's our best ball movement of the night from Brisbane, from the half-back line.
He's looking to curl this around with the right foot. Charlie Cameron takes a big, deep breath, plays on. He's pulled it too tight. One behind, 2-5-17 to the Lions, 4-3-27 the Pies. It's a 10-point margin. Collingwood lead at 3 gone second term. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Well, as I've got, Jamie, I should say, we've got the Tiger Balm right in our nostrils at the moment because they've been working on Jordan De Goey, his Achilles. Of course, he came in with those problems and they've just been doing some work on him there, getting ready for him to come back out.
Josh Dacos runs through the pocket, inbound looking for Darcy Cameron, spoiled away by Fletcher, and then he punched it over the boundary line. I think he's been pinged for insufficient. Free kick, he has been pinged for insufficient. Free kick to Darcy Cameron. Defensive 50, left half back for Collingwood. Long kick to the wing and a big pack. McStay to the front again, got a hand but couldn't take the mark. Battling on at ground level, forces pressure on Tunstall. Ricochet over the boundary line for a throw in on the outer wing. Collingwood 4-3-27, lead Brisbane 2-5-17. 4 minutes played second term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The crowd buzzing here. Throw in, right onto the logo. Tunstall playing a very good game on his return, only his 10th in AFL. He taps it forward. It was cut off by Crisp, though. He kicks it to half forward, and that's a good intercepting mark by Froggy Lester for Brisbane. Punches it up the line to find Neil. The Brownlow medalist kicks it over the head of the leader in Archie. It'll bounce over the boundary line just short of right half forward on the Stanley Street side of the ground. 4.5 gone of this second quarter. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Perfect conditions. Sold out. Ball thrown in. Ruckman tangle. Again at the coalface. Nick Dacos tackled. Holding the ball. Tunstall with the clamp. And Jimmy Tunstall plays on from forward of the wing. Kicks wide to Dunkley, who marks right half forward. Hard on the boundary. 60 from goal for Brisbane. Sets up a high ball to the corridor. Big fly from Day in the pack. Can't take the mark. Perryman tried to crash through at ground level. No way through, no prior. Ball up 30 metres from Brisbane's goal.
There's an ideal chance, a very congested forward 50 for Brisbane. McInerney tried to grab it out of the ruck, just scraped his shoe, nicely picked up by Lipinski. Nick Dacos went through traffic beautifully and delivered a nice little pass, a sand wedge to find Jack Crisp on the arc at left half back. He gestures to go long down the line, does so, just forward to centre wing, reading it well was Jack Payne while Dan McStay was being dealt with. It's a shocking kick to go laterally towards Zorko, who makes it look good. He gathers it on the bounce, retreats inside defensive 50 to find Ryan Lester. Now he comes out, goes laterally to the left and finds Hugh McCluggage. He's standing on the point of the centre square, Vulture Street side, left half back. Nice lead from Lock Neal on the logo. He delivers, hits Neal on the chest. He's got a runner to his left in Answorth. This is better from the Lions. Methodical. A 20-metre kick forward to Zach Bailey. He looks inboard. Again, it's a very congested forward 50. The Pies have set up nicely as Zach Bailey delivers to the top of the square. A big pack flies. Cam Rayner muscled his way to the front of the pack and took a one clunker 20 metres out.
Just well set up there, wasn't it, by Brisbane? And it was patient as well. They spread it wide. They allowed their half forwards to come up so they can create a bit of space. Just a really good delivery. It wasn't too high, just to the favoured side. And if it wasn't Rayner, there was two other Lions players lined up there to take it.
He's got a behind to his name tonight. Cam Rayner comes in from 20 out and spears it through. The Lions get their third. And the Pies lead by 4 points, 4-3-27 to 3-5-23. 7 minutes gone of the second quarter.
Brisbane's ball movement this quarter has been significantly better. So I spoke about a quarter time, Collingwood clogging the corridor. Brisbane have been able to speed up their ball movement slightly to go back and around. So they were going back and around or attempting to in the first quarter, but were too slow in that process. Now they've fractionally speed that up. It's actually not allowed Collingwood to clog the corridor, and they're able to get to the open side. And as Pricey and Q keep calling, Zorko switching, Zorko through the corridor, Zorko's great kick. It's exactly what Brisbane want to do and have led to a couple of really nice inside 50s.
Jamie Stanton with you on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 4 points at 4-3-27 to 3-5-23. Umpire taking a moment or two before getting us back underway in the centre. Perfect bounce. Darcy Cameron and McInerney run into each other. Long got underneath. Hand pass stolen though by McCluggage. Hand pass stolen by Sidebottom. His hand pass stolen by Berry. Gets the hand pass for the Lions beyond the centre square. Now some clean possession. Bailey with a hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. Kick to the pocket. Over the head of Hipwood. Free kick. Darcy Moore offending. 30 on 30. And it's Eric Hipwood with the free kick. Hard on the boundary. 45 metres from goal.
There's a clear free kick, but it's so hard to stop as a backman when your forward's leading full pace and you just deliver it just above his head. It's so hard to spoil.
He seems up and about, Eric. He started well tonight.
Started very well.
Already has a goal. Had a miss from a very tough angle at the end of the first quarter. This is perhaps the preferred side for the left footer. Right half forward, 45 out, left foot strike just to the near side. So Hipwood has 1 goal, 2. Collingwood's lead is 3 points, 4-3-27 to 3-6-24.
The Pies bring it in quickly. Lipinski at right half back. Goes left, then right, then confronted. That's really good work from Tunstall on the mark after he was urged to play on Lipinski. Affected the kick. It went straight up and down the chimney after it hit the hands of Tunstall over the boundary line for a throw-in.
I think he started really well, Jimmy Tunstall.
Oh, yeah, he started awesome.
9 possessions, Michael.
Yeah, only his 10th game of footy. Called back in after some very good form in the VFL. The throw-in across the arc of 50. McInerney fists it on the bounce, straight back to where it came from, and we'll have to do it all again from the same spot. The crowd just humming at the moment. The Pies by 3 points, 10 gone, second term. The throw-in off the hands of McInerney. Tunstall couldn't quite pick it up. Oh, McCluggage does, and he's absolutely buried in a very aggressive but fair tackle. Well done from Long. And it's going to be a ball up. 60 out, still at left half forward for Brisbane. There's 6 pairs of players around this contest, exploding onto it. Lockneil. The curling kick inside 50. Logan Morris couldn't quite juggle the mark. It was taken by Josh Dacos. He spears the ball towards centre wing. Cox versus Day. Cox did beautifully. Tapped it to the ground. Picked up by Bobby Hill. Look at the pace. Has a bounce. Lockneil chasing manfully, but Hill gets away. Harris Andrews got his hand to the kick as it was floating towards Myercheck inside 50. Will Hoskin-Elliott picks it up, handball back to Hill. He gets it to De Goey under pressure. Ned Long tackled, evades that. Kick smothered by Lester, gathered by Hill. A snap to the line. McStay, he can't quite take it. Good defence, frantic stuff, and there's a wrestle. Noah Answorth versus Ned Long, 30 metres from goal. That attracts 4 or 5 players now as the ball goes through for... No, it's a free kick. McStay takes the free kick. Top of the square. Pops it through. The crowd going feral behind the goals here as Dane Zorko is asking the umpires what happened there.
Now, is that 7 points or just the 6? Because it went through for a point.
Yes. And we've called it a free kick after.
But they've only signalled
for the
1 goal.
For the goal.
Yep.
Wow, what a frantic piece of play. It's still going on 30 metres from goal. And now it's a fair effort for Mason Cox to be thrown to the ground too, just by.
Harris Andrews has dragged him to the deck.
And the Gabba's given it the old BS kick.
Yes.
So I love the biff. I don't want to stop us talking about it, but bloody hell, Bobby Hill is good. He took on 2 players on the boundary and said, see ya, I know my skill set, I've got yous covered. And then his work rate to get back involved 2, 3, 4, 5 times. They weren't just offensive involvements either. And then he still had enough intensity and effort and stamina to get in a wrestle. Good on him.
They're showing the replay.
Harris Andrews.
Yeah, Andrews nudged McStay into the post, according to the umpires, and that's why the free kick was given. Dan McStay has 3, 9 points the lead to Collingwood. Clearance here from McInerney for Brisbane from the bounce. Kicks it to half forward. Off the ricochet, McCluggage gathers a hard ball with Lipinski close at hand. Hands it to Dunkley. Hands on to Levi Ashcroft. Kick to the pocket. Bailey does the roving. Coat hanging by Lipinski. Free kick.
Oh, about to fire up.
Cam Rayner comes in to bump Braden Maynard. This was always going to happen once both teams started to get the juices flowing. There's a fair bit in this between these two. And the crowd getting another roar on the replay of Zach Bailey getting his head taken off, the old-fashioned vernacular. He's up and he's fine. And I don't think it's going to be of reportable nature, but Bailey made sure the ump saw all of it. Gabba faithful watching Bailey from 50. 45 degrees left. It swings, but not enough. Leaves it out to the right. It's a behind. Collingwood's lead is 8 points. 5-3-33 to 3-7-25. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
There's a lot of banner out there, you can see. It's all happening.
Yeah, the temperatures just started to rise on the Gabba turf as Steele Sidebottom receives the ball. Peels off to his right, and it's a long kick to the wing. McStay's got the sit here. He did beautifully.
He's troubling Harris Andrews.
He's beating Harris Andrews. The handball off to Nick Dacos, gathering the ball at will and kicks it to Will. Hoskin Elliott floats back, 45 metres out, tight angle to the right. But the way they're kicking the ball, the Pies, you wouldn't put this past him.
That was a sensational kick there from Steele Sidebottom. He summed it up extremely well. Harris Andrews was actually in front of McStay. He just gave it enough elevation just for him to use his body. He's troubling Harris Andrews.
Hoskin Elliott's only got the one goal for the season. He lets this one go. That's a spear of a drop punt. Oh, the Pies. They're converting. 6-3-39. Play the Lions 3-7-25. It's a 14-point margin, 15 goals second quarter.
McStay's best on ground at the moment, from my mind. And the reason why I say that is not only has he kicked 3 goals, but he's not getting outmarked. So if he marks it on the wing, he's either marking or he's bringing it to ground, allowing the Bobby Hills, the DeGoes and Dacos to get involved and the Lipinski, and then they're slingshotting forward. He is playing an outstanding game. So disciplined on Harris Andrews, who's in all Australian form at the moment.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Bobby Hill's just been getting some running repairs in front of me. How exciting are the 223s tonight? Probably the litmus test of both teams, I would suggest. We've had some star Indigenous 23s, including that one that used to be at the Swans, but wowee, these two, they're awesome. Charlie Cameron and Bobby Hill.
14 points to lead to the Magpies. It's a game-high lead. Back in the centre. Another clearance, almost. Oh, Nick Dacos bumped off the ball, picked up by Neil. Dacos picks himself up. There's a bit going on behind the play. Neil's kicked a half forward, turned over. One there by Collingwood. Josh Dacos on the wing. Kicks towards attacking 50. Hoskin Elliott marks. Hand passes to Elliott. Tackled brilliantly by the late arriving Leicester. Ball comes free. Josh Dacos tries to pick up. Can't. McCluggage does for Brisbane. Hands it to Will Ashcroft in the chop. Kick to the wing. Hipwood can't mark. Coming through, Levi Ashcroft gathers. Hands it to Morris. Morris for Brisbane. Hands it out the back to Berry. Berry hands it to McCluggage as the momentum slows a little, but Brisbane control it on the wing. Kick around the boundary line is good. Levi Ashcroft takes the mark between wing and left half forward.
Team Ashcroft getting involved now. Team Dacos up to 27 disposals. Ashcroft's 11 as it's a long kick from Levi. Oh, Hipwood flew. Nicely spoiled. Row front and square by Archie. Gave it back to Dunkley. Now back to Levi Ashcroft. He pops it inside 50. The fly comes from Big Sam Day. Now, Crisper's run away with the ball. The crowd's appealing for 50. Nothing doing. But Sam Day, 35 out, slight angle to the left, will have a shot for the Lions.
This is such a smart decision by Levi Ashcroft. Everybody was in the pocket of that 50 from the original inside 50 kick, and then he's gone directly across the goal face and picked out Sam Day as the sliding second ruckman. Really good kick inside 50.
Even Jeremy Howe couldn't deal with that one. Consummate defender, Sam Day. Come in. It's a nice looking kick for Sam Day. His first goal as a Lion. And they all get around him at the Gabba too. It was a very timely one for Sam Day, the former son. 39 plays 31. It's an 8-point margin now with 18 gone to the second term.
It's happening everywhere at that last stoppage. It was the old-fashioned yet modern version of pinged off the square. Cam Rayner came running into that stoppage and absolutely nailed Nick Dacos.
And he got back up, and then Quainer went at Rayner, so they were having a little bit of a spot fire, and while they were doing that, Nick Dacos got the ball.
Yeah.
Handball received, but the strength of... This is why they got Cox in the middle to go against Sam Day, so it's a second-tier ruck, so he got that height advantage, but I love what Day did then to take him forward and that scoreboard pressure.
And I like the way he took him forward, because he took him forward on an angle inside 50. So Cox went and sat deep in the goal square where Sam Day played the forward craft, which is his natural position, and sat a little bit higher up towards the 50 arc, but across the angle.
Bubbling beautifully at the Gabba. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Pies by 8 points. Centre bounce. coming through. Will Ashcroft underneath the ruck, right beautifully. Hands it to McCluggage. Kick turned over. Straight to Maynard, who marks at half-back for the Pies. Short kick laterally. Frampton takes the grab. He's at left half-back. Runs around Hipwood on the mark. Frampton with a long kick down the wing for Collingwood. Andrews takes the mark in a 2-on-2 for Brisbane. Myercheck was the target there, but Harris Andrews, too good, takes the mark just forward of right half-back.
He chips it forward. Levi Ashcroft getting involved. Now that's his 10th disposal coming up. Just short of centre wing on the Stanley Street side of the Gabba. He looks back inboard and decides he's going to go longer down the line. To right half forward, Frampton fills the hole. Archie flies through the hands over the boundary line.
He's looking dangerous, Levi Ashcroft. He's coming up at the ball. He's presenting.
Just the 6th game for him.
Yep. Limited pre-season with that shoulder surgery as well. Prolific ball getter at the under-18 level.
Boundary throw in right half forward for Brisbane. Cameron from behind got the tap over McInerney, but roved by McCluggage of Brisbane. Hand pass out the back of the stoppage to Neal. Pressured by Myercheck. Neal hand passes backwards to Andrews. 20-metre hand pass along the boundary line, misses everyone. Out of play, boundary throw-in. Jack Crisp was close, and the Collingwood fans in the house wanted insufficient, but no. Collingwood led by 10 points at quarter time. It's an 8-point lead currently for the Magpies. Dan McStay has 3 goals. Ball thrown in, slightly attacking side of the wing for Brisbane. Clean possession, McInerney. He's kicked to half forwards a tumbler, read by Josh Dacos. Hand passes to his brother. Nick's on the wing, hands it out the back to side bottom, gives it back to Nick. Outside of the boot, kick towards half forward. Not great. Pitches in the contest. Levi Ashcroft smashed in a 2-man Magpie tackle. Ball spills free. It's on the deck. 80 from Collingwood's goal to be won. And, Myercheck has to play tackler again to ensure that Bailey can't come free. And we'll see another ball up between wing and left half forward for Collingwood. The Magpies kicking 2 goals 1 to Brisbane's 2 goals 3 through 21 minutes of play in this second quarter.
Umpire throws it up. Cameron slaps it towards the boundary line. Was intercepted there by Dunkley, tackled off the ball by side bottom. Has he dragged it back in, or was it Crisp who got his hand to it? Umpire calls it a draw and will come in and ball it up again. It's a left half forward for the Pies. The outer side of the ground. They're kicking towards the city end, the right as we're looking to it. Off hands. Pendlebury, nice little basketball pass. It's kicked inside 50. The big pack flies, and it's Ryan Lester who bangs it over the boundary line. For Brisbane, in a defensive manner, there will be a throw-in the left forward pocket. Collingwood by 8 points, 21 gone, second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
He's Michael Price. I'm Quentin Hull, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your expert. Zane Bojack on the boundary. As we start Easter weekend at a sold-out Gabatoir. Boundary throw-in, Pies in attack. McCreary crashes through. Berry with the tackle. Lot of opportunity holding the ball. Free kick to Jared Berry. Plays on quickly with a hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Kicks it to the wing. Hipwood flies. Got a hand. Can't take the mark. Then gave away a free kick by grabbing Maynard without the ball.
Hipwood can't do that. He cannot drop the mark there in a one-on-one where he's presenting, and then he cannot give away the free kick. He's got to be better.
Cheap kick by the man known as Bruz. Kicks it wide. Side bottom takes the mark. 2 kicks from goal for Collingwood. Hard on the boundary between wing and left half forward. Pies leading by 8 points. Side bottom with a wide entry to the pocket. McInerney's in the hole. And takes an uncontested mark for Brisbane in the right back pocket.
That kick just a little bit high for Mason Cox, and that's saying something as well, as they retreat the Lions back into the goal square. Harris Andrews, a little chip forward to find Darcy Wilmot. Nobody standing the mark. So he just plays on, little sand wedge to Lester. Lester's handball puts Day under pressure, but there's a free kick. It will be because Lester was dealt with after he got rid of it. And so Day has it. He flares it out to the left to find Answorth by foot. Onto the wing, Jared Berry for the Lions. Once again, the Pies have set up all forward of the centre circles. So he retreats back, does Jared Berry to Noah Answorth. Answorth back to half, back to Harris Andrews. They'll try to retain the ball. This chip mark is very effective, as Andrews is saying, I want some more movement, boys. He's not getting it, so he comes back out wide. Dunkley, strong mark taken in front of Lipinski. Good, strong hands. Right in front of the commentary box here, Vulture Street side.
Couple of old mates from the kennel. Dunkley doesn't like what's ahead, so again chips it backwards. Andrews takes the mark. Most defensive player on the ground. Just forward of left half back for Brisbane. High, hoping ball to a pack at left half forward. Hit with the fly from the side. Howe spoils. Rode by Morris of Brisbane. Hand pass turned over. Taken by Nick Dacos, who burns a tackler. Has a bounce, and off he goes. Bounces, hand passes to DeGoey. Hands it to Long. Hands to Pendlebury. Weaves around Wilmot and chips wide. McCreery takes the mark and holds it up. 60 from goal. Gee, that had all slingshot about it until McCreery decided to take a moment. And look at the man on the mark, 50 from goal.
Yeah, they had control there, Brisbane. They'd be disappointed that Harris just pulled the trigger and went down the line. Just play that chip mark just to get them to defend and wear them down a little bit.
Man on the mark, 50 from goal. Bo McCreery launches into a right foot drop punt. Great kick! Collingwood back out to that equal game high of 14 points. The Magpies 7-3-45 to the Lions 4-7, 31, 25 minutes second term.
Well, it's handy when you got someone like number 35 on the half-back line, just ducking and weaving and creating space and breaking the lines. But, the Lions they were going to play a little bit of tempo footy there, but then when Harris Andrews went down the line, sort of broke that up, and then Collingwood just swooped on it. But the ability to slingshot off the half-back line, that's just the strength of their game plan, and it's played in their hands.
There's 3 minutes and 40-odd seconds left. Collingwood lead by 14 points. Did you see the stats doing the round of, the VFL/AFL record of wins after halftime deficits?
Yeah. What's the last time? It was 1912
Yeah, Carlton
12 or something.
So it looks like if Brisbane is to win tonight, they're going to have to break that record.
McCluggage tries to explode away. He's tackled off the ball. It spills wide of the centre circles, and there's a massive pack of players. Jamie Elliott joins in. There's going to be a ball up.
For those that weren't across it, so 8 wins in a row back in the early 20th century for Carlton.
Nick Dacos bought his own Sharon tonight. Have a go at that. He's kicked towards right half forward. Comes off the hands of the pack, picked up by McStay, the former Lion, back to side bottom. And he looks to spear the ball in. Zorko gets in front of Will Hoskin-Elliott, takes the mark and appeals for a free kick, as Zorko does. That's an aggressive kick. And he finds his teammate, gets the handball, McCluggage, off there to Berry. Berry to right half forward. And it popped into the hands of Sam Day. The big man, 55 out. He's got a lead. It's Rayner. Oh, getting back there beautifully was Jeremy Howe. Fisted away from Cam Rayner. Over the boundary line, right forward pocket. Will get a throw in.
It was wonderfully timed by Jeremy Howe. Then he was out. Rayner was in a perfect position.
Sam Day's up to 5 marks now.
He's moving well, isn't he?
Starting to find his rhythm at his new home. Lions in attack. Boundary throw in. Goes beyond the ruckman, beautifully rode by Dunkley. Hand pass to Levi Ashcroft. Snaps a high bomb from the pocket. Comes down on the goal line. Darcy Moore punches it through for a point. Magpies by 13 at 7-3-45 to 4-8-32.
Wasting their chances, the Brisbane Lions. 12 scoring shots to 10, yet they trail by 13 points.
Wouldn't be surprised if Collingwood go in a bit of a tempo footy right now.
2.5 to the break, Whitey.
Yep.
So Crisp has got it still inside defensive 50, hard against the boundary line, kicks it long down the line. Well, Payne went for the double grab, was off hands to Dunkley. He tumbles it forward to Tunstall. His handball off to the run of McCluggage. His kick was spoiled. Gathered by Perryman. Turns around onto his right and then kicks it out of bounds on the full in front of the Collingwood bench, and the Lions fans love that. It's going to be a free kick, and it'll go to the big man from Noosa, Jack Payne, just forward of right half back.
Pies by 10 points at quarter time. 13 the current lead. Payne with a high, long kick towards right half forward. Morris almost marked in the pack of 4. Couldn't control it to ground level. Rove by the Lions. Quick rushed in entry from Tunstall to full forward. Cameron got very high, couldn't mark. Day does the roving. Tackled by Quaynor. Dropped it, holding the ball. Free kick to Isaac Quaynor. Just forward of full back for Collingwood. Immediately looks wide and kicks wide. Howe presents to take the mark on defensive 50, right half back. Short pass to Nick Dacos. And he takes the grab and is shaking your head, Pricey. He's up to, this will be disposal 20.
He's wearing no deodorant. Nobody will go near him.
His work rate, though, is unbelievable.
Absolutely phenomenal, isn't he? Just smooth as silk as he goes down the line to steal side bottom.
That's a sore point in women's tennis this week, Pricey.
Exactly right. Yes. Terribly right too there, Q. Long kick to right half forward from side bottom. Presenting strongly was McStay. He was fisted away by Harris Andrews, but Dan McStay is absolutely presenting hard at the footy. The ball gets fisted over the boundary line. Throw in right half forward.
And McRae would love this too, because he got to stop play now in forward of centre for Collingwood, and it's all because of McStay coming up and presenting.
In front of the Queensland Cricketers Club at right half forward. The umpire throws it in. Cameron gets it down, a fresh air shot there from side bottom, and Dunkley returns serve there as well in the tennis framework there. Ned Long, inside 50, fisted the ground level. Tunstall overran it. They've got a chance here. The handball out of the pack missed its initial target in Jamie Elliott. It goes back to Nick Dacos. He floats one into the forward pocket. Off hands Lipinski, does a pirouette. The handball back there was delightful to Crisp, and the pass even better to find his teammate. It's Ned Long who's crept down 35 metres out directly in front for the Pies.
Just wow, great vision. Sensational vision to look in, but Ned Long was the one who created the contest and was able to bring it inside forward 50, and then he's the one that's sitting on the 45 in the V as a set shot.
So Ned Long, only the 5 games over a couple of years for Hawthorn, and been in great form so far for Collingwood this year. Can extend the lead on the siren. Ned Long pops it through. 19 points at half-time. The Pies lead it now. 8 goals in the first half to them. 8-3-51 to the Lions. 4-8-32. What an outstanding first half. And Nick Dacos take about 21 disposals of sheer class for Collingwood.
Oh, he's fantastic, isn't he? But Whitey spoke about how Collingwood were ideally going to go into that slow play mode, kick long down the line, try and manipulate the clock towards half-time, which they did. But they're also so opportunistic in the way that they understand and read the play. And after that stoppage, you see Nick Dacos burst into space, and then they get their fast game going and they get another shot inside 50. It's fantastic.
It's all set up with McStay coming at the ball and creating that stop play. So when they're forward to centre and they've got a boundary throw in or a ball up, then they take their risks. They're in their forward half. They've got their back line set up. They've got their one-on-one. They've got their zone set, so then they can be attacking and free. When they're backward of centre, that's when they're trying to use it. And you can see, you even said it, Q, there was 3.5 minutes to go, and they started playing a bit of chip mark. That's to actually bring lines up, so they play one-on-one. Then they can then go down the line. That's why I keep saying how important McStay is in that first half. Be able to not only present to the ball, kick 3 goals, but also bring the ball to ground.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It's a cracking contest, and as mentioned, the stat was doing the rounds. Carlton's team in the early 20th century won 8 in a row coming from halftime deficits, and that stands as the equal VFL/AFL record. Brisbane have done that 8 times, so if they are to win tonight, it will set a new record going all the way back, 120 odd years ago. So that's part of the intrigue of the way that the Lions have played their football in 2025. Yet this Collingwood team is a Collingwood team that has won 3 in a row against Brisbane and is playing some really good football tonight. Magpies 8-3-51, Lions 4-8-32. Dan McStay has 3 first half goals against his old team. Single goals to Josh Dacos, Beau McCreery, Will Hoskin-Elliott, Brodie Myercheck and Ned Long. Brisbane has 4 goals, all singles. Sam Day, his first goal as a Lion. Cam Rayner, Eric Hipwood and Oscar McInerney are the others. So Collingwood led by 10 points at quarter time, and in that term kicked 4 goals 1 to Brisbane's 2 goals 4 to turn a 10-point quarter time lead into a 19-point half-time lead. In the National Rugby League tonight, just the one game, half-time between Manly and St George Illawarra, that game being played at Brookvale Oval in Sydney. And it's the Dragons leading the Seagulls. St George Illawarra 8 lead Manly 0. Here the Pies by 19 points at half-time. Keep your messages coming in. The text line number is 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774. Paul, he sort of already says, wrap the Brownlow around Nick Dacos's neck now. He's miles ahead of anyone else. Well, he's gone from, third 2 years ago to second last year. There's a natural progression there. Anyway, 0437 774 774, the number. Half-time at the Gabba. It's Collingwood by 19 points. More to come on the other side of the ABC News.
Sarah Hall with ABC News. The Coalition is accusing Labor of being shifty and sneaky by not responding to their request for a briefing on Russia's reported request to base aircraft in Indonesia. Alison Shaw reports from Parliament House.
The Liberal Nationals say they're deeply concerned by reports Russia requested to base military aircraft in Indonesia. Coalition spokesperson James Patterson says their request for a briefing from the government has gone unanswered for more than 2 days.
Caretaker conventions dictate that briefings be provided to the opposition.
Defence Minister Richard Marles told Sky the relevant information is already in the public domain.
We're not talking about an Australian government decision here. We're not talking about Australian government action.
Indonesia has assured Australia that no Russian planes will be based there, but it's unclear whether a formal request was made by Russia.
A candidate dumped by the Liberal Party for his views opposing women in combat has been included in campaign material sent out to households in the New South Wales seat of Whitlam. Former soldier Benjamin Britten was removed as the Liberal candidate last week and is now contesting the Labor-held seat as an independent. But Mr Britten's image and written pitch has been included in the Liberal Party's postal vote pack sent to residents who have chosen to cast their ballots before Election Day. New data shows Gen Z men are more likely to hold traditional gender beliefs in comparison to older men. Research from the E61 Institute has found average beliefs in traditional gender roles have been declining across generations, with the most traditional demographic being men aged over 65. However, Gen Z men are emerging as an exception, while women of the same age are becoming less traditional, creating a noticeable divergence between young men and women. Economist Erin Clark says the difference could have implications for policy areas ahead of the federal election.
What this research does point to is that young people are not a uniform group, they're not a monolith, and gender matters. So understanding the different preferences of young men and young women is key to understanding this voting bloc.
Lawyers for Netflix star Matt Wright say a deal could soon be struck with prosecutors to reduce the length of a marathon jury trial to hear charges relating to the aftermath of a fatal helicopter crash in 2022. More from Oliver Chaseling.
Darwin Supreme Court has heard the length of a jury trial of celebrity crocodile wrangler Matt Wright could be reduced by more than a month if an agreement is reached between the parties in the coming weeks. Mr Wright is facing one charge of attempting to pervert the course of justice relating to the events following the death of friend and co-star Chris Willow Wilson in a helicopter crash in West Arnhem Land 3 years ago. Mr Wright has previously said he would plead not guilty to the charge. But Mr Wright's lawyer today told the court formal conversations with prosecutors could lead to legal concessions, significantly reducing the number of witnesses to be called.
A man has died in a two-truck collision on the Port Wakefield Highway in South Australia's mid-north. Talia Fay reports.
Emergency services responded to the crash near Inkerman around 7 o'clock this morning. Police say the trucks burst into flame on impact and it took firefighters several hours to extinguish the blaze. A 77-year-old Port Augusta man died at the scene, while the other truck's driver and passenger were taken to hospital with minor injuries. In a statement, Augusta Scrap Metals confirmed one of its trucks was involved in the crash. It says it's a devastating time as the business mourns the death of an experienced driver who worked in the SA transport industry for decades.
Ukraine's defence and foreign ministers have unexpectedly arrived in Paris, where talks are beginning on how to end their country's war with Russia. The US Secretary of State and American envoy Steve Witkoff are both taking part in the talks, but it's not clear if they'll meet the Ukrainian delegation. Here's the BBC's Paul Moss.
Ukraine has repeatedly called on US politicians to meet their representatives, but the US envoy Steve Witkoff had pointedly decided instead to meet Vladimir Putin in Moscow and then fly to Paris for talks with European leaders. But now it seems he's been followed to Paris by Ukraine's Defence Minister Rustem Umerov and Foreign Minister Andrei Sybiha. A spokesman for the two said they had meetings scheduled with American representatives but didn't say who. With Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio in town, those two would certainly be their top choice.
And in the AFL, West Coast co-captain Oscar Allen will miss tomorrow's clash with Essendon after being managed by the Eagles. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through him. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
It's a very congested forward 50. The Pies have set up nicely as Zach Bailey delivers to the top of the square. A big pack flies. Cam Rayner muscled his way to the front of the pack and took a one clunker 20 metres out. Cam Rayner comes in from 20 out and spears it through. The Lions get their third. And the Pies lead by 4 points. The handball off to Nick Dacos, gathering the ball at will and kicks it to will. Hoskin Elliott floats back 45 metres out. Tight angle to the right. But the way they're kicking the ball, the Pies, you wouldn't put this past him. Hoskin Elliott's only got the one goal for the season. He lets this one go. That's a spear of a drop punt. Nicely spoiled row, front and square by Archie. Gave it back to Dunkley and back to Levi Ashcroft. He pops it inside 50. The fly comes from big Sam Day. It's a nice looking kick for Sam Day. His first goal as a Lion. And they all get around him at the Gabba too. It was a very timely one for Sam Day, the former son.
Man on the mark, 50 from goal. Bo McCreary launches into a right foot drop punt. Great kick. Collingwood back out to that equal game high of 14 points.
Can extend the lead on the siren. Ned Long pops it through. 19 points at half-time. The Pies lead it now. 8 goals in the first half to them.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Brisbane Lions will have to rewrite history to remain undefeated in the 2025 season. Yet again, the reigning premiers find themselves behind at half-time. Welcome back to the Gabba. Quentin Hull with you on this Holy Thursday, where the headlines are a 3-goal haul for ex-Lion Dan McStay in the first half for the Pies. Nick Dacos with 21 disposals, and at the centre of a few still frames on the replay, he was bumped by Cam Rayner in that second quarter. A couple of the texts are asking whether or not there's a case to be answered for there. G'day to Pete, who texts, "Hi all, Rayner looking at a week or two off for the hit on Dacos, question mark. Looked high to me." We'll get our experts to speak through that in a moment, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton. G'day to Richard from Geelong. He's loving the call. I'm a Cats man myself, but my wife goes for Collingwood, so I'm kind of a Magpies fan-in-law. And can I say that the Pies are looking like real contenders? Good on you, Richard. 0437 774 774. And Whitey particularly loves our texts when people are travelling or doing things in far-flung places. How about this one, Jeff? Jody texts, "I'm listening to the broadcast live on a cruise to Hawaii."
Oh, no.
Great
Rub it into me as well.
Yeah, I
love text messages and I love Hawaii. Thank you.
0437 774 774 is the number. Collingwood, 8 goals, 351 to Brisbane's 4-8-32. A 19-point lead for Flyers Pies at half-time. To start your thoughts, Jamie and Whitey, among the flurry of everything, we didn't have too much time to assess the Cam Rayner bump on Nick Dacos. A thought or two?
I thought it was... it wasn't high, I don't think. It maybe Nick Dacos on the angle he was coming, but it was more hit him on the shoulder or underneath the shoulder blade, I reckon. I don't think it was high. I'd have to see the replay again. But Nick Dacos bounced back up, and while Quaynor was remonstrating with Rayner, he went and got the ball.
He took off.
So he took off. So he probably made it. I don't think I don't think there'll be a case, but it was a brilliant hit. But I don't think it was high at any point. I haven't seen the actual replay, but it didn't look high.
I totally agree, and I think this is probably a ploy from Dacos. Stay down a little bit, see if I can get a cheeky free. Didn't get it, pop back up, get back involved in the play, and as Whitey said, gets the footy. So, no, I don't think it was high, but we're seeing it live once, and we just watched the replay once, and I just think it's a great hit. I love it. I love it from Cam Rayner too, though, being like, hey, you're taking control of this game, so I'm going to make you earn everything you're going to get, and good on Nick for taking it and carrying on.
And he did. He just wore it beautifully, didn't he? Along the way to getting a game-high 21 disposals as well. Also game-high 417 metres gained, 5 inside 50s and 7 score involvements. That's a fair first half. His brother's got 15. Sidebottom's got 12. Pendlebury with 12 as well. The old men crew doing it beautifully alongside the Dacos brothers. McCluggage has got 15. Lockie Neal's got 14. And Josh Dunkley 12, with Levi Ashcroft creeping up to 12. If you're playing at home, brothers against brothers, Team Ashcroft has got 19. Team Dacos has 36. Nick 21. Josh 15. And Levi 12 and Will 7 for Brisbane. But they're plus 19 in disposals, Brisbane. They're down... they're plus 12 in disposals. That's my maths. Thank you very much. Obviously, the kick, chick mark, they're leading by 29 in marks. But Collingwood are tallying them up 17-13 in clearances. The hit-outs 21-8, Jeff White, in favour of Collingwood as well. They seem to be a lot more polished, as you said a bit earlier, Jeff, as well. They seem to be a lot cleaner below the knees.
Yeah, they're very, very clean below the knees, and that's always a really good sign. If a side, this is my opinion, if a side in the first 10 minutes of the game is clean below the knees, it becomes really, they're one touch and they're able to spread and they create that unity and spread from behind. But in relation to the centre bounce, I want to see Oscar come back a little bit. He's happy to go up to the line with Darcy Cameron, so that's playing in Darcy Cameron's hands. No disrespect to Darcy Cameron, he's not a jumper. Oscar McInerney can jump, so when he goes, it becomes like a stop play around the ground. So I want him to see him come back and actually put his knee up and drive it through Darcy Cameron and push it forward, because they're not getting access out of the centre at the moment. It's really putting them on the back foot, because then when it goes in forward 50 for Collingwood, that's where their forward pressure becomes really, really evident, and they're able to hold it in there. So I just want to see Oscar McInerney change it up. I know what he's trying to do. Change it up, come back, and just jump straight into him.
Two teams' seasons that are pretty well set up with their platforms. So you look at the second half, and it's not cataclysmic if either team drops a game here. So in saying that, Stanto, that's why... So who's the leader? What's the buy-in? How does that narrative work now, when you've got two teams that have obviously got a very healthy rivalry, but in the long race that is the race to the flag in 2025, the next half of footy may not be hugely pivotal in either season, outside of the ego, the above the shoulders, and a little bit of that brain matter later on in the season when they meet again.
It's funny because both coaching groups right now would be all talking about process. None of it involves win-loss. None of it. If you do the right process and you get back to what they're trying to do, whether that's Collingwood and maintaining what they're doing with their fast ball movement, whether that's Brisbane trying to get it through the corridor to get their ball movement going or start their defensive chains or whatever it is, it's all process, it's all system. None of it involves win-loss. So as much as we in the media love to hype up the rivalry and how much it'll come to bite them later on when they play them in finals or this and that, or the second time they play them later in the year, Clubs don't operate like that. They operate in process and what our system is, and are we playing to the key stats that we think make sure that we can tick the box at the end of the day to win. So Fags right now wouldn't be speaking anything about win-loss. He'd be speaking about those key 5 to 7 to 10 stats max that make Brisbane, and he'd be going back to those and going, at the moment, we are not meeting these. If we do this, more often than not, we win the game.
And it's not all that sexy, but really, at this stage, the winner of tonight just gets closer to the ability to manage their list as the season goes on. Is that really what we're talking about here?
Yeah. And I think the positive from Collingwood's point of view, they played Sydney away last week. I know it's a gather round, and won. And now they're playing Brisbane, and if they get up, win, it's away. But they've played the 2 grand finalists from last year. So it's a real big tick for Collingwood. Plus, winning away is so valuable. And for team morale, team spirit, all that sort of stuff, it's huge. So, but with Brisbane, they've just got to tidy up those clearances, Q, because then they can get their forward pressure. This is what they're able to do. Last 8 games where they've come from behind to win. They've just got to tidy up that little area and try and negate Dacos and also Pendlebury. They're getting on the run. They're getting on the move. So they've got to try and check them in those stop plays.
Collingwood leading by 19 points at half-time. Now, we've got a minute before the bounce. Whitey, you ready for me to take you around the world with some of these messages? 0437
Love it.
774 774. G'day to Tom and Jamie. They are driving down the romantic road towards Munich. Go Pies. Wow. So I've had to look that up. That's
how can I be too
a scenic tourist route in southern Germany, in Bavaria. So there you go. Thank you to Tom and Jamie. Enjoy the drive. Now, there was one from Indonesia. Where did that one... here's one from Valencia. Listening on a sunny afternoon in Valencia. Go Pies.
That's a wonderful spot too.
And who says AFL's not the world's game?
I know.
Exactly. Oh, here it is. Phil from Melbourne says, loving the call. Greetings from Surabaya in Indonesia. Go Pies. So whether you're around the world or just around Australia or in your backyard, wherever you're joining us in your lounge room, it's great that you can be a part of Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. And that's the beauty of the Listen app. Take it anywhere around the world to tune into all the sport here on the national broadcaster. 0437 774 774 is the number. No disrespect to Riley from the farm at Snake Gully or all the others that have come through. Trumped by the romantic road in Bavaria, Pricey. Well, that's the end of that. You ready to roll up your sleeves for this second half?
Oh, mate, I've rolled him up, and so's Jared Berry. He's run down to Nick Dacos.
Straight on him.
And straight on him like a fly onto you-know-what. As the ruckman go at it in the middle of the Gabba, immediately Lipinski gets it for the Pies. Handball back to Josh Dacos. He's beset by Charlie Cameron. Lets loose the ball, picked up by Darcy Cameron. He toes it forward, and Will Hoskin-Elliott takes the mark on the logo. And it looks like that will be a reasonably hard tag, Berry, on Dacos, as it's promoted forward by Hoskin-Elliott to Lipinski. Still on centre wing. He gives it back to Hoskin-Elliott just forward of centre wing. So they're retaining the ball. The Lions have set up nicely in front of him.
Yeah, and Berry is just pushing Nick Dacos at every opportunity. Hoskin-Elliott from the wing kicks towards half forward over the head of Lipinski. It bounces out of play. So there's one move. The clamp's gone on.
Yeah, the clamp's gone on, and now you watch Collingwood. Now the teammates get around and they'll start putting some blocks on for Nick Dacos, and even starting to use him with their wraparound hand pass just to get him into the game.
Boundary throw in at left half forward for the Magpies. They're attacking the school end, the left of your radio dial in this third term. Cameron and McInerney share the ruck. Lipinski rose beautifully, hands it out to Nick Dacos, front of the pack. His kick, though, intercepted by Andrews in the pocket. And that's not a mark? No, says the umpire. Not 15.
Well, not even a free kick. I thought he...
Out of play. That's... peculiar. I'm not sure why that wasn't paid a mark. Anyway, boundary throw in. Pies in the tack. Fisted to the top of the goal mouth. McCluggage immediately wrapped up by Long. No clearance.
There's bodies flying everywhere at the moment. There's a fair bit of work being done off the ball. It's in the left forward pocket. Dacos hits the deck. standing over in Berry. The Pies crowd wants something.
Dacos has lost his boot as well.
Well, that's the only reason he's staying down. He's putting his boot back on, but
De Goey.
And they both hit the deck. De Goey gets thrown down by Jared Berry. He took the aggression too far. Dacos is clapping in his face. Oh, this is going to ignite. They're getting everywhere. Bodies come from everywhere. But De Goey's got the last laugh. He's got a free kick, 25 out. And he's going to face the centre of the ground and curl it around with the right foot. Some misplaced aggression from Jared Berry has handed the ball to Jordan De Goey. The Pies can extend their 19-point lead. He hooks it around too skinny, one behind. Crowd love that. 52 plays 32, a game-high 20-point margin. Lions bring it in quickly.
Long inbound. McCluggage with the fly over Sidebottom. Couldn't mark. Sidebottom rose for Collingwood. Chips it back to attacking 50. Pies are plenty. Mychek takes the mark and holds up 55 from goal. Stando, so much about the non-sexy process talk. I think it means a bit to these two teams. Mychek to full forward. Cocks the target. Spoiled away by Payne. Hacking clearance from Wilmot of Brisbane. Good clearance marked by Charlie Cameron in front of Josh Dacos, left half back. Cameron kicks Brisbane to the wing over the head of Morris. Marked by Moore, who will slingshot quickly for Collingwood from halfway. Hand passes around the boundary line to Mychek. Hands it to Crisp. Runs in field. Indiscriminate hand pass. Turned over. Archie hands it to Zorko. The Lions move it from half back.
That's a beautiful kick from Zorko to find Logan Morris. On centre wing on the outer side. He's got to hold it up because the Pies have got plenty behind the ball. He retreats, finds Harris Andrews. He was looking corridor. He has to go laterally and find Payne. Back inside defensive 50. He peels off to his right to Lester. Lester's got a free man on the wing. It's Josh Dunkley. Nicely weighted kick. Just finds him in front of the ABC Sport commentary box. He's got a runner in Answorth. Gives him the handball. Answorth now to right half forward. Nicely weighted kick to McCluggage. Takes it in one grab. He's got Big Sam Day waiting for him. He puts it into the pocket. It wasn't to his advantage. Hipwood drops back in the hole. And it's fisted over the boundary line by Darcy Cameron. It will be a throw in right forward pocket for the Lions.
Game high 20-point lead for Collingwood.
Q, I said the coaches are process. Earlier I said the players are fight or flight, and they're fighting.
Yep, it's a good point. And that's the beauty of two teams that have been at the pointy end and have played some really big games over the last couple of seasons. Brisbane in attack. Well, Cameron had a free go at the ruck contest. Darcy Cameron dropped it. Morris Rose, who had immediately tackled. Ball up. Lipinski all over the top of Logan Morris there. About 40 from Brisbane's goal. Tossed in the air. McInerney first palm, but roved by Lipinski of Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, hand pass to Long, hand pass to Josh Dacos. He's at left half back, just forward to D50. Takes a moment to kick high to the wing. Four in the pack. Mychek the fly couldn't mark. Spiked forward by Elliott. He's kicked it straight, hit it straight to Zorko. Zorko kicked backwards 40 metres over the head of Wilmot. Cleaned up by McCluggage last line of defence. Just forward of full back. He chips it to defensive 50. Charlie Cameron marks. Great kick to the middle of the ground. Will Ashcroft takes the mark. And he's going to hold up for a moment.
He peels to the left. Charlie Cameron on the logo on the outer side. Cameron, that's a nice kick. Went to Hipwood, didn't have to change stride. It's a long left footer. Darcy Moore floats back in front of the pack, takes the mark. Nicely played. He comes out. His kick is dangerous. He was looking for Lipinski, spoiled by Answorth. Now it's picked up by Bailey, close to the boundary. Back to Answorth by hand. Centering ball. Delightful. He hit Oscar McInerney. 20 metres out. Left forward pocket for Brisbane.
Yeah, he's gave it a bit too much airtime there, Darcy Moore, when he's tried to switch to play. And great defence from Brisbane to get over there.
And good play by Bailey and Answorth, who kept running from half back to supply that ball. Oscar McInerney with one goal in the first half.
Same spot, I think, as the kick he had in the first quarter.
Very similar spot, just slightly more to the left. I'm not going to put the Mozza on him this time about being a straight kick, though. They need this one, the Lions. McInerney comes in. It is a straight kick. He gets his second. And the lead is cut to 14 points. 7 minutes gone of the third term. Magpies 8-4-52 to the Lions 5-8-38.
It's one of the things you've got to be really sharp on. When the ball goes inside your forward 50 and there's an intercept mark, that's when you've got to be on to defend. And it's hard to do because you're actually watching the ball and you're trying to assess. But if it's out of your area, that's where you've got to pick up. I can't remember what Brisbane player it was that came off, but that's the ability to go from attack to defence really, really quick.
Ainsworth.
Ainsworth, yeah. Sensational. And he was really pivotal last week as well when Western Bulldogs were trying to switch the play. So, good defence.
Jeff White with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 7.5 third term. Sold out. Gorgeous conditions. And, well, the script is there. The Lions are behind again. Collingwood's in front. 14 points the lead to the Magpies. Centre bounce time. Nick Dacos buffeted off it. Picked up by Neil of Brisbane. Hands it to Ashcroft. Will hands it to McInerney. Rush clearance to half forward. Half volley. Too good for Day. Intercepted by Quainer of Collingwood. Hands it to the wing. Hoping for his skipper. Moore's bumped off it by Bailey. Allows Fletcher to pick up. Hands it to Hipwood. Hand pass to Bailey. Monstered immediately as he got the ball by Quainer's tackle. No Pryor. Ball up. Ball up between wing and right half forward for Brisbane, who are attacking the western end in this third term. 14 points the lead to the Pies.
And Jared Berry all over Nick Dacos like a cape. Let's see if he can stick there as the ruck contest slapped by McInerney towards the boundary line, and Pendlebury escorts it over in front of Lockneil. We'll get a throw in at right half forward for Brisbane. Trailing by 14 points. Once again, just Berry. Every time he can put a hand on Dacos at the moment, he's doing so. Throw in. McInerney gets to the drop of a short throw in. Slaps it forward. Neil versus Dacos. Neil couldn't quite pick it up. Ned Long did. Tackle as he got a handball away. It's at ground level. It's just hacked off the ground towards left half forward for the Pies. Picked up by Jack Payne. He puts it back to where it came from. Lockneil attacked the ball, got there in front of Darcy Cameron, took the mark, chips it to right half forward. Logan Morris, the youngster, looking to play on, does so from 60, kicks it towards a dangerous spot. Archie contest. Charlie Cameron Rose has a snap across the face, and it is out of bounds on the full. Lions trail by 14, 9.5 gone, third term, free kick Pies. Jack Crisp in the back pocket, kicks around the boundary. Howe takes the grab. Jeremy Howe taking a moment or two. 15th season in the AFL. He's 10th in the Pies stripes. He kicks long towards the wing, and Elliott flies to take a 200-game hanger. Got on the back of Leicester. A milestone moment for leaping Billy Elliott.
That's all I wanted. I'm off now.
You happy, Jeff? No, don't go home. Elliott kicks down the wing towards a pack at half forward. On the head of McStay, fisted away by Payne. Zorko Rhodes taken high, according to the crowd. Not the umpire. Myercheck's tackle was okay. Ball over the boundary line.
There's a fair bit going on in that boundary line as well. Once again, Harris Andrews involved. That's no surprise.
Well, the crowd's missed. The PA's missed it, Stu. Oh. They're showing the replay of the Zorko tackle rather than the replay of Elliott's mark.
Well, what's more attractive to the Brisbane crowd?
You know what, they would have been playing at the MCG.
Oh, yeah.
And it wouldn't be Zorks being taken home.
Now there's a free kick off the ball. It's going to go to Collingwood. There's your payback cue. It goes to Billy Frampton. Handball to Josh Dacos. Over to Pendlebury. 60 from goal at right half forward. He kicks it to the goal square. McStay got his way to the front. It was spoiled. Jasper Fletcher pulled off his kick. Picked up by Leicester. Tackled into the ground. He lets the ball loose. It's a free kick against
Bobby
Hill. So it will go to Leicester for an illegal tackle. He flares it to the right, goes to the goal square, finds Payne. Payne just keeps it inside of play as Jasper Fletcher marks, plays on to the lead of Sam Day. It's a lovely kick. Sam Day getting very involved tonight for the Lions. He's at right half back, looking to go up the line. The Pies have shut off the lateral movement. Levi Ashcroft presents strongly and takes a nice mark in front of Perryman. And he's looking backwards, all the way back inside defensive 50. Noah Answorth is the middleman in the switch to the left half-back flank. Zorko takes the grab,
has a bounce. Bobby Hill's chasing him. Second bounce for Zorko. Hill got him, put him off his kick. Ball rolls along the wing on the outer side. Myercheck picks up for Collingwood. Kicks back inside 50. Dropped by Payne. Rode by Elliott. Hand pass ends up with Nick Dacos. He runs into the open goal and returns Collingwood to a 20-point lead. His first of the night. Great chase from Bobby Hill to make it all possible. Collingwood 9-4-58 to Brisbane 5-8-38.
So Berry's good with tagging when he's in close, but once that ball went forward and he had a sniff, Nick Dacos just took off. You just can't keep up with him.
The interesting part about that, Whitey, is Berry tried to get involved offensively, and it would be really interesting to know what Fags said to Berry at half-time, because I feel like the way he's behaving at stoppages, it's a very defensive mindset, but then he got involved offensively, which is the total opposite of what they're probably trying to do with Nick right now. They really need just a hard lockdown, disregard your stats, and make sure Nick doesn't touch it.
So once again, Berry stands beside Nick Dacos. He's got his hands all over him, but he just want to keep a hold of him. You can't control him forever. Ball bounces in the middle. Cox got it down into the path of side bottom, towed off the ground towards centre forward. Illegally dealt with side bottom. It'll be a free kick coming back just forward of the centre circles. It'll go against Will Ashcroft.
This is where Brisbane's going to be really careful when Day's in there, because they're going so attacking because they know that they're going to win the tap out in the middle with Cox in there, Collingwood.
So side bottom, long and straight at the target to Cox. The height of Mason Cox, the big American in front of Sam Day. Takes a beautiful mark, 30 metres out directly in front.
It was such a good setup in the centre bounce there, Q, because what they did is Nick Dacos, knowing that he's getting tagged, was really selfless, where he came back and let side bottom come through. So he was set up as a blocker. He went around as a sweeper to allow still side bottom.
Stars and Stripes chant.
USA.
I would have thought that would have been given a flick recent times, but never mind. Mason Cox comes in 30 metres out directly in front and misses to the right. The chant goes to the wayside. 59 plays 38, a game high 21 points. Lions bring it back in.
Fletcher long inbound, turned it over. Quaynor in front of it, spoiled late by Dunkley. Rode though by side bottom, 70 out. Kick is good. Off the instep, Hoskin Elliott marks 50 from goal. Plays on, kicks to the opposite pocket. To Goey the target. Oh, Myercheck spoiled him in the contest. Play on, Brisbane. No. The umps found a free kick. And it's going to Noah Answorth. Oh, two Collingwood players spoiling each other there. And then there was high contact on Answorth, who gets the free kick for Brisbane. He kicks it to right half back. Leicester takes the mark on defensive 50. Kicks around the boundary line to Tunstall. Tunstall just the required 15. Takes the grab. Collingwood by 21 points. 15 minutes third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Kick down the line to the wing. Maynard flies the pack to spoil, but out the back row by Morris. 70 from goal. Beautiful centering kick. Gathered on the half volley by Day. Hands to Bailey. Bailey's kick off the instep is a bad kick. Misses the goals and misses the second option of Archie, who was floating close. It's gone beyond them. Bounces over the boundary line for a throw-in. Zane Bojack.
Yeah, both Lockie Neal and Dane Zorko have had some terse conversations with Chris Fagan, can I say. I don't think Fags likes what he's seeing out there. But Zorks, he was very, very, aggressive in what he was trying to explain was going on out there.
Throw in, taken there by Jared Berry. Handball to Levi Ashcroft to his brother Will on the arc of 50. Back to Wilmot. Under pressure. Wilmot launches it out of bounds on the full. And it's going to be a free kick to Collingwood. Goes to Harry Perryman, the former Giant, just beside the point post. Right back pocket for the Pies. They're leading by a game high 21 points. He saunters away from that mark. Kicks it just short of centre wing on the outer side. Off hands, Nick Dacos gathers, shoots a beautiful handball out to McCreery. He launches a long one to half forward. Bobby Hill spoiled there by Answorth over the boundary line. Will be a throw-in. Good contest that.
They're getting a lot of one-on-ones too, Collingwood, down the line. So the forwards are working for each other, not allowing the Brisbane defenders to zone off.
Collingwood 1 goal 2 to Brisbane's 1 straight. 19 points was the lead at half-time. Currently 21 for the Pies, looking to make it 5 wins in a row after their opening round shellacking at the hands of the Giants. From the boundary throw-in, Nick Dacos again finds a way. Defensive side of the pack, hands it to his brother. Josh gives it on to Perryman. Off a step, swivels and kicks inside 50. Andrew spoils away from Mytek. Elliott Rose, he's already got the mark for the 200. And not the goal there as he kicks it across the face for a point. Gee, some wasted opportunities from Cox and Elliott. It could be out to 32 points as it is. It's 22 points with those 2 misses. 9-6-60 to 5-8-88.
He's kicked 3 behinds, Jamie Elliott, as the Lions bring it back in. Jasper Fletcher now to right half back to James Tunstall. Takes it on the arc, plays on. It's a long kick, looking for Archie. Quainer. Oh, it's just spoiled there by his teammate in Perryman. He gathered. Handball to Lipinski. Quainer kept running and received. Kicks it inside 50. Elliott takes it 45 out, and the Pies fans rise as one. A man playing his 200th takes it 45 out, slight angle to the left.
The second and third efforts tonight, Jamie, have been outstanding from Collingwood. I mean, Quainer was involved in that contest, and then on his bike, away he goes, gets a handball receive, and then they have the capacity and poise just to kick it inside 40-50.
His 200th game, Jamie Elliott. 295 AFL goals. He launches this one. He loves it. And they all get around him as he extends the Pies lead at the Gabba. 10-6-66. Plays 5-8-38. It is now a 28-point margin in favour of the Pies.
Great minds think alike, Whitey. You took the words right out of my mouth. But I'm just going to nail what I keep talking about. That inside 50 kick. They took the ability of Collingwood tonight to drop the ball into the pocket of space just to the left or the front of the forward and draw the forward up at it has been significantly better than Brisbane. Brisbane have a little bit opposite of dumping kicks at times, but Collingwood's ability to just drop the ball into that pocket of space that they identify, and the forward's really nimble and can move into that footy, has been absolutely fantastic.
Jamie Stanton in the box, Shane Bojack on the boundary.
And what about the Collingwood chant going up here at the Gabba? There's your testify how many people are here in black and white. The Lions fans, they are stunned at what they're seeing.
28 points, a new game high lead. Why are you pointing?
No.
Something? Looking at the stoppage there. Darcy Cameron and McInerney. Ned Long with the rove for Collingwood. Hand pass out the back, kicked off the ground by Nick Dacos to the wing. It favours the veteran side bottom. Gathers, beautiful left foot kick running towards the boundary. Kicked it across his body and it hits Hoskin Elliott, who didn't have to break stride to mark just forward of the wing.
They've created a great addition as a blocker in the centre bounce with Ned Long.
Hoskin Elliott kicks to half forward. Meyer check. Gets to the drop, takes the mark. 5 in from the boundary. 50 out at left half forward.
Flat-footed here, aren't they, Brisbane? They're getting trailed into the contest. They're not winning their stoppages. Getting smashed out of the centre.
5-time leading goal kicker at the Pies. Had those pectoral and hamstring issues last year. Great to see him back and fully fit for Collingwood fans. 55 out. Mychek sets it up to the top of the goal square. One hand, Darcy Cameron couldn't mark. Rove by Neil, lines out of trouble. 1-2 hand pass exchange with Dunkley. Neil chips to McCluggage, who marks. Neil runs on, receives, chips to the wing. Scooped up at his bootlaces by Charlie Cameron. Plays on with a terrible kick over the head of Day. It was good until then. Quainer mops up at half-back for Collingwood.
Gets the handball back to Pendlebury. The legend just takes his time and delivers perfectly to Steele's side bottom. Right on the boundary, just forward of left half-back for the Pies. He settles things down. 21 minutes gone. They lead by 28 points. He peels off the 45 kick. He gives it back to Pendlebury.
Umpires of the 15 rule tonight, they've been a bit
lax on that, I think.
Yeah.
I think that was about 10.5.
Compared to previous games.
Pendlebury, the long left footer. Jasper Fletcher was going to launch at it, but was blocked out. And Myercheck, strong in front of the pack. He delivers a beautifully weighted kick to Will Hoskin Elliott, who takes it just inside the arc at left half forward for the Pies. He's got this distance in him.
The Brisbane defenders are all at sea at the moment. The long down the line on the wing here was Myercheck v Zorko. Where are the Lions' keys? What are they doing?
Will Hoskin-Elliott will have to launch this from the arc of 50. He does. That is a magnificent kick. Will it make it? It hits the post. One behind. 29 points the margin for Collingwood after 22 minutes of this third term. 10-7, 67 to 5-8, 38.
Well, dare we say it, but it's almost looking like a bridge too far for the Lions here. The way that the Magpies are playing, 29 points the lead against the comeback Kings. Wilmot chips short. Ainsworth marks, transfers to Fletcher. He marks on defensive 50. Kick to the wing. Day's got 2 to beat. Good fly from Day. Couldn't mark, but Quainer roves and runs it over the boundary line. Free kick, though. Sam Day got a push in the back in that contest. So Day kicks infield. Wilmot takes the mark between right half back and centre wing. And he gesticulates. Where am I going? He looks infield. No one's on the mark, so he runs on and chips it short. Day still got it just forward of the wing. Kicks infield, trying to spot Levi Ashcroft among 3 pies. It's turned over. Hoskin-Elliott picks up. Hand pass almost missed his hand. Set to go here task, but cleaned up by Long. Scoops it up, hands it to Nick Dacos. Edge of the centre square. Chip to Cox. Cox hands it to Long. Runs the bullseye. Kicks it wide. Forward pocket entry, hoping for Lipinski. Well spoiled by Tunstall. Hill's there though. Hill rose. Hand pass pinched by Fletcher of Brisbane. Second time of asking, he hands it to Zorko.
Zorko to the run of Levi Ashcroft, pursued there by McCreary. He has to round out and go backwards. He goes long down the line. Big fly by Darcy Cameron. He follows it up, gathers it on the boundary line. Nice handball back to Jeremy Howe, but the umpires called it back. It went over that boundary line. There'll be a throw in.
Brisbane just can't get past the wing. They're happy just to kick it down the line, but there's no representation, no Hipwood. Day's been there a few times, but they're just getting outnumbered.
And the hard tag from Jared Berry on Nick Dacos, not successful. 7 disposals in the third quarter alone. He's up to 28. Incredible. Throw in, outer side. Cameron gets it down. Ned Long, he's an inside beast, gives it back to Cameron. Inside 50, Myercheck. In front of and outsizing Jasper Fletcher. And the Pies looking ominous at the Gabba in this third term.
I know we keep talking about the structure and the set and the stoppages, but they're just doing such a great job at the moment, the Pies. They've got no answer for them at the moment, the Brisbane Lions.
Myercheck's got 1 on the board. He'll let this go from just on 50. It's a high kick. It's a straight kick. It is a dart and a dagger to the heart of the Brisbane Lions in this third term. 11-7-73, plays 5-8-38. It is a 35-point margin, nearly 6 goals here at the Gabba, 24 and a half gone.
And Q, you spoke about it before the game started around Mason Cox coming into the Collingwood side. Just then, that contest of Jasper Fletcher on Myercheck is the exact reason why Craig McRae put Cox into the side. Cox plays on Payne, McStay's on Andrews, and then you have Myercheck, who's been Collingwood's best key forward for the past 3-4 years, playing on a second-year, first-year defender, second-year player, taking advantage of his bigger body, better footy brain, understood the contest and where to position himself for that inside 50 scrapper.
Jamie Stanton with you, Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. About 3 minutes left of the third quarter. Collingwood's lead 35 points. Centre stoppage. Bailey tries his best for Brisbane, can't pick up. Dunkley kicks off the ground. Gets a worm burner towards left half forward for Brisbane. Quainer first to meet it though for Collingwood. Hands it to Maynard. Pressured off it by Bailey. Play on. Brisbane ball. Archie picks up. Hands it out the back to Dunkley. Rush kick to the pocket. Hipwood crashes the pack. Punches the ball to the boundary line. And it's out of play for a throw-in.
They've just had nothing from the centre bounce. Brisbane in relation. That was a rush kick, but from backward to centre. They haven't had any go through. They've been able to go inside forward 50.
What can they conjure up here, Brisbane? Trailing by 35 points late in the third term. McInerney off hands. Day can't get it. Will Ashcroft imposes himself, gathers. Handball to Charlie Cameron. He's under pressure from 4 Collingwood players. He let the ball go. Side bottom. Josh Dacos by hand to Myercheck. Tackled into the ground by Fletcher. No holding the ball. Crowd wanted it.
They should have been holding the ball then. He ducked. Took possession, had time to get rid of it, but...
Well, it's only 55 from the Lions' goal, and there's a massive crowd around this ball as the umpire throws it up. Cameron propels it forward. Once again, it's going to get stuck under a few bodies. The umpire will do it again from the same spot.
2 minutes of playing time remaining in the third quarter. Collingwood has extended its three-quarter time lead of 19 points to now lead by 35. Brisbane free kick, though, at the stoppage. Not quite sure who's getting the free kick. It's McInerney's. He's already got 2 goals. Man on the mark here is 50 from goal. And McInerney already looking for other options other than kick for goal. Jack Payne's got the finger pointed, saying, come on, Big O, you've got the journey and we need one. 35 points the deficit. McInerney from 55. High right foot drop punt right to the line. Almost marked by Darcy Cameron of Collingwood. The ricochet taken away by Crisp. No score and Collingwood come clear. Crisp has a bounce, kicks to Long, marks, hands it to Quaynor, hands it to DeGoey. Off they go through the middle of the Gabba. Hand pass to McCreary. 2 bounces to 50. How's the finish? Kick to the pocket. He hits McStay. That is Magpie brilliance in Brisbane.
I'll say right now, Q, that's the player of the year. Right there. Coast to coast, but the way, that tap in the middle, unbelievable. I hope he finishes off with a goal, but that was the player of the year for my mind. That was unbelievable.
And how sweet it will be for those in black and white if an ex-Lion can finish it off. McStay snap. Oh, he's missed it to the near side. He's kicked a point. 6 goals the lead to the Pies, 11-8 to 5-8. Zane.
I'll tell you what, Nick Dacos was just getting some treatment on his hamstring and he jumped up away from the physios and you thought he would have won the grand final with that chain of passes, and then, of course, he got disappointed when the kick missed.
They brought it back in Brisbane, but it's coming back inside 50. Myercheck slaps it along the boundary line, and it's going to be a throw-in the left forward pocket. Their defensive efforts against Brisbane, absolutely amazing.
So 6 goals the lead. I'm putting that McStay kick along with the Cox kick, and there was another. So really, Collingwood should be 9 goals in front.
Yeah.
They're flogging them, really.
3 goals, 5 this quarter, 1 straight goal.
Well, Cox has missed 2 in front. He's normally pretty good.
Throw in left forward pocket, roved there by Bailey. He scrubs it forward, cut off by McCreary. Jamie Elliott from 40. Jamie Elliott gets his second and his 200th. They're partying the Pies here in Brisbane. 41 points the margin. 28.5 gone in the third term.
And there's no spark from Brisbane at the moment, is there? They look flat. There's no direction, no pointing. All going in their shell. It's Collingwood just dominating.
Exactly what I was going to say, Whitey. It's so interesting to watch the stoppages at the moment. You've been speaking about it all night around how Brisbane have just not been able to get it. They're just so flat-footed at the stoppage. They're not even interested. It doesn't matter if you're a midfielder or Jamie Elliott's a half-forward playing on a small defender. They are all just standing, watching. They start with arm across, and then they allow their Collingwood player to move, and then they just watch. And they watch Collingwood's brilliance in action. It's like they're spectators in the crowd, like all of us.
That was Zorko playing on Elliott too at the stoppage. Just let him roam.
42 points the lead for Collingwood. With a few seconds left in the third term, centre bounce, DeGoey forcing tackle there at ricochets to Darcy Cameron. High kick to half forward, no one there for Collingwood. Archie backing back with the flight, takes the mark. And that's the end of a dominant quarter from Collingwood. They've established a match-winning lead. And Josh Dacos is running in to give high fives to his teammates as the siren sounds. From 10 points at quarter time to 19 at half time to now 42 points at three-quarter time. The Collingwood lead. The Magpies kicked 4 goals, 4-5 to Brisbane's 1 goal. 4-5 to 1 goal. And as much as the locals have been lauded as the comeback kings, they'll have to be Kiwi and Chautauqua combined to come home from here and win it, because they are a long way back at the final change. 12-8-80 plays 5-8-38. Daniel McStay has 3 goals for Collingwood. 2 goals for Jamie Elliott, 2 goals for Brodie Myercheck, and singles to Josh Dacos, Beau McCreery, Will Hoskin-Elliott, Nick Dacos and Ned Long. Brisbane's 5 have come through 4 goal kickers. Oscar McInerney's kicked 2 goals. Singles for Eric Hipwood, Cam Rayner and Sam Day. So let's go through that again. Pies by 10 at quarter time, 19 at half time, and now at 3/4 time it's a 7-goal lead, a 42-point lead. Collingwood 12-8-80 to Brisbane's 5-8-38. More to come from our experts, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, in just a moment. Hope you're enjoying the start of the Easter weekend with Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Now it's picked up by Bailey, close to the boundary. Back to Answorth by hand. Centering ball. Delightful. He hit Oscar McInerney. 20 metres out. Left forward pocket for Brisbane. They need this one, the Lions. McInerney comes in. It is a straight kick. He gets his second. And the lead is cut to 14 points.
Zorko takes the grab, has a bounce. Bobby Hill's chasing him. Second bounce for Zorko. Hill got him, put him off his kick. Ball rolls along the wing on the outer side. Myercheck picks up for Collingwood. Kicks back inside 50. Dropped by Payne. Rode by Elliott. Hand pass ends up with Nick Dacos. He runs into the open goal and returns Collingwood to a 20-point lead.
Handball on Lipinski. Quainer kept running and received. Kicks it inside 50. Elliott takes it 45 out and the Pies fans rise. His 200th game, Jamie Elliott. He launches this one. He loves it. And they all get around him as he extends the Pies lead at the Gabba. Myercheck's got one on the board. He'll let this go from just on 50. It's a high kick. It's a straight kick. It is a dart and a dagger to the heart of the Brisbane Lions in this third term. Throw in left forward pocket, roved there by Bailey. He scrubs it forward, cut off by McCreery. Jamie Elliott from 40. Jamie Elliott gets his second and his 200th. They're partying the Pies here in Brisbane.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Collingwood by 42 points at 3/4 time. Flies Pies too old, too slow after opening round. Well, they're on the brink of 5 wins in a row here and handing the reigning premier a hiding on their home deck. The Lions yet to taste defeat in this 2025 season. My name's Quentin Hull. You're hearing Thursday Night Footy through the national broadcaster ABC Sport. 12-8-80 leads 5-8-38 with half an hour to play. And as much as the Lions have been the kings of the comeback, boy, it'd be something special if they could do it from here. Just before our experts in the National Rugby League tight finish coming up in tonight's only game. It's at Brookvale Oval. There's about 5 minutes left. St George Illawarra, the Dragons, lead the locals, the Manly Sea Eagles, by 20 points to 18. So not long to go there, 20 points to 18 Dragons over the Sea Eagles. And just a reminder, wherever you are, the green buttons, the league, the red and the blue buttons, the AFL, you can hear it all on the ABC Listen app. Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, how have Collingwood done this?
With their speed of ball movement. Collingwood like to move the ball quickly, whether that's them taking marks, they play on, or they move the ball quite quickly. They don't mind if they do it through the corridor. They don't mind if they do it on the wing, but it's all about how quickly they get the ball in and out of each other's hands. And it's allowed the Brisbane defenders, or not allowed, it's put the Brisbane defenders into like break mode, and they've pulled the handbrake up and sat still, and Collingwood have just gone straight through them. And Whitey spoke about the best player of the year, which McStay misses the goal in the end, but all based on really fast ball movement, and that's what they've done all night, whether that's by hand, by foot. The ball movement has been fast, effective, and really clean. Nothing has been dangerous. It's all been really clean, fast ball movement.
And it doesn't allow, and when that ball is moving so fast, and it's actually off the line, so they're kicking laterally as well. Brisbane Lions defenders can't set, so they don't know whether it's going to go left, right, above, short. So they're put in two minds, and not only with Harris Andrews, say as an example on a 45, he's watching the ball, but then he's trying to communicate with his teammates to try and find where his defender is. So because of this movement that's happening forward to centre, it's just so hard to man up, and they're just doing such a great job. Their run from behind has been unbelievable, and they're plus 12 at three-quarter time in clearances. It's just unreal.
Plus 10, I think, Whitey, 28 to 10. But the centre bounce clearances, well, it's only 11 to 7 in the end, plus 4 to Collingwood. But you're right, it's not just when they get the ball, it's how they use it.
How they use it.
Once they get out.
Yeah.
Final quarter underway, Michael Price.
So it's Cameron for the Pies, who slaps it forward, is intercepted by the opposing ruckman in McInerney. Comes to the hands of Neil. Neil to Jared Berry. Handball now to the run of Kalachi. They get it to right half forward. It's over to Hipwood. On the right foot to the goal square. Rayner flies. There's a whistle on play. Umpire signals a free kick to Brisbane. Will go to the young Logan Morris, who was held. So he'll have a shot from about 10 metres out, slight angle to the right. 30 seconds gone in the final term. They trail by 42 points.
And they've dropped the tag on Dacos too.
Well, why wouldn't you? He had about... It didn't stop him, did it?
Didn't work.
Logan Morris comes in. Has he missed that? No, the goal umpires, he's not sure whether it was a goal or not. The crowd behind the goal, predominantly Collingwood supporters.
Well, he's
missed that.
He's missed that because
I've seen the replay. He's missed it.
He's setting up too.
From about 10 metres out, and that gives you a pretty good indication of how it's gone tonight for the Brisbane Lions if he's missed that, young Logan Morris.
Side of the post.
I know we got to get it right, but why?
Wow, it's pretty close, but you can see this. Yeah.
It is a review and it is a behind. So the margin is reduced, but only to 41 points. A minute and a half gone. There's a minute of our life we'll never get back to. Inbound gets the left half back. Josh Dacos takes the mark. Jacos touched 21. Nikos has got 28 tonight. They're killing the Ashcrofts, that's for sure. Dacos Inc. Kick to the wing. And side bottom robes the pack, gets the hand pass. There's another one. Nick with the kick to half forward. Cox can't pick up on the half volley. He's dragged off it. Battles on Big Mace on hands and knees. He's sprawling arms and legs trying to get to the footy. Harris Andrews picks up a hand pass. He's tackled by McCreary. It's a ball up.
But once again, they win the ball. It goes to ground on the wing, and they win front and centre.
Ball thrown in the air. On attacking 50 for Collingwood. Neil Rose, the tap of Cameron. Hands it out the back to Fletcher. Clearance Brisbane. Fletcher's kick to the wing. Rayner has to fist in the flying pack with Howe and Moore near him. Fisted out of play. So let's do Ashcroft's versus Dacos'. What are we up to? 40 for Dacos Inc. 29 and 21. Ashcroft's 11 and 16 for 27.
Get to Zane. Moore's just come off on the bench.
Okay.
Throw in on the outer side, off hands, Nick Dacos, handball to Maynard, speculating handball forward, McCreary does well. Fisted to his own advantage, explodes onto the arc, the outside of the boot, the kick to go, he couldn't quite take the mark. It's a free kick anyway. Dane Zorko, the offender, the umpires adjudicated that it was an illegal block. So Jordan De Goey will have a shot about 30 metres out. Should be a soda for him.
That's so impressive. The way Collingwood move the ball in tight to then the outside. Oh.
That's a soft free kick as Jordan De Goey extends the pain, gets his first. It is a 47-point margin. It doesn't get any better for the Brisbane Lions. Zane Bojak's on the boundary.
Yeah, Darcy's been undergoing a HIA. They've been looking at the footage. The doctor has been talking to him, and I think, to be honest, I don't think he'll probably come back for the rest of this quarter, but just wait and see. He's talking to the doctor now, but I think he's okay. He's conscious and everything, but I think they're just a bit worried that he's dazed.
Yeah, and Jeff White just talking to me here. You picked up something on the screen.
Yeah,
there's some blood coming from his ear.
He's bleeding from his ear.
And
copped the knee from friendly fire from Howe.
So we just seen a replay.
But it looks like
that'll be looked at by Morris. Pushed him into the contest, into the knee. That's a 3-weeker.
So Logan Morris pushed Darcy Moore into the contest, which forced that contest. Yes, Zano?
Yeah, and Ed Allen looks like he's been activated. Darcy is bleeding and he's heading down towards the race.
Centre clearance, Nick Dacos for Collingwood. Hands it to Pendlebury, hands it out the back to Josh. Josh Dacos hands to Perryman. Perryman kicks wide and Crisp takes the mark. He'll equal the great Jim Steins next week for consecutive appearances. What a player he has become. Who would have thought he struggled to get a regular start in those 3 years he spent at the Brisbane Lions all those years ago. Crisp with a long kick from the wing towards the pocket. Into the lap of Day, drops the mark. He fumbles out of play for a boundary throw-in. So just repeating, Darcy Moore off the ground with blood coming from his ear after having had a collision with a teammate, which may have been helped by a nudge from Logan Morris.
I think there's a couple of weeks coming for young Logan Morris in that regard, if what we've seen so far this season plays out. The throw in, Josh Dacos versus Will Ashcroft. And the ball gets stuck underneath the pair of them. A good bit of sportsmanship too. They help each other up as the umpire will throw it up. 35 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Nearly 6 minutes gone to this final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Off hands to the ruck. Ryan Lester off a step, kicks it towards the wing. Big fly Hipwood. At ground level, the Pies superior though. Howe couldn't quite pick it up. Into Hipwood again. Gave it to McCluggage by hand. Then Morris. Sweeping handball to Rayner, who taps it into the path of Berry. Nice play. Berry returns the handball back to Rayner. Now back to Berry. Confronted by Maynard. Gets around him nicely. Drops it onto the right shoe and then kicks it straight down the throw to Billy Frampton. Unfortunately for Brisbane, who plays for Collingwood, and he will go back and take it very easy, as the Pies are doing it easy.
Short passes to Quainer, remarks in the left back pocket. 47 points the lead for Collingwood. 34,802 the official crowd, so nearly 35k in the house. Quainer long to the wing. Maynard taps it off the ground. Well, Pendlebury tried a little soccer there to create, and usually for Pendles, he didn't create much there. Stoppage on the outer wing. 34,802. Cal Archie looks like he's going to be subbed out as well.
Yeah, Marshall will come on for his first.
Sam Marshall to make his debut. Whistle in the ruck contest on the outer side. Free kick Collingwood. McInerney getting over the shoulder of Darcy Cameron. Zano?
Yeah, Archie's chucked on the jersey. He's out, and we're going to see Marshall come into the contest.
Pick 25 in the draft. Lions had to go there when Sydney bid on him as an academy product. Cameron kicks Collingwood towards half forward. Crisp the lead. Berry the spoil. Boundary the victor. Throw it in on the outer side.
The young Sam Marshall, he was All-Australian at under-18 level last year. Best on ground for the Sandringham Dragons in their premiership win with 28 disposals.
So it's Kawana Park Juniors and finished his schooling at Melbourne Grammar and played at Sandy Dragons.
Why not? Why not? Quite the player. Levi Ashcroft takes the clearance and kicks it straight down the corridor. It's beautifully intercepted there by Jeremy Howe, who flares it out to the right. A nicely weighted kick to find Lipinski on centre wing. He kicks it the right half forward. This is too easy. Jamie Elliott takes it 55 from goal at right half forward. He's going to go left to Quainer. Quainer 60 from goal, slightly further back. He's going to return favour to Nick Dacos. And then forward to Elliott, just inside the arc of 50. Now this is close to Jamie Elliott goal kicking distance, even though he's going to start his run up from outside the boundary. And they almost cue in rack the crowd, stunned here at the Gabba.
Is this MCGV Essendon range?
Oh no, he's decided he's going to pop it into a dangerous spot for McStay to fly. Jared Berry floated in front of the pack, killed it, smashed it into the behind post, and it will be a throw in just adjacent to that in the right forward pocket for Collingwood, leading by 47 points.
The Anzac Day meeting between Collingwood and Essendon will see the Pies march in with a 5-game win streak. Boundary throw in, clean possession, Darcy Cameron. Hand pass stolen by Ashcroft, taken high, free kick. Ned Long got high on which Ashcroft? That was the blonde of Will. Mind you, Levi's got the blonde too. They're in tight like that. I have absolutely all hopes that Levi Ashcroft gets 100% fit, but if he can keep wearing that shoulder strapping, that would help us all. It was like when I said to Brad Scott at the end of his career, just as well you wear your socks up. And then Chris, who wore his socks down all career, wore his socks up the last couple of years. And I said to the boys, what are you doing to me?
Messing with your head, Q.
Yep, kick down the wing. Bailey takes the ball for Brisbane. Inside 50, Hipwood takes a juggler. One-handed juggling mark for Hipwood going with the flight despite the attention of Maynard.
Yeah, now they don't have Darcy Moore down there. They're a bit down for height. I'll play on. I'll do it?
No, you're watching the replay.
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't want to get in the way of you, Q.
No, that's all right. Good discipline, Jet. Late in the game. Eric Hipwood, not quite the second half heroics of last week. He's kicked one goal tonight, 2 steps infield, left foot snap, good kick. Second for Eric, and the Lions kick their first goal since the 7-minute mark of the third term. It's come 10 minutes into the last, so half an hour or thereabouts without a goal. Collingwood's lead 41 at 13:8:86 to 6:9:45.
The sting has definitely come out of this game as we see the scores significantly blown out now. But as Whitey just said, Darcy Moore coming out allows Hipwood to be playing on Maynard. But the way that goal comes about, though, is by Brisbane moving the ball fast and through the corridor and off the line, which is what they've done for the past couple of games when they've been playing well, mind you, not in their not-so-great quarters, but in their good quarters. They want to come through the corridor with fast ball movement to get it deep inside 50, which is what we just saw, or as everyone heard.
Collingwood just haven't allowed that tonight, though. Very few of those attempts tonight from Brisbane.
They haven't allowed Dane Zorko to get much of the agate from halfback either. 276 metres gained, that's well short of his standard around 600. Coming off the hands of the ruck, Dunkley, his kick smothered by De Goey, who followed up and he's battling for the ball. He left it behind and picked up by Crisp. He was dumped into the ground by Jared Berry. Berry very frustrated with himself. The crowd don't like it either. I'd like to see the replay of that. But
well, the closer umpire said play on, and the so-called secondary umpire called the free kick.
Crisp kicks it long inside 50. Cox with the big contest at the back of the pack. Bobby Hill closely monitored by Noah Answorth as he takes the ball over the boundary line in the left forward pocket. Pies by 41.
Well, now this becomes a bit of a puzzler. As much as the reigning champs are going to be 5-1, they have been hot and cold in winning their first 5, but heavily exposed by a highly credentialed opponent tonight. Jeff White and Jamie Sandon will break it down for you later. Sam Marshall gets a kick. He roves that pack, the first gamer in the pocket. Kick to a pack on defensive 50. Bounces back his way. He'll get a second kick off hands. He doubles up. Good on you, young man. Chips it out wide. Tunstall gathers on the bounce. Hands it to Hipwood. Hipwood's right foot kick is along the wing. Bounces in the field of play and then goes out.
Oh, you're kidding me.
And the umpire says that is insufficient intent, even though it bounced 3 metres away from a teammate. And he was kicking with his non-preferred side.
Oh, dear. And Logan Morris is right there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So a guy kicking with his non-preferred boot misses his target by 3 metres, and because the target was near the boundary, they call that insufficient intent.
Can I give you my weekly complaint? Bring in the lasso, for God's sake. Yeah. It works in the AFLW. Do it here.
Yay, women's footy.
Yeah.
On your stando.
So it was a long kick. It was a free kick that was awarded to Oscar McInerney. We'd just take away all the argument, wouldn't we, if that happened?
No, we'll find some others.
OK, McInerney kicks it along the right half forward, off hands, rowed by Levi Ashcroft, intercepted by Crisp as he offloaded the handball. And Crisp, well, luck's a fortune. It was a tumbling kick and it landed into the breadbasket of McCreery. Handball to the run of Josh Dacos. He hits Jamie Elliott just forward of the bullseyes. The handball is sublime. Gives it to De Goey. De Goey, a long kick to the goal square. McStay, rove Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill snaps. Bobby Hill goals. Collingwood irrepressible tonight at the Gabba. They have dealt the reigning premiers an absolute flogging. 14-8-92, plays 6-9-45. It's back to that game-high 47-point margin with 14 minutes gone to the final turn.
They just haven't been outmarked. If it's on the wing, they bring it to ground or they mark it, the Collingwood forwards. If it goes inside forward 50, they either get a nice chip to the 40, 30 metres, or...
And the members have had enough. The reigning premiers at home on Holy Thursday, and their fans are leaving at the 14-minute mark of the final term.
Might be easier to get out of the Gabba for a change.
Reigning premiers, 5-0, 15 minutes last quarter, and they're leaving.
And the Collingwood fans are happily...
Well, they'll be telling him that way to the exit. Catch it later on in the year. Boundary, centre bounce. Neal's tackled by Long. So a secondary stoppage in the middle. Day and Cox crash into each other. Who's getting the free kick? Collingwood. Advantage taken by Long. Deep kick to full forward. Oh, McStay's out the back. Payne's lost his footing. McStay's in the pocket. Chips at the top of the goal mouth. Darcy Cameron can't mark. Fletcher Rose for Brisbane. Hands it to Wilmot. High, rushed, quick kick towards half back, but Crisp is underneath it and takes the mark for Collingwood. Jack Crisp is going to take his moment. What about your old mate Steinsy? Who would have thought someone would get to 244 in a row?
Unbelievable.
Yep. And that awaits Jack Crisp on Anzac Day. Man on the mark on 50. Crisp with his left boot, 55 out. Good hit. It's going to come down right on the line. Andrews punches it through for a point. Collingwood by 48 at 14-9-93 to 6-9-45. 16 minutes final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lions bring it in quickly. Zorko to Levi Ashcroft. Back to Zorko. Straight down the middle, looking for Hipwood in the centre circles. Double grabber. It's a free kick anyway. He had the chop of the arms. Takes it quickly. The left foot inside 50. Rayner takes the mark. He's 45 out, 45-degree angle to the left, Cam Rayner.
And that's what happens when Dane Zorko, as you would say, Pricey, has the agate and creates off half-back. He got double possessions based off the kick-in, and as we've spoken about all night, Collingwood have not let this happen at all, and the game and the sting is totally out of it. But that piece of play talks about how critical Zorko is to the way Brisbane play the game.
One goal for the night to Cam Rayner. Launches from right on the arc. He starts it right, it curls back, it hasn't got the distance. It's fisted over the boundary line. The high flyer was Jeremy Howe. It's one behind, rushed. 93 plays 46, 47 points the margin. Pies lead it.
And Josh Dacos steps beyond the goal mouth to ensure it's another stat for Dacos Inc. Kicks it to half-back and side-bottom mark. So Nick's got 32, Josh has got 24. Side-bottom taking his time. The veteran in his 17th season kicks Collingwood towards the wing, and it hits the chest of Cox. He marks. Plays on with a hand pass to Long. Long's hand pass at the boot of Pendlebury. Pendlebury reaches down to pick up the foot. He gets taken high by Bailey. Free kick to the legend that is Scott Pendlebury. Kicks it out wide to Josh Dacos, who's unmarked. Kicked the goal of the year on this ground in the COVID season, playing against Sydney. Hand passes to Nick Dacos. They combine again. Nick hands it to side bottom, 55 out, left half forward. Kick towards full forward. Off hands, rode by Myercheck. Tackled. Holding the ball. Zorko with a great tackle to earn a free kick at fullback for Brisbane. So as much as Anzac Day is on the mind of Collingwood and their traditional clash with Essendon, the Lions have got a trip to Melbourne next week to play St Kilda. Zorko's kick to the middle of the ground's turned over. Collingwood about to come back in. Nick Dacos hands it to Pendlebury. Pendlebury chips to DeGoey. And Jordan DeGoey takes the mark.
The thing that's been really impressive from Collingwood tonight is the ability to go attack the defence really quickly. We saw a bomb inside forward 50 before. Brisbane won it and Cripps was able to get it. So that defensive mindset has been outstanding. And there, once again, the ability to go attack the defence.
Nursed into the season with a few knee and ankle issues. Jordan DeGoey, man on the mark, 45 out here. 52 out. His legs look all right on that. He's pumped through another Collingwood goal. That's two for the number two. and 15 for Collingwood. They're out by the half 100. They lead by 53 points at the 19-minute mark of the last quarter. Magpies 15-9, 99. The Lions 6-10, 46.
This has just been a full quarter outstanding effort from Collingwood from the get-go. They've been relentless the whole night.
It's been absolutely fantastic. What I'm really curious on, so the Lions went with Berry as the tag at start of the second half, but none of the Lions midfield since they've dropped the tag in terms of Neil, McCluggish, Dunkley, Ashcrofts ×2 have said, okay, we've dropped the tag, but I'm going to take it into my responsibility and stop this kid from running ragged around our home deck.
He's exposed them. 34 disposals, 9 contested, 8 clearances, 4 centre bounce clearances, 567 metres gained and 11 score involvements. Consummate performance. They get another clearance here, the Pies. Side bottom, sweeping handball, McCreary. They've got it to DeGoey. Inside 50. Little 9-iron, just went through the hands of Ryan Lester. Jamie Elliott, keen as mustard, gets in there looking for another goal, but can't quite pick it up. It's contested 30 metres out, and the umpire's going to come in and break up the scrum of players and just throw it straight up. McInerney wrestled McStay out of the way, took it out of the ruck, kicked it straight up and down. Smashed by Rayner, back inside 50. Tunstall takes it for the Lions, handball to Berry, a floater. And Hipwood did well after contesting the mark and dropping it and picked it back up, and he peeled it left to find Sam Marshall, the debutant. Take the mark.
First gamer at centre-half back. Marshall kicks to Zorko. Marks in the bullseye. Right down the middle of the Gabba. Deep entry. Great fly from Day. Not paid the mark. Or has he paid a chop of the arms? No, there's a Brisbane free kick. It's going to Rayner. So neither mark nor chop of arms. And Cam Rayner got taken high by Mason Cox in going for the Rove. I think Sam Day's done his bit structure-wise tonight, hasn't he?
He has. He's presented really well. He's done well when he's been in the ruck. He's competed really hard.
Yeah, I think that was probably holding the man against Cox on Rayner. Not much in it. 25 out straight in front for Cam Rayner. A couple of steps. Right foot kicks a good one. 2 goals for Cam Rayner. Just the 7th of the night for Brisbane. Margin back to 47 points at Collingwood, 15-9, 99 to Brisbane, 7-10, 52. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts.
Yeah, just transitional run. They went through the corridor, but just for Collingwood, this is a massive statement. Huge statement. Especially Premiers, the reigning Premiers home ground. Big crowd, Thursday night.
And we'll discuss it further in the post-game, but as ever the question early in the season, who have we learnt more about tonight? Who have we learnt more about tonight? If you've got a thought, 0437 774 774. An inevitable blip from a Brisbane team that's been lucky to get away with a few inconsistent performances, or is this a real flex from a team that won the comp only 2 years ago?
I think that's a bit from column A and B, Q. Umpire bounces it in the middle of the Gabba. Off hands of McInerney. McCreary tracks the ball out to the wing, gives it now to side bottom, back to DeGoey by hand. He floats one out just beyond centre wing on the outer side to Myercheck. He's looking back to the bench. He was having a chat as he holds the ball as well. Lions have flooded back. Myercheck goes long regardless. Inside 50. Good mark at the back of the pack. Jack Payne floated there, took a good defensive mark. About 20 away from the Pies' goal.
Kicks across the face of goal to Ryan Lester. Marks, chip short to Marshall. Getting his hands on the footy. It's good. His first game. Probably going to end up as another of the midfield brigade here. His kick, those turned over. Frampton got to the front of that exiting kick from defence, and Billy Frampton takes the mark for Collingwood. 70 from goal at right half forward. Chips to the pocket. Lester flew for Brisbane. Couldn't mark. Brisbane ball out the back. Payne roves. Ham passes to Wilmot. Has a bounce through the goal mouth. Hoskin Elliott chasing. Took all of his 15. Ham pass to Andrews. Andrews chips to right half back. Dunkley takes the grab for Brisbane. Josh Dunkley coming up for possession, 20. Infield on the 45 with a kick. Gathered down low by McInerney. Hands it to Berry. Hands it to Marshall. Marshall hands out the back to Answorth. He chips to the wing. Lester Marks. Hands it to Marshall. He's everywhere, this young man. Kicks to Charlie Cameron in the pocket. Flew. Couldn't mark under the pressure of Maynard. Cameron, well, he scragged Maynard after that. Didn't give away the free kick. Collingwood win it anyway. And once again, it's Nick Dacos involved with a hand pass through Lipinski and Allen, and now to Long on the wing.
Long, the former Hawk, back to Allen, the activated sub on centre wing, and he floats one out and kicks it into row 5. Out of bounds on the full. It's going to be a free kick to Jack Payne, left half back for the Lions, trailing by 47 points, if you don't mind. The reigning premiers getting flogged on their home deck here. Andrews gathers the ball and he puts it to the right to Darcy Wilmot. Nobody to kick to. He's had a bounce and he decides to drop a short pass to Zorko. Still inside, defensive 50. The aggressive kick not quite working there for Zorko. Crisp gathered. Answorth, close attention, couldn't quite drag it in. Cox gathered it for the Pies to Josh Dacos. Back to Allen, he chips it forward to find Lipinski. Back on centre wing, Vulture Street side of the ground. They take their time and he's just signalling, I'm just going to hold it up for a second.
Fourth year at the Pies for the ex-Bulldog. Chips it backward, another. That's a mark to Nick Dacos and a kick to Josh Dacos. A mark to Josh Dacos and a kick to Josh Dacos. Kicks it backwards. Maynard at centre half back. Takes the mark. Flares out wide to Howe. Oh, it's a haunting sound. Bet the G. Bet Docklands. Bet anywhere they play in black and white. The unmistakable sound of happy Collingwood fans. And they're sharing it on the outer side. Still side bottom. He's still going, isn't he, Side? He chips backwards. It's Sherry around the back now. Side bottom chips to Howe at defensive 50. And Howe kicks it back around the wing. Beautifully weighted kick over the head of Berry. Taken by McCreary. He runs infield. Probing kick to full forward. McStay, huge fly. Couldn't mark. But Hill swoops brilliantly. Stops in the goal mouth. And torpedoes the Sharon into the roof of the stands.
Oh, he hit the scoreboard.
Bobby Hill took a moment just to make sure everyone realised I'm about to slam through my second goal. And you're right, Jeff, it would have hit the roof if it didn't hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, it hit the flushed into the scoreboard.
He was on his way to the roof.
But McStay comes to the bench, but what a contest when he got up there. He's just rubbed his knee. Hope he's all right.
16-9, 105 to 17-52. Pies by 53.
Jumped. Oh, wow. Great contest. And then Bobby Hill just front and centre. Read it perfectly.
But where's his defender? Sorry for the people that are listening to us. There's not... Zorko's trailing him in, but he's 5 metres behind him. So Zorko wants to have an issue with Fags on the bench. He's got to get and actually do his job first and clean his backyard up defensively.
Well, the Lions have dropped 15%. They were 120% before this game at the top of the ladder. They've dropped to 105.5% as we speak. That is an incredible fall. And we're back into the middle. The umpire's bounced it sideways, so he's going to come back. Throws it up now. Cox slaps it down next to McInerney, who picks it up, toes it forward. Spoiled by Maynard, aggressively gathered. Towed off the deck by Brisbane, but Isaac Quainer floated and took a nice defensive mark. He flares it out to the right to Maynard. Maynard to guess who? Have a listen to the crowd, the reaction of Nick Dacos taking a lazy chest mark at right half back. Disposal number 37, which is more than combined Ashcroft's.
Kicks it to the wing, hoping for Cox, but Payne intercepts to mark for Brisbane. Spears a pass infield, marked by Berry near the bullseye. Transfers across the centre square. Kick is marked by Cameron, who's had a dirty night. That's Charlie. Hasn't done much tonight. Chuckles Cameron, kicks towards half forward. Morris the target, spoiled away by Howe. Boundary the winner. And among the storylines of the night, Logan Morris might be under a bit of hot water for pushing Darcy Moore into a contest where the Pies skipper was injured. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Well, Q, I had a lot of Lions supporters around me on the boundary about 2 minutes ago, but they cleared out that last goal. Those that stayed have gone, and I've now got Collingwood fans around me.
Oh, looking forward to that trip home. It's going to be a lot easier to get out of here as the throw in slapped forward, picked up by Josh Dacos. He tumbles it. Oh, Harris Andrews, good mark against Will Hoskin-Elliott. Stretched to his maximum, just chips it forward a centre wing out of side to find Dunkley. Dunkley bounce passes it by foot to Oscar McInerney at right half forward. Handball back to Lockie Neal. He wants to chip it inside 50. Berry, the target, Berry, has got a chop of the arms off Pendlebury and will get a free kick. 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right. He was employed as the tagger to Josh Dacos in the third quarter, who duly racked up 8 disposals against him. Would not be the first opponent Nick Dacos has ever done that to, and won't be the last either. If this is a home game for Brisbane, by the way, as Jared Berry comes into the boos of the crowd and kicks a point. 105 plays 53, so it is now a 52-point margin. Free kick to Collingwood on the way out too.
What a statement victory from Collingwood. Anzac Day beckons, but oh how the echoes of the start of Easter round will reverberate around the competition. The Magpies have flogged the Premiers by 52 points. And from go to woe, it was a dominant performance from Collingwood. Brisbane saw the lead briefly in the first term, but that was it. Collingwood led by 10 points at quarter time, by 19 at half time, 42 points at three-quarter time, and in the end won the game by 52 points. Collingwood 16-9-105, Brisbane 7-11-53. The Magpies join the Lions with a 5-win, 1-loss record. Well, officially 34,802 is the crowd. That's not the roar of that many. I reckon there's maybe half that left here. The Collingwood mob, they haven't gone anywhere. They want to celebrate what has been a tremendous victory. And as Jeff White said before the game and at half-time, well, it's a long season ahead. What's to play for? Well, the Magpies, after missing the finals last year as premiers, in consecutive weeks have beaten the two teams that played the last game of last year. It was the Swans, the runners-up on the Friday night of Gather Round, away from home. And admittedly, Sydney was away from home as well. But then coming here to Brisbane's house and flogging the Lions by 52 points. And the manner of which they did it as well. We'll speak through it. We'd love to hear from you. We'll get into the rooms as well. 0437 774 774 if you want to have your say. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. That's 0437 774 774. Collingwood 16 goals, 9-105. Brisbane 7-11-53. The first defeat of the season for the Brisbane Lions. And that means the only unbeaten team in the AFL is down the M1 at Carrara.
Yes.
Stanto, yes. A moment in the game.
Go, boys.
Gold Coast is the only undefeated team remaining.
They're putting us on the map. Good work, boys.
In season 2025. Okay, goal kickers for Collingwood. Daniel McStay kicked 3. 2 goals for Jordan De Goey. 2 goals for Jamie Elliott. 2 for Bobby Hill. 2 for Brodie Myercheck, and single goals to Josh Dacos. Beau McCreary, Will Hoskin Elliott, Nick Dacos and Ned Long. Brisbane just the 7 goals. 2 for Cam Rayner, 2 for Eric Hipwood, and the 3 singles were kicked by Sam Day. Oh, my apologies. Oscar McInerney kicked 2 as well. So 3 kicked 2, 1 kicked 1. McInerney 2, Hipwood 2, Rayner 2, and Day with the 1. Apart from Nick Dacos having 38 possessions, how did that happen, Jamie and Jeff? I know I've taken away the first answer, but let's go a little deeper. That's what we do here on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It was their work rate was completely outworked Brisbane, but just the ball movement, the work rate for each other, the ability to hit their targets. I don't know Price would be able to get the kicking efficiency. It felt like they were hitting the target all the time. Their spread from defence was outstanding. When they got held up, they were able to find the little short ones on the 45. If they couldn't do that, they hit it down the line at the wing. They had Myercheck, McStay, Cox bring it to ground. If they didn't bring it to ground, they marked it. If it brought it to ground, the crummers came through clean below the knees. I said that within the first 10 minutes of the game. They're clean below their knees, and I love that theory. If the side's clean below their knees early in the game, they go on and win, and that's what they're able to do. Then their ability just to work for each other and change the angles, and it just didn't allow Brisbane to zone off.
Our drivers on the romantic route in Bavaria are back with us. Tom and Jamie on the text have said, high-fiving a Collingwood win down the German Autobahn. Thanks for the call. Good on you, Tom and Jamie. 0437 774 774. Johnny Drama texts, I think tonight we've learnt who are the 2025 premiers. And FYI, I barrack for the Bombers. I hate the Pies, says Johnny. Well, Anzac Day, of course, coming up next week. Well, Brendan from Hobart, the Pies side might be better than the 2023 side with Lockie Schultz and Dan Houston to come back in. Yep, that's
when you consider that's a couple of really good outs, isn't it?
A guy by the name of Tom Mitchell who's still getting his foot right.
Yep.
And yet to come back into consideration. So there's a few there that aren't going around for Collingwood. I'll see if Mick wants to address this during our shows over the weekend. I'm speaking of Mick Malthouse here. Pete texts, g'day, I wonder if Zorko would be playing next week if Mick Malthouse was coaching Brisbane. From Pete. That was after Zorks and Chris Fagan had a discussion, a heated discussion on the beach, on the bench. Pete says he's easing into Easter, into his shed on a beautiful Ballarat autumn evening. 0437 774 774. Brisbane has disappeared, and Collingwood is taking its time to celebrate with the fans here at the Gabba after a 52-point win in front of 34,802 fans. Oof.
We're all a bit stunned, I think.
Oh.
And are you more stunned at how the Lions didn't come back, or just how bloody good Collingwood were? Because they were brilliant.
Oh. Sorry to interrupt you, Michael. I've just seen... Are we getting the Brisbane Bears playing strip next week?
Oh, it could be
2 weeks' time?
You are. Against the Suns, and I hope they wear their pink strip just to change it up a bit.
That was the debate. Was it pink, was it coral, or was it salmon?
Actually, it's technically labelled coral.
Oh, it is technically coral.
Technically, under our new colour scheme, it is coral. And now we're into totally different realms here, and we're not analysing this game that we just saw. But coral, but pink by all of our listeners and viewers, and it's a lovely pink, but it's labelled coral.
Yeah, and we will do the Pies are still out celebrating on the ground, so that's why we've got the moment to look at the big screen with a shot of. Is that a young Marcus Ashcroft in the Bears strip?
That's Will.
No, it's not. It's Will. Will Ashcroft's got the Bears strip, I think, and that's Sunday night in a couple of weeks' time, pre the Labor Day holiday in Brisbane, and that when they play the Suns. And it looks like they're going to be playing in the Brisbane. I wasn't aware that was happening.
Me either.
No,
and a shocker. The old Brisbane Bears jumper.
And we're not
red hot shocker.
It's not the V one. It's the BB one.
Did you say VB or BB?
No, BB.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And a koala isn't a bear.
Beware the bear.
Unless you're an American, then they're Qantas bears.
Yeah. And now Jamie Elliott gets lifted to the shoulders of Darcy Moore and Darcy Cameron. Couple of goals tonight for Jamie Elliott and a stereotypical high-flying mark. 200 games and counting for the man known as Billy.
Good to see Darcy Moore holding him up as well. He's got a little bit of bandaging on his ear, but good to see him holding him up and he's healthy.
And aren't they soaking it up, the Collingwood players and fans? So no doubt Zane Bojack, he'll be frothing at the bit, waiting to see them enter the rooms.
Just with Darcy Cameron too, for the listeners, that he passed the concussion test.
Darcy Moore.
Oh, Darcy Moore, sorry.
Yeah, Darcy Moore, yeah. So those concerned that he might not be able to play on Anzac Day.
Yep.
Zano, call them in the Pies rooms.
Oh, here they come, including the 200-man right in front. Got Maynard right behind him. They're very, very happy here, the Pies. Big Darcy Cameron. And there goes Moore with, of course, that tape on that ear. Blood still coming out. He doesn't care. Nick Dacos goes past me. Isaac Quaynor. They're all very happy. Jeremy Howe, what a game he had. The veteran at the back. A lot of celebrations here with fans. There's many that have made their way here into the dressing rooms, deep in the bowels of the Gabba. They're getting set to form a huddle. Dan McStay, what a game he had. Missed out on this game last year due to his injury, and here he is being instrumental in a Pies win. Big Mason Cox, he comes in. They're about to unleash with some vocal stylings of good old Collingwood forever. They are very happy. The men from Collingwood, not sure who we're going to chat to very shortly, Q, but they're lining up to have a chat to us. A lot of players had great games tonight.
Well, stay close, Zane. Zane Bojack in the Collingwood rooms. Magpies winners by 52 points at 16-9, 105 to 7-11, 53. Okay, what's going on in the other rooms right now? Jamie, Jeff.
Yeah, Fags is probably having his debrief with them and discussing all of the statistics that I spoke about at halftime about the process and what they didn't do right and how the result doesn't matter because the statistics that we ask and want we didn't meet, so therefore move it to the side. We'll get to work this week. We'll get back to what we do best, but I think we'll discuss it a bit more later on. There's potentially a little bit more going on at Brisbane here than their record suggests, and sometimes when you win games it papers over some cracks that are actually there, and potentially Collingwood have exposed those cracks at a fantastic time for Chris and his coaching staff to address now and not at round 20, 21, 22 leading into a finals campaign potentially.
Well, you and Whitey, the difference between win-loss, but just the personal, and I say this in a football sense, but in a football sense, Brisbane are embarrassed tonight. This is their biggest home game of the season, and they got flogged.
Yeah, you're spot on, and you're both spot on. But I think that
it's only a week. But
yeah, I think the thing with Faye,
can we call it anything else tonight?
Yeah, they were just flat-footed. They look flat. They've come off a short break. They've played some. They've expended a lot of energy coming back from the games that they've played. You think about their game when they played against West Coast; it was so hot that day. So sometimes this sort of with the games can actually build up to this result. So I think the positive for the Brisbane, they needed this. They needed a bit of a reality check. They come back and had some really good wins, but this is a bit of a reality check, and they're going to get back to the drawing board and do their homework,
You make a fantastic point, Whitey, in that regard of it is a reality check. Like you mentioned, though, it's probably not the right game that Brisbane wanted to have the reality check on. But what Fags will be preaching in the rooms now is this is what happens when we don't get it right. This is how bad it can be, and it'll actually check some of their egos too, and we'll discuss Nick Dacos to the cows come home and how fantastic he is. But I mentioned in the call of Dunkley, Neal, McCluggage, etc., they're all premiership players of last year, but none of them wanted to do the hard work on Dacos tonight. Not one of them said, I'm going to go do it. They then went to Berry. Berry tried his best, but Dacos was already up and flying, and still no one then after that put their hand up and said, all right, coach, put me in. They all sort of shied away from that. And I don't know if you could turn to an Ashcroft in Will, not Levi as a young one, but could you turn to Will, who wasn't having a great game, and say, hey, mate, we need you to put your ego aside and test something out for later in the year or whatnot. But I think your point's so valid, Whitey, in the fact that it's come at a great time for Brisbane. Brisbane needed this, and it's not going to be the end of the world for them.
G'day to Vicky and Rob in Sydney. Wow, how good were the Pies? Thanks heaps for the coverage. Thank you. 0437 774 774 is the number. Fran's one of our great fans. She's a happy Pies supporter tonight. Great call and special comments. I believe some of our boys are not ready for the nursing home just yet. Go Pies. Thank you. Thank you, Fran. Phil, who's our man from Melbourne who's travelling in Indonesia, and Surabaya, says, what a cracker. So good, the Pies. Haven't heard that chanting Collingwood as intense as that for a while. We'll enjoy a couple of frothies tomorrow when I fly to Lombok. I'm back for Anzac Day at the G. There you go. ABC Listen App, take your footy around the world.
Yeah.
Phil from Melbourne in Surabaya in Indonesia. Joan from Geelong, Cat supporter, but love Collingwood, believe it or not. But come the next fortnight, I'll be supporting my mighty Cats all the way. Yes, it's Essendon on Anzac Day and then Geelong after that for Collingwood, while Brisbane has St Kilda at Docklands next week, before then the home Q clash against the Gold Coast Suns. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Zane Bojak's down in the Collingwood rooms. We'll be with him in just a moment, with Collingwood winning 16-9, 105 to Brisbane 7-11-53. Josh Dacos had 38 disposals, 21 kicks, 17 handballs, 8 clearances, 6 inside 50s, 12 score involvements in his 38 disposals. Josh had 30. Side bottom 26. Long 21. Pendlebury 21. Crisp 20. That's the upper echelon of disposal winners for Collingwood. Lachie Neale led the way for Brisbane yet again. 25 he maxed out at tonight. 25 for Neale. 21 for Dunkley. Zorko with 20. McCluggage 20. And those overall disposals, Collingwood had 333, Brisbane 326. We talk about, Dacos Incorporated, how they did the job tonight. Zane Bojak down in the rooms.
Yeah, I'm down here with a very proud Josh Dacos. He should be too, along with his brother. Just the lazy 68 possessions for you two boys tonight here at the Gabba. I think we've sort of, at the beginning of the game, Josh, we were talking about the Ashcrofts versus the Dacoses, but what a telling win for your side, and 5 wins in a row now. I'm sure you're very proud.
Yeah, it was. It's amazing to be playing on this Thursday night. Really key matchup for us, and it was great. I feel like we played probably our best performance of the year. I feel like 4 quarters we were able to kind of control the game. Obviously, they're a really talented outfit, and we knew they were going to come, but we were locked in tonight, and those Ashcroft boys are amazing. I watch a lot of their football, and I feel like they're going to be good to watch in the coming years.
Yeah, well, talking about Lions, a former Lion who plays for you guys now, Dan McStay, he was pivotal up forward, wasn't he? He gave you so many opportunities up forward.
Yeah, he was. He's a star. He does so much work that doesn't necessarily go on the stat sheet, but I think you saw tonight his contest work is unbelievable. It was good to see him kick a few goals tonight, and he knows this ground well, so it's good to see him playing really well, and that whole forward group has been awesome the last few weeks.
Well, you're knocking off some heavy hitters. You beat Swans last week, Lions this week. You got Essendon in the Anzac game, and then after that, Geelong. So is this a pivotal month for you guys as you try to set yourself up?
For sure, it is. And we've had a little bit of travel, which we've loved. I feel like as a team, we've really bonded. We spent the week in Gold Coast after gather round. It was great to be with all the boys and staff. And it's really exciting to be playing such good teams. It gives you a real snapshot of where you're at as a team. And I feel like each week we're growing, looking for ways to get better, and I'm really excited for Anzac Day. I can't wait. We'll get Dan Houston back, Lachie Schultz will be back, so it's always a really special occasion.
All right, I'll hand the microphone over because upstairs we've got Quentin Hull, we've got Jeff White, we've got Jamie Stanton and Michael Price.
Josh, well played tonight. Has Zano got your autograph yet?
No, he doesn't. He hasn't asked.
He hasn't asked yet? Oh, mate, well played tonight. I was so impressed with the stop plays. His clearances tonight were outstanding. And tell me about Ned Long. He's been a wonderful addition to you guys.
Yeah, he's incredible. Obviously, we picked him up from Hawthorn, and since then he's worked so hard to get to this position. He does so much work outside of club hours, and he's definitely one of the more professional players at our club, and he's always working on his game. And like you see, he's a contested bull, but he's really worked on his outside game. He covers the ground unbelievably. He's probably one of our best runners, and he's so young to have such a physically mature body, and he throws it around. So we're so lucky to have him in the midfield. He's given us a different dynamic, and he's an absolute beast. And
then obviously the spread from stoppages was great. Obviously led by your brother and yourself, but just the ability. Lipinski, I thought, was really, really good. He created space, but just the spread from stoppages tonight must have been good watching where you were from the back line.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it all starts on the inside with our pressure, and then from there, once we win it, we use our speed and really try and explode and make the ground big. And I felt like tonight we did a great job of driving our legs. At times we had to get through Brisbane bodies, but we did that. And I felt like, it's always tough coming up here. The conditions can get really slippery, really dewy, and I felt like we handled that so well. Knew when to just get it forward, or knew when to use our numbers.
Josh, could you give us our listeners a little bit of an insight into your pre-season and what your S&C team really focused on? Because it looks like, from our vantage point, that your transition game at the moment from offence to defence is really on point, and normally that only comes from really fit sides. So was your pre-season anything in particular different to normal, or was there an extra running component, or what did that look like?
Our head of S&C, Jared Wade, would love that you're bringing this up. He takes a lot of pride in our running, and I think during our pre-season, we've obviously been under him for now a few years, and we do lots of conditioning drills where you necessarily don't know how long you're running for, and it's really that really mental side of it, where as a team we like to come together when we're feeling the pain. It's a way of connecting and getting outside of your head, and I feel like that translates to game day. You're going to have moments as a player on the field where you're absolutely tonguing it, but as a team we do an incredible job of helping one another out and just working really hard, and I felt like tonight ran extremely well. We definitely are a high intensity team with our burst running, and I felt like we did that really well tonight.
Josh, it's Quentin Hull here. Well played. Look, it seems every game Collingwood plays is a big game, but there seemed to be an element of pride, and extra pride about the way you wanted to acquit yourselves tonight against a rival which is becoming a big part of this early story of your career.
Yeah, for sure. It's I feel like they've been in great form for years now, and it's always great playing Brisbane, whether it's at the G or here. There's always that fiery clash where we know that bit of history, obviously playing in a grand final against one another, and I think it brings the best out of us. You see a really good level of football, and so proud of the boys tonight to come up here, have a win like that, win by 52 points at the Gabba is incredible, and we'll definitely take a lot of confidence from it.
Have you seen your skipper? I think we're getting reports that Darcy Moore's okay, but it was a bit concerning to see him go off and bleeding from his ear.
Yeah, I think he had his ear cut open, but he looks in good spirits, and I'm sure that won't keep him out of Anzac Day.
And just to finish with Josh, Anzac Day, I mean, it rolls off the tongue. You get the opportunity to do it each year, but when you know what it's like and you get to look forward to that again, how do you sleep knowing that once again it's going to be that biggest game of the home and away season, and you get to do it once more against the Bombers?
For sure, you're definitely in the build-up extremely excited, but like you said, close to the game, just the anticipation. It's an amazing day, and everyone does an amazing job of paying their respects, and to be out there on that day means so much to our club, and luckily enough I've been able to do that a few times now, and it's something that you never take for granted. On that day, regardless of how either team is going, they always seem to play their best football. So we know Essendon will come out really strong. They always kind of match up well against us, so we look forward to the challenge of Anzac Day football against them, and we'll take a lot of confidence from tonight's performance.
And if Little Bro's close, he might say, I had 8 more than you tonight, but you had 88% kicking efficiency to his 62.
He will tell me that he's had more than me. He does it all the time. I think it's quite rare that I have more than him, but no, he's honestly, it's just so good to be out there with him. He obviously gets so much attention, and it's incredible prepping for games with him and then being out there on such an amazing occasion. So, I'm so happy to see him get the reward for his hard effort.
Good on you, Josh. Well played.
Well done, Josh.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Josh Dacos. Yeah, 30 disposals, 88% kicking efficiency. His brother was only at 62% kicking efficiency.
It just like that off the halfback, and then you add Dan Houston to that off the half-back line. They're the quarterbacks, and that's why I know Jamie spoke about Zorko, and Zorko's been a wonderful player. How important he is off the half-back. Big miss with Kitty Coleman not there either as well, with the way he uses the ball, but they're so important to have in this side, and they just create, especially when a lot of the clubs are trying to get that turnover between the arcs. And if you're going to have someone that's on the half-back line that can be that quarterback, it just separates the defence, and you just can't compete against that.
Collingwood 16-9, 105. Brisbane 7-11, 53. That's right, a 52-point margin, and the Magpies basically led all night. There was a brief period very early in the game that Brisbane saw the lead, but Collingwood by 10 points at quarter time, 19 points at half time, 42 at three-quarter time and 52 in the end. And Dan McStay with 3 goals led all comers in front of the sticks. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. Pete from Ballarat's giving you a wrap, Stando. Thanks for having Jamie on tonight. No, it's our pleasure. Like many of her W counterparts, her insight is refreshingly measured, accurate and eloquent. Isn't it funny when you stumble over pronouncing eloquent?
Well, thanks, Pete.
It's rather ironic.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's good to have these intelligent and knowledgeable voices who colour in the outlines of the game so well. By the way, Whitey, to make you feel better as well, we always like your stuff. You had a couple of run-ins with some decent names tonight. You're on your social platforms. You do analysis via first use.
Yeah.
And who you had a couple of fans tonight?
I did, yes.
Who'd you see out the back?
Not name dropping at all, but it was good. I ran into Nathan Buckley, a lot of obviously Collingwood legend, and that's the first thing he said. So it was really good. And then BT came in and said the same thing. He said, "Is that really you doing the analysis?" I said, "Yes, that's me, BT." So it was great. Yeah, I really thoroughly enjoy it. I love doing it, and this is something I'll be doing tonight or doing tomorrow as well about how Collingwood play. But I love to give fans and people a bit of an insight, because essentially that's what we did when we did our analysis, and Jamie probably does the same thing on a Monday and Tuesday. That's exactly what you do. You go through the slow modes behind the goals, and that's how you learn, And so I'm putting it out there and getting people an opportunity to learn about the game and what we see.
So now that I've wrapped you up, can you tell us what Brisbane did wrong to allow the Dacoses to go berserk in the stoppages? Well, it was not so much Josh, but particularly Nick.
Well, I think...
How does that happen?
Yeah, well, they were just got front and centre. There was a lot of movement going on, so they were turning their heads quite a lot, the Brisbane players. It just goes back to, I'm a big believer in starts of the ruck. And, no disrespect to Oscar McInerney, I think he's a great ruck, but he didn't change his angles. So for Darcy Cameron, that plays into his hands. Becomes a stop play.
Can you, let's dumb it down. Change of angles.
A change of angles where you want to jump into your opposition ruck. Oscar was too happy to go to the line, because you can cross the line now. So it made it a lot easier for Darcy. Darcy Cameron's not a jumper. So if you're going against him, you've got to come back. You've got to give yourself space to jump into him, because it's a lot harder. If someone's in the air, their knee's going at your head. You're putting yourself in a vulnerable position. You don't want to do that too many times. And then it allows you to hit it in different positions. Oscar was happy just to go to the line.
So that's two front on.
Two front on, like it's like a stop play around the ground, and it plays into his hands. And so it makes it a lot harder, and then the ball's going in the same direction. So you've got to have variety. I didn't see Oscar once tonight punch it forward. How dangerous is that? Because everyone is facing towards your goals. He was too happy just to hit it short or hit it back, and Darcy ended up winning the hitouts. So you've got to change it. I reckon it's a midfield group. They've got to assess that. They've got to change it. And then you put Day in there. He's not going to, outreach Cox. So that was a really good strategy, I thought, from Collingwood to put Cox in not only out forward, but also as a second-tier ruck.
And then to take it to the next step, so now the short people and me and mids and forwards and stuff, what we do off what Whitey's talking about is we read the palm of the ruckman, and then we also can be on the move by that. So what Whitey's saying is that Darcy Cameron, who was dominant, who was putting the ball pretty much where he wanted to, so he'd come and tell his players, this is where I'm putting it. Collingwood could be on the front foot, and then what then it does to the Brisbane midfielders is they then are in second-guess mode because they're having to watch Darcy's hand, is in Darcy Cameron, watch his hand and go, okay, well, I know my ruck's not winning it. I'm trying to watch that hand, keep my hand across my player, and still be on the move before the Collingwood player moves. So the Collingwood player knows what's happening in advance while the Brisbane player is trying to catch up. And what that does, and what we said in the call, they're standing still, not moving through the contest. Collingwood look really light on their feet, which is exactly what we were mentioning in the call, but this is the breakdown of it, is because the Brisbane players had to be second-guessing, where's the hand placement of Darcy Cameron, where's my player, where have they shifted to, and then that's where Nick Dacos and the rest of the midfield brigade got really on top, was because they didn't stand still and allow Brisbane just one arm across and watch Darcy's hand. They actually made them have to change their head and swivel their head to hand, body, ball, and then that's where you get that lacklustre midfield movement.
And outside of Nick Dacos, you've still got Pendlebury with 21 possessions, side bottom with 26 possessions. Look at the clearance. So Pendlebury with 5 clearances. Noah Long had 5 clearances as well, and that's the other.
Yep.
You throw one more into that mix.
That's right, and he's a big body, and that's why they use him as...
Sorry, Ned Long.
Yeah,
and
Ned
that's
Long. Why you use him as a blocker, because he's big, he's bulky. For Brisbane, you use someone like a Rayner, to get in there and bulky and protect the other receiver and the sweeper. But that's why I asked Josh when we spoke to him just earlier about their spread. And they worked so hard in their spread. So not only did they win at the source and the clearances, but the ability to spread made it so damaging, and Brisbane had no answers.
We'll have a look at some of the teams for the rest of the weekend in just a moment, but we can get some audio from the Collingwood captain, Darcy Moore. He did speak post-game with Mitch Cleary from Channel 7, so let's hear what he's got to say about that injury that he picked up in the second half.
Yeah, I just split a bit of my ear, cartilage open, so just had to go downstairs and get it stitched up, and because it was a bit of an awkward spot on my ear, it took a while to stitch up, so they just subbed me out, but I'm all good. I'm just not got about 10 cotton swabs stuffed in this left ear, so I can't hear much.
So no concussion, just an ear cartilage laceration for Darcy Moore, and he should be right to play.
But what about Logan Morris? Do you reckon they'll still look at that?
I reckon he's gone for a week.
Even though the result is...
He pushed him in.
Thank God the result is great for Darcy Moore.
Well, they made their stand, didn't they, the AFL on that, and with a 3-week suspension. So I reckon he's got at least one.
Yeah, I haven't had a good look at the replay.
It does. Well, I think the rule, if your arms are extended and that player does go forward, they're pretty hot on it.
The big part they'll talk about is his eyes on the contest, and he knew he could see the contest, and that's what they spoke about, the difference between the Jimby one in pre-season versus the Richmond player, what's his name? I'm losing it, who got suspended. It was thank you. It's the difference thank you. Difference between the eyes of Mansell could see the contest, so therefore he got suspended versus Jimmy didn't. Morris could see the contest with the arm extended, with that slight push. So I think maybe not 3, but at least he's looking at 1, I think.
No bigger headline than the return of Noah Bolter for Richmond. So he has been named in the teams. And the reason why I wanted to bring that up now before looking at the teams for tomorrow, because we've got first-hand experience of how he went last week. I'm looking at Jeff White. So there was talk, yes, Noah Bolter played, the Richmond VFL team played the Australian Academy team.
Yep, last Sunday.
Okay, where did Noah Bolter line up?
He started at full back.
Where did Kalani White, son of Jeff White, line up?
Started at full forward.
Your boy played on Noah Bolter last week.
Yeah, it was, look, I don't want to, I'm not in, with him getting selected or whatever, but last week it was Kalani learned a lot from him because Kalani can play also back or also on the ruck, but he learned a lot from Noah and his positioning in front of Kalani and how to zone off and how to play one-on-one and how to take the intercept mark. So Kalani had a wonderful experience against him, and he played really well, Noah. From all the external noises, he played exceptional well.
So he's pleaded guilty to that assault charge, and will be, and the sentencing comes down middle of next week.
It's on Tuesday,
the
22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Long weekends, hard to know what day of the week it is. But yeah, so he has been named among all the noise. What did Kalani? What was it like when you're a kid and you get to play against a legitimate, premiership player and star?
Yeah, well, it was his first experience playing against men. He's always played against his own age group, but
what's the weight difference, you reckon?
Yeah, huge. he had him in height though. But there was one Richmond player, 213 centimetres, that played.
What's that in
7 foot?
the old?
7 foot. And their second tier ruckman was 208 centimetres.
Turn it up.
So they took off him, and then on came a 208 centimetre ruck. That's what they had running around in the twos for the VFL at Richmond. Yeah, quite extraordinary. This guy was massive. Yep.
Yeah, so that's certainly the talking point around the end of his club suspension, and now he's ready to turn up to take on the Gold Coast on Saturday night. So among the inclusions, the number one draft pick, Sam Lawler's back in for Richmond as well. But as far as tomorrow's games are concerned, the Good Friday appeal game at Docklands, which gets underway 3:20 local time in Melbourne tomorrow. George Wardlaw coming back in for North Melbourne with Riley Hardiman dropped from the team. 3 changes for the Blues. Blake Acres comes in. Elijah Hollands for his first game, I think, of the season, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And Lockie Young's into the team. Sam Doherty dropped. Harry Mackay out under the concussion protocols, and Brody Kemp with that Achilles injury. So,
can I just say, with George Wardlaw, for the North supporters that are possibly listening, I saw him in the practice match last week. Speechless.
So which practice game was this one?
They played a little bit of a, because it was a bye for the VFL last week, but North Melbourne played against Collingwood. Dan Houston played, but George Wardlaw, oh my God. They played 6 15-minute quarters.
Where was the game?
At Arden Street.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was before Kalani was training afterwards.
Yeah.
But George Wardlaw was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. So he's coming back in ripping form, and credit to the fitness staff at North.
And the headline out of West Coast was always going to be about Oscar Allen. He's been left out. Needed a break, according to the Eagles, so he's been managed and left out. So Sandy Brock, Clay Hall and Bailey J. Williams dropped from the team that has a couple of big inclusions, with Tim Kelly coming back in after a week out of the senior team. Jeremy McGovern back in the team as well. Matt Flynn, who the former Giants ruckman from the Narrandera Eagles.
Just looking at the Williams is out, so a ruck for ruck.
Yeah, yep. And Elijah Hewitt as well. Now, for the Bombers, Peter Wright's going to play his first game of the season with Nick Bryan out with a knee injury. So they're the key changes for the 2 games. So it's a little after 4 o'clock in the West. That game starts tomorrow, so 7 o'clock East Coast time for West Coast versus Essendon. And then D's Dockers, MCG on Saturday, Tolstrup, Fullerton and Turner into the team. And what, Jeff? Van Rooyen dropped, Fritsch dropped, Henderson out as well.
Yeah, big statements, and then 3 forwards, but obviously particularly.
You follow them closely.
Fritsch and Van Rooyen.
Is this justified, or
most likely?
Or just banging the drum?
Well, Fritsch obviously a premiership player. Van Rooyen, I'd be interested to see what the attitude's like when they go back to Casey. Let's see what the attitude's like. As Melbourne fans and alike, you'd like to see them go back and just perform, get into a bit of form, bit of confidence, and see. But you can't place it on those two. In my opinion, the delivery from forward to centre has been extremely poor from Melbourne this year. So unfortunately, those two have been the ones that have been omitted from that. But admittedly, I think the delivery inside forward 50 has been really, really poor, and they've got to tidy that up.
And that's what I want to watch. You've taken out 2.5 talls. Henderson plays tallish, the new VFL Melbourne player. Like, if they've gone deliberately smaller, is this Simon Goodwin deliberately trying to force them to kick the ball inside 50 differently? Because they don't have the long-ish kick. Like, they don't really have it. They're going to be playing it with a different group. So is he trying to say, well, if I take your tall, long down the line options or the ones that we think can mark it, do they have to kick differently? Do they have to kick worm burners inside 50 to see if it's something?
Well, Fullerton, you would have known him from Brisbane. Went up. He quite tall. Pricey probably knows him. He's a tall fellow, I guess. And Turner's 6'3", 6'4", so he's a good size. But I agree with you on that. And unfortunately, it's Fritsch and Van Ruin who are, have been omitted from the mistakes of Melbourne. But forward to centre, they need to really improve. And they've got to start. I mean, they're 0-5. They've got nothing to lose. They've got to be able to start hitting better deliveries inside forward 50.
McDonald in, Voss out for the Dockers, so not much of a change there. So that game starts the Saturday afternoon progression at the MCG. That rolls to the Adelaide Oval. Murray and Berry in for the Crows. Scholl dropped, Peatling suspended. For an Adelaide team that was hot through the opening couple of weeks, but it's gone back-to-back losses to Gold Coast and to Geelong.
Just back on, is that McDonald, his first game back since he had that really bad injury, knee last year from Freo, I think? Wasn't he with Carlton? And then he went over to...
I'll have to do some further digging.
Yeah, sorry, but I think it's his first game back with his bad knee injury that he sustained.
Sorry, where was I up to now? No change sorry, Whitey.
No, you're right. I just wanted to go back on.
No changes for the Giants, and then we mentioned the Richmond changes for Gold Coast. Sam Closey has been dropped for Connor Butterick, so that's basically the only change for a Gold Coast team. Which interesting the talk during the week that 4-0 and the only undefeated team in the competition now. But who have they beaten? North Melbourne. Adelaide.
Which is a cracking game.
West Coast.
And West Coast.
Yeah. They've got a pretty soft draw, especially towards the end of the season as well.
Hey.
Sorry.
They're playing what's in front of them. They're playing what's in front of them. They can't help.
The election.
And as much as we're waiting for final squads, Sunday's games, the headliner there is that, as expected, Bontempelli has been named in the squad for the Bulldogs to take on the Saints, which is the night game on Sunday. And as yet, we haven't got the squads for the Easter Monday game between Geelong and Hawthorn. Oh, we haven't even got the votes yet. Let's do the votes. If you are just tuning in, Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jamie Stanton and Jeff White talking through Collingwood's 52-point victory. Magpies 16-9-105 to Brisbane's 7-11-53.
So
just hearing the sirens in the background.
Just looking for the heartbeat of the Brisbane support.
No, they're trying to escort Zano out of the Collingwood change rooms.
Having seen this lot through their previous successful period, they get very expectant very quickly here, and they were pretty grumpy and they didn't want to be hanging around tonight.
Oh, you called it. What would you say? It was 14 minutes to go.
Oh yeah,
they called it. So we have votes. One vote to Darcy Cameron. Got to put the ruck in there. I thought he was outstanding. And also early when he was able to go back and force Brisbane to go wide on their entries inside forward 50, marked it around the ground, was really dominant in the ruck and gave his players first use. 2 votes to the man we spoke to before, Josh Dacos. 88% efficiency with foot. Set up as a quarterback, used the ball extremely well. And then obviously 3 votes to his brother. Nick Dacos, outstanding game. Even to get tagged, how many possessions did he have in that third quarter? There was 8 by a very hard tag by Berry, which they dropped at the fourth quarter.
What can you do with him? What can you do against Nick Dacos?
Well, the thing is with that, and I know you were talking, and we clipped over to something else, but I know back when we try to tag someone like a Judd or or a Cousins, you had to actually have not only Simon Godfrey going with you, but you needed to have the exits. So especially at stop plays. So what I saw tonight was, Berry was hard, and you were saying that, Jamie, really, really hard. But when he came out the exits, there was no one actually trying to smother him. So you not only got to support your teammate who's tagging him, but you also got to cover the exits, and you got to work, and you've got to on the outer side, because there's a couple of times there Berry went offensive, didn't he? And then you've got to actually, cover your man. So it's hard to tag. I get it, but it's a team effort as well.
What makes, and, Cameron Ling, Brett Kirk, Kane Corns, and now Toby Bedford and James Jordan, such good taggers, is they don't care about the offense. They play their role to an absolute T. And Toby Bedford's the key example. He leads GWS in tackles each week. Gets 10-ish touches, leads them in tackles each week, and he's the best one to do it on Dacos so far. Yep. Because he does not care about the offense. He knows his role in the team is to play on the player that he's playing that week, and that's the best success that he's going to give his team the chance to win. And that's the part of the role that you have to understand, is that your job, you have to eliminate you in it, and you is about the team.
I've got Whitey's tactics now going around in my head. If there's a dominant foot soldier, surely you need the other ruckman to belt it clear of the stoppage, old style.
Yep. Yeah.
That's another way. How do you stop it? Try and get the opposition rucker to bash it away from the centre square.
You get the ball, because if you punch it forward, the ball is going, everyone is going your way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, tonight, Oscar didn't change that up. Look at Brisbane in the, 01, 02, 03, how many times did Lee Matthews just say punch it forward?
Clark Keating in finals.
Punch it forward.
Yep.
And it's so offensive. And especially today with the 6-6-6. You get that. You want to have that forward momentum. You want to create that forward structure. Keep it in your forward half. That's what all sides trying to work on. And Oscar had the opportunity to do that tonight, and they just didn't change it up. That's why I believe, I'm probably going out of, but I think every club should have a stoppage coach. The midfielder has enough to do. But wouldn't you love to come in at quarter time and that stoppage coach has just looked at each stoppage play, gone, hang on a minute, we need to change this up. Oh, he's getting in the way, or the block, or the sweep of the. They need to hone into those areas, because they're so important for the game.
Crowd's cleared out, and now Craig McRae is he's walking across the ground and sort of thumbs upping people. He's walking into the press conference. So happy lad. He knows these climbs very well, Craig McRae. Haven't we been lucky? The neutral eye, just the storyteller in me. We've had a few results sort of tick over at the right time for the narrative of the season. Collingwood now starting to get on a roll. Brisbane loses after having a great start to the season. Even, the way that, Port Adelaide reminded us, and Hawthorn, the buzz team of the Hawks, got knocked over pretty comprehensively. This season is developing really, really nicely. We've got about a minute before we have to wrap it up. What's the juiciest game for the rest of the weekend for you? I'm going easy. It's Geelong Hawthorn for me.
Yep.
Now there's a rivalry.
I'm going, and this is maybe a little bit off the edge, I'm going North Carlton. If North knock off Carlton, that's a big story for Carlton and a big story for North.
Big story for Michael Voss too.
If Carlton knock off North the way that North have been going in the past couple of weeks, it's a big story for Clarko.
And seriously, you throw, with no disrespect to the others, but Sydney and Port's got currency from the prelim last year. Dogs, Saints.
What about Adelaide Giants?
Yeah.
That's a cracker at Adelaide Oval. And Adelaide's come off two losses, and they're a good side.
Thank you, team. Stay safe over the rest of the weekend. Thanks for everyone here for the broadcast at the Gabba, to Jonesy back in the studio, and for your company. Here's how Holy Thursday played out.
Now it's picked up by Bailey, close to the boundary. Back to Answorth by hand. Centering ball. Delightful. He hit Oscar McInerney. 20 metres out. Left forward pocket for Brisbane. They need this one, the Lions. McInerney comes in. It is a straight kick. He gets his second. and the lead is cut to 14 points.
Zorko takes the grab, has a bounce. Bobby Hill's chasing him. Second bounce for Zorko. Hill got him, put him off his kick. Ball rolls along the wing on the outer side. Myercheck picks up for Collingwood. Kicks back inside 50. Dropped by Payne. Rode by Elliott. Hand pass ends up with Nick Dacos. He runs into the open goal and returns Collingwood to a 20-point lead.
Handball to Lipinski. Quainer kept running and received. Kicks it inside 50. Elliott takes it 45 out, and the Pies fans rise. His 200th game, Jamie Elliott. He launches this one. He loves it. And they all get around him as he extends the Pies lead at the Gabba. Myercheck's got one on the board. He'll let this go from just on 50. It's a high kick. It's a straight kick. It is a dart and a dagger to the heart of the Brisbane Lions in this third term. Throw in left forward pocket, roved there by Bailey. He scrubs it forward, cut off by McCreary. Jamie Elliott from 40. Jamie Elliott gets his second and his 200th. They're partying the Pies here in Brisbane. De Goey, a long kick to the goal square. McStay, road, Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill snaps. Bobby Hill goals. Collingwood irrepressible tonight at the Gabba. They have dealt the reigning premiers an absolute flogging.
Nursed into the season with a few knee and ankle issues. Jordan De Goey, man on the mark, 45 out here. 52 out. His legs look all right on that. He's pumped through another Collingwood goal. And Howe kicks it back around the wing. Beautifully weighted kick over the head of Berry. Taken by McCreary. He runs infield. Probing kick to full forward. McStay, huge fly. Couldn't mark. But Hill swoops brilliantly. Stops in the goal mouth. And torpedoes the Sharon into the roof of the stand. What a statement victory from Collingwood. Anzac Day beckons. But oh, how the echoes of the start of Easter round will reverberate around the competition. The Magpies have flogged the Premiers by 52 points.
Oh, the Premiership's a game.